Hello and good morning. Welcome to the historic Kensington Oval for this, the 2026 final of the Sir Garfield Sobers Internationals Under 19 cricket tournament right here at the Kensington Oval. And I'm Lyndon Yard, joined by Andy Payne. Andy, good morning to you.
A very good morning, Lyndon. Happy to be here. Excellent day in Barbados.
And having said that, the umpires are making their way to the middle. And we will now throw over to have the spin of the toss.
So a very good morning and welcome to you all viewers from Kensington Oval, the historic Kensington Oval, where we are here for the 2026 Sir Garfield Sobers International Schools Final. We have a final here being contested between the Sir Everton Wheat Centre of Excellence out of Barbados and the top Level Academy from Guyana. With me in the party this morning, I have Winston Carter, the tournament director, and our third umpire for today's calling, Earl Collymore. Mr. Director has got the coin. Centre of Excellence are going to call.
Coat of Arms.
Coat of Arms is the call. Coat of Arms. So, it's Romero Stout, captain of the Centre of Excellence, the 7-to-Wheat Centre of Excellence. Your decision after winning the toss.
I'll bat first. I'll have bat first.
Your reason for that?
To be honest, maybe bat first. We split up a good total. We have the ball attack to defense. So I think it's a good pitch to bat first, and we want to toss, so bat first.
Okay, 40 over contest. What kind of total you would like to put up?
Once we bat all 40 overs, we could get 200 plus.
Okay, thank you very much. You've enjoyed this tournament and wish you all the well and the best in the final.
Thank you.
Michael Sharma, captain of the losing top level academy out of Guyana. Had you won the toss, Michael, what would have been your decision?
My decision would have been to bat also.
Yeah, your reason for that?
I got a pretty strong batting lineup and I will back my guys, but also I have a great bowling lineup, so I back my guys in that also.
So you find yourself having a bowl. What's your strength in your team like?
My strength?
In your bowling team, yeah.
We got a pretty strong spin lineup, so I'm backing my guys to get some quick wickets there. So my spin is my strong suit.
Thank you very much. And you guys have enjoyed it here in Barbados for the duration of this tournament?
Absolutely loved it.
Okay. So wish you all the best in today's final. You can just head off and come out here and we'll see you for the fielding position. So that's the news from the middle. The Sir Everton Wheat Centre of Excellence, they've won the toss and they've elected to bat.
And the action is about to commence. And what Andy Payne, when we look outside, extremely, I would say, large patch of dark grey cloud. This is a threatening dark grey cloud, sorry. But enough to be a little bit concerned, but nonetheless, there's no wind per se, but a beautiful square presented for the 36th edition of the Sir Garfield Sobers final.
Yeah, conditions look excellent on the ground, like you rightly said, Lyndon. Nice square, the outfield is lush, very quick. We just hosted New Zealand in the international series for 2 ODIs, so you can imagine the conditions. The pitch is hard. I was out there for the toss, and it looks like immaculate pitch for batting. But as you speak about those clouds, they're pretty high, like you said. There's no imminent threat really of rain around us, but it looks set for a good day. Cool for the players. I'm sure they'll enjoy that particularly.
And the Sir Everton weak side win the toss and opt into bat. No, any surprise?
Not at all. Like I said, excellent conditions for batting. The square looks nice. The pitch is a good one for batting. 40 overs, like you rightfully said, you give yourself that first option of posting runs on the board. As you know, in finals, score bit pressure is always something that adds to the opposition. So I think they've made the right decision, and I'm no point surprised that they've chosen to bat first.
Yes, and playing on the very pitch that the final ODI between New Zealand and West Indies was played on, and we knew from watching it and that it was a perfect batting strip. West Indies in the end coming away with a victory, and obviously 3-2 looks way better than 4-1. You'll take that any day.
You take that. I mean, you would have preferred to be the other way around, but like you said, 3-2 looks a lot better than 4-1.
And the Sir Everton Wheat Centre of Excellence versus the top level academy, all Caribbean final.
Definitely, it's something that we haven't seen over the past 2 seasons. Obviously, for the last 2 seasons, we had a team out of Australia and a team from the US. So for this edition, to have 2 Caribbean teams in the final, a sight for the Caribbean fans.
So here is the first delivery. Give it to teams momentarily. And onto the front foot. The ball is played into the cover region, and there's yet to be a score on the board. Slipping position for the top level academy. Third man, point cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and with the assistance of our very good friend, Wayne Holder. We'll have both teams for you momentarily. And Therese to face the second delivery. And he's onto the front foot. This one, first delivery on the line of the off stump, second delivery on the line of the center stump from Shane Prince, who's operating from the Joel Garner end. And Andy Payne, I almost asked you which end you prefer.
Well,
I will have to be making sport at you. But as a batsman, you have to prefer both ends.
Both ends. Definitely both ends. So yes, Lyndon, I had the opportunity to see this top level academy yesterday in the semi-final where they defeated the Barbados Harrison College team in that semi-final. And Prince, a young fast bowler, he would have represented Guyana on the 15 and on the 17 levels, and he looked a good prospect, really. A lovely run up to the pitch. And also, you can see he gets some bounce as well. So it was good seeing the young man out of Guyana. He said he enjoyed the pitches in Barbados. It's such a contrast to what he plays to back at home.
I think any fast bowler out of Guyana, or any fast bowler from Guyana and Trinidad should enjoy Barbados. The pitches in Barbados, I'm sure they will be more lively, as those countries are very much conducive to slow bowling. So naturally, you want to get away. I remember when in my days I would move around from YMPC at Dust Bowl to the Empire Ground. Lush green, you know. Prince, halfway through his over. And Tyrese is just prodding onto the front foot. Here he is, past the umpire, and ball will be pitched up. A little more support in shortish mid wicket. There's no run. We'll give it to the team momentarily. Final ball of the first over of the 2026 final. It's pitched up and plucked out of the air by Prince. The end, a maiden over to start the 2026 Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Final here at Kensington Oval, featuring the Sir Everton Week Centre of Excellence against
The top level academy out of Guyana. Good start there by Prince, the young fast bowler, bowling to Tyrese Harewood. Who's looking very circumspect, just being watchful. Remember, it's a 40-over contest. He just wants to acclimatize himself with the conditions, Lyndon. So just a young left-handed batter. You can see him just not being too overly aggressive or assertive more. That's the role that he probably is entrusted to do as he's the opening batter for this side.
And it's going to be Richard around the hall. Ramdeal, so the HO is silent.
Yeah, Richard Ramdeal, right hand off spinner. Lyndon, he's not a
Spinning
big
pace.
turner, spinning players. He's not a big turner, but he does get that ball to arm away from the right-handed batter. You see him got that slip in place. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes here at Kensington Oval.
And his first delivery seemed to have went on with the arm, and there is Jaden looking to play the ball off the pitch. Didn't read it right. Taken by the keeper as Ramdale is operating from the Malcolm Marshall end or the southern end of the ground. He's in. And there's a vicious cut to the fielder at the point region. Still to score, 7 weeks center of excellence. Delivery into the midriff region. There's no run. Forces young Jaden onto the back foot. And give you an idea of the serving a weak center of excellence side. Also, we'll look over the tournament how it's gone for both sides to have reached this stage. We'll win the second over. And no runners on the board. The off spin is in, and there's the first run. This one is played between the fielder at the short third man and the backward point for a single. So 1 without loss. Andy Payne.
Yeah, and first run coming off the bat of Jaden Joseph. Just pushing that one between the cover and the cover point and picking up an easy single. But we said Ramdiol, his strength, like you said, Lyndon, is one to arm the ball away from the right-handed batter. You saw that first delivery, the outswing. That's his strength, really. And like you said, getting this type of bounce here at Kensington. True bounce, as you saw Joseph going on the back foot and playing a lovely shot in that cover point region. But that'd be his strength. Obviously, now it's back to Prince, the faster man. He'd be bowling to the right-handed Joseph for the first time.
And he's at the top of his mark at the Joel Garner end. And this is the first time that he'll be bowling to young Jaden. So, fine leg. It's come a little square. Slipping position, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, shortish, and square leg. And here's a beautiful delivery from Prince O'Sill in the off stump. Touchdown, maybe just on off and shape out a little bit. Taken by the keeper.
Yes, and Lyndon, like I said to you, that's where he looks very good. He gets good bounce, good carry to the keeper. You saw that one just leaving the right-handed Joseph and going through to the keeper at a good height.
Match officials, Sherwin Codrington, doing umpire duties with umpire Earl Cullimore. Codrington at square leg. And Prince from the Joel Garner end. Was a delivery ill-directed, parried away by the keeper. Was always going to be a difficult take. Would have been spectacular had he held it, threw his body after it. Maybe a little bit more foot movement, Andy Payne, yourself being a keeper.
Yes, Kensington Oval is always that place where you enjoy keeping, like you said, the good bounce. You just need to be aligned from early with where the ball is going and keep going with it. You saw that one moving further down the leg, and he just had to keep going, as he said, Lyndon. Skip, gather.
Well, he didn't skip. He just threw himself and came up short. So the SEWC, serving a week center of excellence, up to 3 without loss. We are in over number 3, being bowled by Shane Prince, with number 20 in his bat. And this is the first boundary of the game. A short delivery, ill-directed down the leg side. And there's young Tyrese inside the line and helping it down to the unprotected fine leg boundary for 4. So signs of an aggression, but he still needs to be on target, Andy Payne. And that takes the center, having a week center of excellence up to 7 without loss.
Yeah, good shot there by Yearwood as well. He seems to be in control. I think he decided a bit late that he was going to commit to the shot. But there was no fine leg in place on that occasion, Lyndon. But so he just needs to be on par with his captain. If he's going to bowl those type of deliveries, he would want to have that type of protection.
So Here is Prince. Goes past the umpire and bowls it outside of the off stump. And there is a naughty shot there from
Herwood.
Haywood.
Here was left-handed. And I think we got
Therese
Joseph.
Haywood. So I
Yeah.
could give you the entire
Just
side.
say in a minute, yeah.
Sarik Jilts, Ronaldo Bourne, O'Shea Francis, Keon Curtin, Giovanni Lovell, Joshua Thompson, Jaden Joseph, Deshaun Williams, DeMarco Maynard, and Romario Stout. So that's the Sir Everton Weeks Center of Excellence. They're playing 11. And Yearwood waits on Prince, who's into him. And he gets an outswinger, wide of the off stump, and signaled by the umpire. So 8 without loss with that sundry. And the team for the top level academy: Mikhail Sharma, Joshua Bowlers, Jushin Craig, Kaelan Calendar, Kishon Silas, Nicholas Level, Richard Ramdeel, who opened the bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end, Sarf Samaru, Shahid Ramzan, Shane Prince, who has the ball in his hand. And complete 11 is Troylot Nanan. Here is a drive through mid-wicket. They've gone for 1. And Yearwood comes back for the second. So 2 runs to Yearwood. He's up to 4. And as I think he will be up to 6, makes that. Should be 10 without loss. Yes, 10 without loss. So, Andy, when we look to the eastern side, there is some rain on that side. Straight ahead of us, Upper Bridgetown to the southeast looks good. That will obviously go into the waters, which is welcome in the waters. I'm sure the farmers would love any addition they can get for farming. Any help they can get from the heavens above.
Well, you know that works a lot better.
And that's the only help they really need. And 10 without loss. With, I would say, not an imminent threat of rain. Now Prince is going to go around the wicket to bowl to Herwood, and Herwood going to be wide in the off stump. And for the second time, the umpire is called into play. Ernie Fields is the standing umpire, and not Earl Culmo, who is the third umpire. So Ernie Fields and Sherwin Codrington from BCL, stylish right-handed batsman. And looks the same way even in his presentation as an umpire. Prince on his way to both Haywood, and Haywood is allowing this one to go by outside of the off stump. This one comes back the other way, and the Payne. So the in-swinger a little closer to that blue line, or I should say inside the blue line. The 2 outswingers were outside of the blue line.
Yeah, so he's kind of changed his level of attack. He's now going around the wicket to the left-hander. Before he was over and getting those balls really wide, but now you've seen him going around the wicket and just seems to be aligned a bit better. So he just needs to get a bit closer to the batter, really.
So the right-handed Joseph at the non-striker's end, and Therese Yearwood is getting a bit ill-directed down the leg side. And well hauled in by the keeper, another wide. So they're really giving umpire Fields some exercise if he doesn't go in the gym. You won't be short of exercise.
He's also giving keeper Sinclair some work. So he's just losing that a little bit here. He said the left-hand, right-handed combination. He's now going around the wicket as he was over previously. Just finding it pretty difficult to get his control going.
12 without loss. 1 delivery remaining over number 3. As that cloud or a shower of rain is heading this way. Here is the final delivery. And I might have thought a little too early because it's ill-directed. It's down the leg side. And wide again, signaled by umpire Fields, who is having a conversation with Codrington about the covers. The rain is very much heading this way. It isn't a heavy rain on the Payne. It looks like a light blowing shower. And I think you can play in this. You can't start in it, but I think you can play in it.
Yeah, I think what they're doing, they're trying to get the attention of the ground staff. I think they want to take the cue really from the ground staff.
Here is Prince, the outside in the off stump, and well bowled. And there is here we're looking to play it down to the mid-off region. Doesn't make contact. The ball going under the bat into the gloves of the keeper. At the end of the over, the covers are being signaled to the square, and the rain has stopped play at approximately 11:17 in this final, the 36th edition of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under 19 cricket finals. And we gives us the opportunity to look at the road to this stage and looking at the rains itself. So we'll be off for a little bit. Probably won't be too long, but it's to get a breeze going that will lift this cloud. And at the break, 13 without loss, the Sir Everton weak centre of excellence win the toss and batting. Andy Payne, the tournament got going the 13th of July 2026. Zone A. And that featured University of Guyana versus the National Sports Council A, Tridents. And that game was played at Dash Valley. And then we also had in the same zone at Greens, Next Level Coaching Academy versus Milo Lodge. And to complete this zone at Rice's, Powergen played St. Leonard's Boys. Let's start with the University of Guyana, who defeated the National Sports Council A Tridents by 8 wickets.
Good to see the guys here from Guyana. So obviously they have, I think, 3 teams out of Guyana for this year's tournament. One of them here, the top level academy, featuring in this final. So the University of Guyana side, like you said, target which was reduced by rain. Obviously that particular round seems to have been marred by a bit of rainfall. As you knew, that weekend was pretty heavy for rain in Barbados. And at Dash Valley there, you just call it, they defeated the National Sports Council A Tridents out of Barbados by 8 wickets. So
reaching 76 for 2 on the target. That was set 76 off 30 overs and got one rather comfortable because they did it in 13.5 overs. At Greens, Next Level Coaching Academy defeated Milo Lodge by 6 wickets. Milo Lodge 87 all out in 31.1 overs. And in response, Next Level Coaching Academy 88 for 4 and 25.4 overs. So you would say a comfortable win there for the Next Level Academy. Rice's.
Yeah, well, back to that Next Level Coaching Academy side. That was one of the they were defeated in the semi-final yesterday. Semi-final 2 played at Windward. They were to come up against this Everton Week Centre of Excellence side, which they lose that semi-final yesterday. So a good side. Team coached by Barry Ford, the Community College coach, and Dario Cummins, coach at St. Michael's School. So a combination of St. Michael's and the Queen's College side put together a good unit, Blendon, but they fell in the semi-finals. So winning that first game against Lodge there at Greens.
Zone B at Harrison College, match reduced to 30 overs. Harrison College defeated Colger and Parry by 8 wickets. Colger and Parry 140 for 3, 27.2 overs. Rain interrupted play in that game, with Jamali Nichols getting 72, not out. In response, Harrison College 142 for 2 of 19.2 overs, target 141 attained, with Sherlin Wood striking 56, not out. Wanderers?
Yes, Wood having a good tournament so far, so the Ben Toronto did pretty well. Like you said, the Harrison College boys getting over the coach of my alma mater. But Wood, he had an excellent tournament. He didn't get many runs in the semi-final yesterday at the University of West Indies, so that led to the demise of his team failing to be here in today's final. But Harrison College, like you said, winning that first one pretty comfortably. Wood a half century. Charles Wood, a very diminutive player. They look out for this name going forward.
And you said he didn't get many runs.
Yes.
And they lost the semi-final. So he didn't get enough runs.
He didn't get enough. He didn't get enough runs.
Wanderers, Allen School defeated National Sports Council B by 169 runs, a high score in the game. Aline 221 for 9. Natari Levine 52. Trevan Carrington 43. And the National Sports Council side 52 all out. 52 all out with Trevan Carrington 5 for 10. And he had definitely a good game.
Yeah, National Sports Council out of Barbados putting 2 teams in the tournament, and then so that's asking a lot, really. So, like I said, the A team and the B team, I would assume probably the A team will be the stronger of the 2 teams, but that would be asking a lot of these boys to produce 2 quality teams, so to speak, in a tournament of this magnitude, and the B team going down there comfortable defeat there by the Allen Schoolboys.
Drawn a bye in that Zone B was the Alexandra School. We moved to Zone C. Still played on Monday the 13th of July at the Wayne Daniel Complex in Brayton St. Philip. Sherwin Young Lion Academy, I think this is also Guyana. They defeated Simo School of Great Excellence by 96 runs. I think this must be Roddy Simpson's school from the Hamlin and Lashley Development Foundation, Human Development Foundation. Sherwin, 164 all out and 31.5 overs, with Shazim Mohammed scoring 57. Mikhail Johnson got 43. Simo, 68 all out and 15.1 over, with Mikhail Johnson having a good game, having scored 43. He returned to take 5 for 9. Good performance by the young man.
Yeah, like I said, comfortably getting home there as well. There's Roddy Simpson there. Lyndon, I must pay your respects to him and your man Ronald Ratcurtain. I think they look after the management of that side. Didn't have the best tournament this year, but I'm sure continues to do work up there with the Hamilton Lashley Foundation. But good win for the guys out of Guyana.
At Lears, Sir Everton Week Center of Excellence 11 defeated the New York Tri-State LYNX USA by 4 wickets. And New York Tri-State 80 all out and 23.3 overs. And in response, the SEWC OE 84 for 6 to win by a comfortable 4 wickets.
Yeah, and this is the team that you're seeing here in today's final. This is Everton Wheat Center of Excellence, getting off to a good win, like you said there, against the New York Tri-State LNX. Like you said, another team having 2 teams in this tournament. The guys out of New York. Obviously, you've seen them in the last 2 finals, one of the American sides, but not having the luxuries of being here this year. And going down to a well put together Center of Excellence team managed there by Colin Bowen, who is also the manager of the Barbados Tridents team. So you can understand the type of structure in that type of setup.
Most definitely. At Empire, Flair Elite Sports on the 17th out of TNT versus Grenada School, no play due to damp conditions. Speaking of damp conditions, the rains is very much with us here at the Kensington Oval. If you're following the stream, the Gary Bell stream live. The final of the 36th edition of the Sir Garfield Sobers Under 19 International Cricket Competition. And Sir Everton Week Centre of Excellence win the toss and batting 13 without loss when the rains joined us. It's very much still with us. Not very hard, but it's now beginning to get a little lighter. And you can see the sun still trying to make its way out. Clouds are very grey to the southeastern side, and to the eastern side is a lot whiter, so good signs. And like I said, the coverage is very much on the square, as you can see. So we're just reviewing the road to the final for the teams and giving kudos to those teams which have traveled to Barbados to participate in this wonderful tournament, marred by the passing of the late great man, the national hero of Barbados, Sir Garfield St. Albans Sobers. And here we can look at Zone D. And that game was played at Foundation, match which was 30 overs. Antigua School defeated Commerce School by 27 runs. So we've touched Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, New York. Now we are at the Antiguans.
Yes, the Antigua schools defeated the Commerce School. Not a lot of times that you hear the Commerce School being defeated. So obviously a match again reduced to 30 overs. but getting home, scoring 178 all out the Antiguans and restricting the Comorians to 151 in 30 overs. So that would have been a good start for the guys out of Antigua. And like you said, good to see the Caribbean influence really for this year's edition.
Oh yes, and their Keno Godwin got 66 for the Antigua side, and good to see the young men getting starts, but they just need to carry on. At Briar Hall, Presentation College from TNT, and the TNT side defeated top level Academy Guyana by 15 runs after the target was reduced. Presentation College 208 all out in 40 overs, and this is one of the teams that have been very synonymous with the Sir Garfield Sobers. When you think of the Sir Garfield Sobers, you think of Presentation College, and immediately one West Indian name comes to mind, and himself being a great man. And I can tell that Presentation College 208 all out of 40 overs. Jerome Reid 53, and in response, top level Academy, they could only get to 162 for 7 off 34 overs. Target reduced to 178, so they fell short in those 34 overs, with Shahida Ramzan making 65 not out and Mikael Sharma 40. At Lucas Street, Windward.
Well, before you go on to Lucas Street, Lyndon, this top level Academy side out of Guyana, this is really where they had a defeat. So they started the tournament with a loss, and then they found themselves obviously just acclimatizing properly and just getting up to speed. So coming off of a loss in the first game and being here in the final, it just pays homage to how well they went after that.
I always say once their preliminary game, it's always good to get a loss in the early part of the tournament. That way you can know where you have to correct, as opposed to at crunch time when you need to keep winning, keep that winning momentum going to semi-final and final in order to be victorious.
Correct.
New York Tri-State, they played at Windward's in St. Philip, Lucas Street to be exact, and the Youth Cricket Development side defeated Grantley Adams by 6 wickets. So another local side, and they playing Grantley Adams, and Grantley Adams batted first 118 all out in 34.2 overs, with Jacario Seeley making 54. New York Tri-State responded with 119 for 4.
Yes, Seeley, a player that you hear quite a bit about from Grantley Adams. Good to see the young man still getting some runs there. Like I said, but they went down in defeat to the New York Tri-State Youth. Again, that was a team that would have been the defending champions from the previous year. New York Tri-State obviously wasn't able to replicate and be back here to defend the title in this year's edition, but starting the tournament with a victory.
And we can look at Chose's action. Remember, it was a very continuous tournament, squeezed in, and obviously it comes at a right time when school is on holiday and people get to travel with their school children and have a good holiday, basically. Zone A action on Tuesday the 14th, round number 2 at Lears. Milo Lodge defeated the University of Guyana by 9 wickets. Guyana 153 all out off 28.5 overs, with Will Prasad making 76. Milo Lodge 157 for 1. Shawnee Cole Sargent 69 not out. Malik Amy 55 not out.
Yeah, two of our very promising youth here in Barbados, that Clifton Phillips coach unit, Sargent and Amy. Sargent playing in the local Division 1 tournament, and Amy playing in the elite division, where he had the fortunes of a century early this season. So his good form continued. Lodge just losing 1 wicket in that contest, and easy defeat over the University of Guyana.
At Wayne Daniel Pavilion, we had a game reduced to 39 overs. National Sports Council A Tridents defeated St. Leonard's Boys by 110 runs. NSCA Tridents made 243 for 8. Joshua Brathwaite scored 60. Kemal Greenwich got 51 not out. And in response, the St. Leonard's Boys, they could only muster 133 all out of 27.2 overs.
Yes, that game, like you said, who was the good scores there? Shea Torn, good to see him in cricket. No, he was over and away, but he didn't get a lot of scores. St. Leonard's Boys, good team. Anthony Stewart led, coach, sorry. Likes of Antone Darlington, another good player. Unfortunately, they haven't progressed. But the Sports Council side defeated the St. Leonard's Boys. Like you said, 2 teams, the Sports Council and the A team, as I said, probably considered to be the stronger of the 2 teams and coming off with a victory.
At Queen's College, next level coaching academy, beat Power Gen Penal out of Trinidad and Tobago by 7 wickets. Power Gen scored 149 out of 35.4 overs. In response, next level coaching academy got to 150 for 3 off 26.2 overs. Thomas Armstrong 61, Amari Wickham 46 not out.
Another player, Thomas Armstrong, good form continues. He's had a big century in the Division 1 tournament here in Barbados, supporting the BCA Division 1 tournament. He's got 150 in the Division 1 tournament early in the year before he gains a promotion to the elite side. So again, good form continues for young Tommy Armstrong and his team, that next level coaching academy, Barry Ford, Dario Cummins coach, continue to do good things. Unfortunately, losing it at semi-final stage.
Zone B at Everton, match reduced 38 overs. Harrison College defeated the National Sports Council B by 210 runs. Harrison College 265 for 6 off 38 overs. Javion Batson 66. Franklin Durant made 50 not out. And in response, NSCB 55 all out of 21.4 overs.
Just following the trend, the B side of the National Sports Council is going out to defeat. Probably just, like you said, not as strong as the A team, probably. But it's Harrison College team 265 for 6. Javion Batson, another no name. Barbados under 15 player. Also now in the Division 1 tournament of the Barbados Cricket Association competition. Continuing good scoring. Prolific scorer in schoolboy cricket, Javion Batson. So again, the good score there to carry his team through to another round.
At Briar Hall, match was 34 overs. Alexandra School defeated Colgan Party by 31 runs. Alexandra 192 for 7 in their 34 overs. With Donico Springer 55. Nathan Osborne got 40. In response, Colgan Party 161 all of 27.4 overs with Rajay Gibbons making 52 not out.
Yeah, battle of the teams from the north, two teams that we know of as well, like I said, Colgan Party, my alma mater, just going down there to the Alexandra School by some 31 runs. So, yep, like I just said, battle of the north, Alexandra coming up on top.
And the rains has gotten a lot lighter. It's still a very faint drizzle here at the Kensington Oval. And over in the eastern side of the country, I can look up there to the left of the central bank, and you can see that the sun is out in all its glory. It's still a faint drizzle heading this way, and hence it's still with us. It will make its way into the ocean, to the port to our right, as we are upstairs the 3W stand. That's where the commentary is coming from. The coverage is very much still on the square. In the news, if you just joined us, play got halted at 11:17 when the showers arrived. So Everton weak centre of excellence 13 without loss at the end of 3 overs when the players were sent scampering from the field. But it's looking good. Like I said, in the eastern side, and that's where we get our concerns from. You can see that the sun is out in all its glory up that side as this faint drizzle just needs a little more push from the wind, which is not very strong. And it's getting lighter and lighter, and that's a good sign. The news that the Centre of Excellence won the toss and opted to bat. Just to complete my segment before I give way to the next commentator will join you, Andy. In Zone D, at Isolation, this is one of the more picturesque grounds in Barbados to play any kind of cricket. New York Tri-State Youth Development defeated Antigua Schools by 6 wickets. Antigua 101 all out of 26.3 overs. In reply, New York Tri-State 106 for 4. So a victory to them by some 6 wickets. At Bayfield Presentation College, or TNT, defeated Grantley Adams School by 80 runs. Presentation College 147 all out. With Salim Khan 45, Grantley Adams School 67 all out. With Samir Khan 6 for 25. 6 for 25.
Good figures.
At Content in St. George, Top Level Academy, who are contesting the final out of Guyana, defeated Commonwealth School by 7 runs. So quite a few defeats here for Commonwealth so far. Handy pain.
Yeah, unheard of.
No, and it's no surprise with these defeats, and it's unheard of that they're not here at the final. Top Level Academy 291 for 6. This must be a tournament high up to this point. With Kishon Silas 74, Amir Prasad 58, Mikhail Sharma scored 43. Shane Prince, who's opening the bowling, got 31 not out. Common Mary Spawn, 215 all out of 36.1 overs. Josh Reed, 64. Vinod Danaraj, 55. And that's all that they wrote in that encounter.
I'm sure you're going to get a call from the Combo Mirror coaching staff soon. Corey Edwards, good friend of mine. You might tell us, Lyndon, some of his star players were obviously in Antigua representing the Barbados under 19 youth. They've done excellently, especially the Common Mirror boys, Justin Paris and Jahidi Hines, two of his top players there, just doing well for Barbados, winning that championship only yesterday in Antigua.
Well, congratulations to the Barbados side for retaining the championship, and if that is the response that Corey Edwards is going to give you, I will say to me, it reminds me then that it's like the National Sports Council A and B. You're top heavy one way and very, very light the next way. I prefer a balance. So, having said that, also it gives the younger fellas who will struggle to make the top side an opportunity to get their feet wet, rather than just to be bringing water and then the water throw away on their shoes. So it's an opportunity for them to stand up and be accounted for, and I'm sure that they were more than happy for the occasion, despite the fact they ended up on the wrong side of the results. But Andy Payne, for me, in any sport where youth is concerned, it isn't about the results, it's about the development process. And I think too much emphasis is paid on winning. Winning becomes a habit. But I think to win, you must be able to master the craft or the skill set that one has. And it takes a period of time to get that, to accomplish those goals, to get to a victorious stage. And then when you win, you want to continue winning. It's all right to win, but to continue to win, then it takes a lot more.
Yeah, and like you said, that's the glory about a tournament of this magnitude, Lyndon, developmental. You get to see players just before they reach that stage, like you said. Also, with the exit of players like Hines and Paris, it also gives them an opportunity to see the newer players come through, get some experience among some of the older players. So, like you rightly said, it's not all about results, but the developmental side of it.
And just to proceed to Thursday the 16th, the good news from Kensington is that the sun is out in all its glory. The rains have abated. The ground staff are very much making their way back onto the square. I'm sure that the golf cart will be used to sweep some of the water off the playing area. The covers, I am pretty sure, will be lifted as soon as possible. And given the fact that in the Caribbean and competitive around the world, Kensington is easily one of the quickest drying playing fields.
Yes, definitely. Drainage here is excellent, so that would not be a problem. I don't think you will see any surface water here at all, Lyndon. It's just a matter of getting those covers off, and you should be seeing the players back into the middle pretty soon. Like I said, a good set of ground staff out there to remove the covers. But yeah, like you said, it's getting a lot blur up there in the eastern side, Lyndon. So
that's my favorite color.
Blue.
not blur, just blue.
So conditions are looking set. Like I said, clouds have abated. That's going pretty much more westernly. So I'm sure it should not be too soon before you get player back in the middle. But Lyndon, I'm sure you want to continue your assessment as you were going so diligently through.
Umpire Earl Cullimore, the third umpire, with his umbrella. I don't think why he would need an umbrella at this stage. He's obviously sending the wrong signal, unless he's seeing something that we are not seeing, because we are seeing sunshine, we are seeing a beautiful day for cricket. He has an umbrella at this stage. I don't know for what reason, unless he's trying to keep some wind off of it, and the wind isn't blowing high, And it's funny, Andy Payne, when you look at the male-female system, a lady will carry an umbrella and she will use it at all costs. A man will hesitate from carrying an umbrella. A lady will carry that same umbrella, and believe you me, she will walk out there with that umbrella open. Here is Earl Cullimore walking with the umbrella closed. It's only difference. For a lady, it is only to shelter the rain, but also take some of the sun off her. For a gentleman, he's going to take the sun on his head. He doesn't have on a hat, but he has an umbrella in his hand.
Well, sometimes, it could be used for two. There's an umbrella for the rain. There's also a parasol for the sun. So he might be using it as a parasol.
Well, obviously he's in that generation of parasol. Okay, so the action from Thursday, the 16th of July. At Greens, Milo Lodge defeated St. Leonard's boys by 8 wickets. St. Leonard's 188 for 8 and 40 overs. Javonte Norville 85. And reply, Milo Lodge 189 for 2. Winning on the canter, Shawnee Cole, Sergeant 81, not out. Malik Amy 36. At North Stars, another picturesque ground for which to have a game. This is down in the country, or you say up in the country, the correct part. Match which was 39 overs. Power Gen Penal TNT defeated National Sports Council A Tridents by 3 wickets. Tridents 186 all out in 36.5 overs. Isaiah Goodman 68. And in reply, Roberto Badri picked up 4 for 53. And Power Gen 188 for 7. Can you make a connection between Badri and Badri?
Yeah, well, could be a connection.
It could be a connection. I'm thinking TNT. I'm thinking Samuel Badri and
Power
Roberto
Gen,
Badri.
yeah,
Power Gen, Trinidad,
so,
correct.
probably
188, 31 overs, and that is all that they wrote in that game. Power Gen overpowering the National Sports Council A Trident side. At Everton, another picturesque ground to play cricket. Perfect batting square, nice sizable ground, good community. And Next Level Coaching Academy defeated the University of Guyana by 8 wickets. University of Guyana 161 for 6 or 40 overs, with Farhan El Modina making 46. In reply, Next Level Coaching Academy, they got up to 162 for 2. Thomas Armstrong 78, not out. Amari Wickham 36. Zone B, Andy.
Yes, Zone B, Harrison College defeated the Alexandra School All Barbados Clash. Shaylon Wood is told you got that century, so he's been having some good scores. Feel at that semi-final stage, like we just said. But kudos to the young man being able to pick up a a century in this tournament, this year's edition. Good battle.
Yeah, he got 103, 111 deliveries with 10 fours. Javian Batson got 86 not out. So good game for the Harrison College side. Alexandra, they could only get to 146 all out. And with Shivs Shadeo picking up 3 for 29. Emil Reed 2 for 13. Shafiq Najee 2 for 32. So I think that they were undone in a battle of spin, a barrage of spin. At Lears, Corjan Parry defeated Alien School by 59 runs. Corjan Parry 224 for 4 and 40 overs. With Deron Farrell striking 79. Jamani Nichols got 45, with Joshua Babb contributing 43. In reply, Aline 169 all out 37.3 overs. Shamari Hines got up to 80. And a good game for Shamari Hines getting 80. And a pretty decent scoring game where several batsmen shone pretty good at the Lears ground. You know, that's kind of a dust bowl.
Yeah.
Good for always good for batting, and I think the spinners will get more out of that wicket than the Pacers. Zone C.
Yeah, Zone C, the New York Tri-State side and the Flair Elite. New York Tri-State coming out victorious over the Flair Elite Sports. Another side out of Trinidad and Tobago, the Flair Elite Sports. They went down by some 7 wickets. Just cutting up to 187 for 9, and the New York Tri-State just losing some 3 wickets in the process. Mackay Dowling 68 being the top scorer. But good friends of mine in that Flair Elite Sports. Let's say good morning to my good friend Annie Lakan. He's the assistant coach to that side. Team which is coached by Imran Khan, aka Sharky, of Trinidad and Tobago. So hopefully I'll see these guys around here today. They promised to come up by and see this final. So going down though by the Americans.
And Isaiah Graham got 59 all out for Elite Sports, and that total of 187 for 9. And Aiden Raju got 54 to assist Mackay Dowling 68 not out. At Dash Valley, 7 weeks end of excellence defeated Simo School of Cricket Excellence by 174 runs. The 7 weeks team scored 236 all out in 39.4 overs. O'Shea Francis got 79. Ramiro Stout got 40. And the reply, Simo got 62 all out in 18.4 overs. And they were undone by Ramiro Stout, who picked up 5 for 18, and Marco Maynard 2 for 18. At the way in Daniel, to continue that same Zone C fixture, Grenada School defeated Sherwin Young Lion Academy of Guyana by 16 runs. Grenada 157 all out in 33 overs. And in reply, Sherwin got 141 all out of 35.4 overs. As we, Aaron is the pronunciation
Two
in
A's.
this time. In our time, it was Aaron. Same 2 A's, but Aaron.
Yes, Aaron.
And Aaron 4 for 14. Zone D, Andy.
Yeah, the team which is here for this final top level academy defeated the Grantley Adams School out of Barbados by some 7 wickets. Grantley Adams being just able to post a low total of 45, and the top level academy getting home comfortably. 46 was really only 6.5 overs. Shahid Ramzan 30 not out. Sealy just picking up some 3 wickets. Not enough runs there, but just romping to a victory. Top level academy out of Guyana.
Oh, the good news is that the covers have been removed off the square. The ground staff is just mopping up an area where the water off the covers would have leaked or actually dissipated off the covers onto the playing area, and it is just to the left of the Joel Garner, to the left of the playing area, the Joel Garner end, we call it a mid wicket. If you are facing the Malcolm Marshall end, or if you are the other end, is a cover area. Just using the roller to roll that water away from us.
Called a super sopper.
Super sopper.
Yeah.
And soak up all that water. The covers, like I said, is off the square. We are blessed with beautiful skies once again. The sun is not out in all its glory. And the play having been stopped because of rain at 11:17. With the Sir Everton week send of excellence 13 without loss, with Therese Hayward not out on 6, and with him is Jaden, who is not out on 1. And 3 overs have been sent down, and I suspect that Andy Payne momentarily play will recommence. It's probably going up to 12 minutes to the hour of midday, and it gives me good time, Andy, to take a much needed break, as I will leave you in the capable hands of Tahir Bulbulia. I'm sure that you will continue to run through tournaments lead up to the grand final, the 36th edition, and then I shall endeavor to join you guys a little later on. More from you, Andy, and then Tahir will join you.
Well, thank you very much, Lyndon. With that break, like you said, we got the opportunity to just read you through some of the tournament matches and the performers up to date. This 2026 final is being hosted between the Sir Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence and the Top Level Academy out of Guyana. As I say, a lovely good morning. It's still very much morning to Tahir.
Hi, good morning, Andy, and good morning to all the viewers from around the world tuning into this game. And I want to start by extending condolences to the family and the cricketing fraternity on the passing of our national hero, Sir Garfield Sobers. And God really truly has a way of working things very beautifully. Won the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament, coming to an end today. He passed on Friday, so many of the players who would have played in the competition would have had the chance to pay their tributes, pay their respects, see what's going on nationally, a lot of the activities that are being planned. And then also to the West Indies versus New Zealand. The game wasn't supposed to be here, and it was supposed to be in Guyana, so it was only fitting that we had a home game right after his passing. And unfortunately the West Indies didn't win, but they won the last game, and we're happy by that. They had a good crowd turning out. But we're here for the final of the Sir Garfield Sobers Under 19 competition, and it's been a very impactful tournament as we've been going through the results. And yeah, the country, Barbados, is in mourning as we speak, and lots of plans are being put in place for the funeral of the great man. Andy?
Yes, a funeral which should be held on the 29th of July, very much right here at Kensington Oval. So Wednesday, 29th of July, we'll have a state funeral for the burial of the late great Sir Garfield Sobers. Like I said, it will be held here at Kensington Oval before the burial goes over to the Coral Ridge in Christchurch Tahir. So a lot that you know about. Obviously, you could probably insight a few more of the viewers if they're not so sure how is that going to work here at Kensington Oval to the public?
Yeah, so the plans are being put in place now. We're going to have some activities over the next few days. On Saturday, we'll be going to his club, the Police Cricket Club, the Police Sports Club, and we're going to be having activities there on the evening. And then also we're encouraging all schools and clubs to come on down to participate in that. And then Monday there's an activity, the Cricket Legends in the evening, where you will come and pay your tribute and celebrate the great man. And then encouraging all persons, all of Barbados to come down on a Wednesday for that funeral, 10 a.m. And the Kensington Nova, as we can look around the ground plans, they're already building up some infrastructure for it. And also too, it's my understanding that Brian Lara, the great man, will speak at the funeral as well. So lots of greats will be descending on our beautiful island, and I'm sure the impact. Yesterday I had the opportunity to interview a lot of the legends, because one of the parts of the funeral is that they want to do some legacy videos, Andy, and of persons paying tribute. Tribute, and have shared their tributes, and it was a very touching feeling to go to the great man, the big bird, Joel Garner, Mr. Allen there in Atlantic Shores, and you know, these guys were lost for words. These guys that usually speak very eloquently, and they were very few words and very emotional for them, and he had an impact not just on the field but off the field as well. So he will be remembered. And Andy, what we must mention too is that this is the first time a living national hero has passed Barbados, so we're setting a precedent in our country now as well.
Yes, like you said, first time. You know, he's only up to that point. There's only one living national hero now,
Yes,
in the form of Rihanna. But Sir Garfield Sobers is a man who touched the lives of many, touched the lives of pretty much. He was a pioneer, really, for all growing up in the West Indies for cricket, and maybe the world of greater significance. But as you said, you've had that conversation with some of his former peers, David Allen, former wicketkeeper there, Joel Garner, Right Honourable Joel Garner. But yeah, we heard quite a lot of tributes coming in.
Yes.
We had that tribute, especially from the other national hero, the only living national hero now, and that was touching.
Yeah, that was touching as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, play set to resume very shortly. 39 over game now, and the Barbados Centre of Excellence, they'll be looking to post a good total on this pitch. A big field. You know, this is a challenge for some of these younger players. They haven't played on a field perhaps so big, so the scoring may not be as easy as compared to some of the other smaller grounds around the island. So and we saw that in last year's final as well. But the team that bats smarter and try to bat as long as possible, take the game as deep as possible, can definitely get the results that they would want.
And happy that you mentioned smart. Like you said, it's a big outfield, so it's also got the opportunity. There's a lot of gaps in this outfield, so you got the opportunity to place the ball into the gaps. One thing you will get is you get value for your shots here at the Oval. So balls that would probably run pretty close to some boundaries in some of the other fields will carry on here at Kensington Oval. It's always a joy to play cricket at this ground, Tyre. Let me tell you, once you get into that middle, it's just a different feeling of really playing here at Kensington Oval.
Could imagine. And the umpires come back out now onto the field. The two umpires walking out in their pink and black pants. What are the umpires today?
Well, to tell you, Sherwin Codrington on the right, if you're viewing from our screen here, and Ernie Fields, he's the other umpire. We've got a third umpire in Earl Collymore.
Yeah.
We've got scores today is Sanchia Barrow. She's our scorer.
Nice. Barrow, yes.
Yeah, so we've got the officials all there for today's proceedings.
So 13 without loss. They will be resuming. Tyrese Harewood, he's on 6. He's faced 11 deliveries. And Jaden Joseph, he's on 1. Faced 7 deliveries. And the bowlers for the academy is Shane Prince. 2 overs, 1 made and none for 12. And Richard Ramdihal, 1 over. That solitary over just costing him 1 run.
Yeah,
for the top level academy.
Sorry, Ramdiel, like you said, the off spinner. He's a tight bowler. He's not one who gives that generous air kind of flat. And just very consistent on about that awesome. Gets the ball to move away from the right-handed batsman. I had the opportunity to see him in yesterday's semi-final, like I told Lyndon Yard a bit earlier. And he's just got lots of control, especially with that newer ball. I just like how he goes about his business. Most of the time you score runs off him. It's probably point behind point in that area as he gets the ball, like I said, to shape away from the right-handed batters.
Yes, so both teams coming out, the two batsmen coming out. Herwood and Joseph, and the Guyanese team, the top level academy there in a huddle. I'm saying a prayer or a few words of encouragement as they go out onto the field. And this Everton Week's Centre of Excellence is part of the Barbados Cricket Association's program. They have junior teams under 13, under 15, under 17 and under 19. So young cricketers from all over the island, from schools across the island and communities as well. They come to the Oval to train on a weekly basis. They have some very good coaches who would come, and they're able to participate on an evening. Each evening during the week there's a different age group, and then obviously they would come if it's a Monday for the under 13s. They would go back to their schools on the Tuesday and train and continue within their school setup.
Yeah, good program down here at the Barbados Cricket Association. When we got here this morning, we saw the ladies team as well going into practice here with Director of Cricket Henderson Springer. He was very much there. Albert Batson, one of the coaches for the female teams, he was there as well. So Centre of Excellence, I just rightfully just give everyone the picture. A good side being placed here, and they have the luxuries of the manager, Colin Bowen, who's also the manager of the senior Barbados Pride team. He's there with them, so I can imagine just a wealth of knowledge as how senior teams goes about being transferred to these young players.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. So we're ready, just about ready to restart.
Yeah, just going into our fourth over. It's going to be Ramdiel to continue. He'll be bowling to the right-handed
Herwood.
I think Joseph is the right-hander, really. Herwood maybe being the left. Pick up a single, like I said, again, a ball being played square into the offside between that backward point area, where I think a majority of the runs would come off the bat of the right-hander. So it brings the left-hander here with no into strike. He's on 6.
Yeah, so 14 without loss. I see a new addition here, Andy, the ball speed.
Yeah, a good innovations, like you said, the Belle Imagery. We've got the innovations of the speed gun.
Oh, lovely.
So you can have that caption as to the pace of the bowlers. Be interested to see how someone like Prince is going. Young Guyanese fast bowler. He would have played on the 15s and on the 17s for Guyana, as did Ramdiel. So yeah, just the developmental stage for these young players. Like I said, just having the opportunity to showcase their talents here at Kensington Oval, the Mecca, so to speak.
Do you think there'll be nerves playing at the Mecca?
Of course, definitely a feeling of nerves. Seeing all your favorite players, the experienced players play here, and then having the opportunity to go out there. Obviously, you're emanating some of what they've done here. So there's always nerves coming here for the first time.
So very tight over here from Ramsey Hall. Seems to be a bit of a skiddy bowler, as you were mentioning, Andy. Bowling the new ball, so you would expect that. Getting through his over pretty quickly as well. On
Ball, he's clean ball. So here was just missing that one, like you said, moving away from the right-hander, obviously then coming into the left-hander. Here would be in the left-hander, losing his off stump on this occasion, and Ramdiel being equally as economical as he is every game so far for this series, and he's picked up his first wickets, getting his team on the board, really putting the Centre of Excellence team under early pressure, and losing the wicket of their opening batsman Herwood. He's got to go back. Ball by Ramdiel. His total was some 6 runs, and losing the first wicket since after. Have a look at it there again, Tyre.
Yeah, it's a good delivery. Just stump to stump is his modus of operandi, and coming in pretty much a lazy shot there from Herwood, going back to punch it, but not really moving the feet at all. No foot movement, just moving those hands. And so just what the top level academy would have wanted, an early wicket coming back after that rain break. So as you can see the highlights there, and both two stumps coming out the ground, seems to be a fast bowler.
Yeah, just the consistency and length there from Ramdiol. Like I said, getting that ball to shape back into the left-hander. That's his strength, like he's rightfully said, his mode of operation, and picking up his first wicket. Skitty bowler, tight bowler. He's not one who gives it generous air. So you kind of almost play him like a medium pacer.
Yes.
You want to get on the front foot to him.
Reminds me of a former Guyanese player as well, Stephen Jacobs.
Yep.
It's very similar, not a similar action, but similar stride and approach to the crease as well. So it is Prince to continue, the fast bowler, number 20 on his back. Guyana has been producing a lot of fast bowlers recently. Most recently, Shamar Joseph.
Yes, and they love it here at Kensington Oval, the faster men. I had a chat with Prince, like I said, and he said he really enjoy the pitches here in Barbados. It's a big contrast to what they have back home in Guyana.
Yes, O'Shea Francis is the new batsman for the Sir Everton Week Centre of Excellence team.
Yeah, he'll be at the non-striker. It's going to be Joseph who will be facing up at the fall of that wicket. It was the final delivery in that, the fourth over from Ramdale.
And what a name of Prince. The last name Prince. Wonder where in Guyana he is from. Top of his mark again. A pretty long run up, as we can still see on the ground all the marks for the bowler run ups from the previous game, the West Indies versus New Zealand game.
Yeah, ill directed down the leg side. All taken by the keeper. Keeper is being pressed to do quite a lot of work. Prince being a bit wayward. Keeper is Silas. He's pressed to do quite a lot of work, not being able to be as consistent as we'd like. Quite a few balls wide down the leg side, wide outside the off stump. So pressing Silas into doing quite a bit.
We never know where cricket will take them, these youngsters. Lots of greats have come through this same Sir Garfield Sobers tournament. A wide there once again. Hasn't been able to find his rhythm as yet, as the wind is blowing across from the party stand. But there's been lots of greats who have come through this Sir Garfield Sobers tournament. Just yesterday we got the list of some persons who have gone on to the international level. Brian Lara played in the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament. We had that conversation last year, Andy. Darren Bravo, the Bravo brothers as well, and had a conversation yesterday with Darren Ganga, where he was mentioning at 16 years old, it was his first tour out of Trinidad and Tobago, coming to play in this tournament. Went on to captain the West Indies team, so we do not know what we are possibly seeing here today. A better delivery there from Prince. That is where he would want to be.
Yeah, and that's once he gets it right. That's the area that he generally operates on or around that off stump, getting the ball to move away from the right-handed batter. He says it's just not being able to have the consistent control this morning. But like I said, he's got something about him, Prince. So just like how he gets into the crease here, unfortunately.
Do you think he's bowling from the right end, Andy?
Well, it's surprisingly, because yesterday at the university I saw him bowl from the southern side, and he had a lot more control on what he's doing here with the newer ball today. Off the other edge, and that should go all the way over the rope. It's peeling off and going to a vacant third man. So 4 more off the bat of Joseph. He gets going with the boundary. So taking the total up for some 20 for 1.
Yeah, coming off of the outer portion with the bat, as you mentioned. Him just didn't feel set. He's out swinging the ball and not having perhaps even a second slip or a gully. It just hasn't been on the radar as yet. But the Centre of Excellence team would be happy to get that boundary and get themselves going once again after the rain break. Had a prompt start, but we were delayed by rain, and now it will be a 39 over game. Andy?
Yeah, just seeing that one running off the outer edge and down to third
As
man.
you see the shift now in the field set.
Yeah, and it's tough for the captain, like you said, albeit this is developmental.
Yeah.
But because where he hasn't been able to have that control as he would like, He just had one man in that area. Now he's got two. He's got both the fine leg and the third man in position.
This will be the first time all of them will be playing at Kensington Oval, I can imagine, and perhaps the local team would have the advantage of the conditions. But again, his team will not play it here, so it's a new arena for them. But their coaches would have guided them.
Definitely. They were very much looking forward to playing here. I had a chat with the manager of the team yesterday. He said this is the third time they're here. And I think last year he said they finished almost in 10th position. So from a position of that to be here at the final, what a great, great position to be in.
Absolutely. Lots of progress being made from this team. Coming to the final, they would be fancying their chances. They would want to go back to Guyana, and Guyana is actually in mourning as well. So both countries in mourning. They would want to bring some joy to their country after that sad event that happened on the sea.
There's the ferry. Ooh, playing a miss. That's the area he wants to be consistent in Tyre. Like I said, a good delivery, just having Joseph a bit late on that occasion, and ball going through to the keeper, Silas. But yes, both countries in mourning, like you rightfully said.
I send our condolences to all the families in Guyana as well. A sad event that took place over the weekend. So lots happening in the world, but cricket brings you some joy. Prince again for the last delivery in the over.
I think he'd have to bowl that one over Tyre. That's another way. Like I said, just can't get it going quite as he would like this morning. Just spraying it all over the shop, as we were saying, cricket parlance. But just, you can see that he's got something about him. Just can't get it right here at Kingston. But you just made a good position. Maybe his captain might be inclined to get him from the southern end or the Malcolm Marshall end.
Yeah. So 21 for 1. The fifth over, final delivery now. Tinko's going to bowl to on the pad. Like better delivery, swinging in that time. And they come through for this single. It should be a leg by. Signal by the umpire now. So that's the end of the fifth over.
Yeah, 5 overs completed, 21 for 1. Prince, like you said, just can't get this consistently going. But every time that he just get a good delivery in, you just see he's got the potential to be like. Said the captain might have the conversation with him and try to probably rotate him around to that southern end, like you rightfully said. But it's now up to Francis and Joseph, on the other hand, to try to put together a partnership and try to get this side into a comfortable position where the lower order, the middle and middle lower order, will have a platform to work on. Spoke to the captain, Stout, and he said they in 40 overs, if they were to bat it all, a target of 200 is where they were looking as a total. So still probably looking at that target. 1 over we've lost because of the rain, but conditions still continue to be excellent.
So Ramsey Hall to continue. The wicket taker for the top level academy. Continuing with skiddy off spin. Let's watch his action. It's reminding me of Stephen Jacobs, as I told you in the last over. And that's almost going back to pull that one there, but missing it. And was that a chance? Was that a drop catch, Andy?
No, I think it's missed the bat just
Okay.
over the stumps and the keeper.
It would have been a good catch,
It
though.
would have been, yeah.
Ramsey Hall to continue. Passes the umpire now, and his back is Johnson. Played out to cover. No run. Ramsey Hall gets through his overs pretty quickly. Just really a two-step run up. Short again and pulled away behind square. The fielder from the slip comes out around and gets it. They get 1.
It's probably the worst ball that you've seen in his spell so far. Just straight in line, just going more onto the onside. And Joseph just getting a bit of bat onto that one, pick up yet another single. But it brings Francis into strike. It will be his first delivery. And like I said, he just gets this ball to shape away from the right-handed batter. So Francis, we see how he goes about his work.
A lovely delivery there, and it's appeal, a loud appeal. The umpire is unmoved. The top level academy players are not happy with the decision. They're appealing for a caught behind. But we will have to see the replay there. Good delivery once again on that line of the off stump, testing the batsman, not sure if to go forward or to come back. Let's wait for the highlight there. Ramde Hall was not happy. He thought he had his man. As we see the highlight now.
Good delivery. I mean, the umpire's bang there in the middle. He had to make a call. But like I said, Tyre, that is where his strength is. Randiol just teasing and testing the batters outside the off stump. Just always look to find that outside edge. Good delivery. Good over again there by Randiol. Just conceding just one run. So over, it's come to an end. His total is now 23 for 1, 6 completed. Let's have a look at it again, Tyre.
From this angle would be a better angle. Oh, pretty close there.
You know, it's fun playing at Kingston Oval. You saw one of the youngsters just gesturing. He would like to have a replayer from the third umpire.
Yes. So Prince to continue again. Any surprise here?
I know. A little bit of a surprise, but yeah. A little bit of a surprise, but at the end of it, he is your main bowler, so he is a wicket taker, and the ball is still very much new, just sits over his use. So they will want to get as many out of him, giving themselves the opportunity to pick up a second wicket, and he's that type of bowler. He's got the ability to do it.
Yes. O'Shea Francis yet to get off the mark. Projected score of 152. 24 for 1. They have a point. Extra cover. Cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket. A slip. Prince passes the umpire now. A foolish delivery. Side the off stump and batsman driving. No run. The Everton weeks 11, they would want to get up to a total above 150 here.
Yeah, Prince operating with a speed about 71, 72 miles per hour. So at age 16, you know, he's got the ability to up that pace. But he looks a good prospect. I just love how his approach to the wicket.
Yeah, his pace is pretty good. And as we see there once again, driving outside the off stump, 71 miles an hour. So he would have room for improvement at 17, 18 years old. By the time he's 21, if he can put in that work, he would want to be clocking around 80, 82. As his body develops, as his biomechanics, works on his biomechanics and his run-up and everything. We could look at his run-up as well. Pretty long run-up. Here he is. Passes the umpire now. A good delivery. This is probably what you saw at the university.
Yeah,
spot on.
Yeah, the consistency was a bit better, like you said, and this is what I did see. Yeah, about that ability to just shape the ball away from the right-hander. Like you said, consistently in that pace zone of 71, 72 miles per hour. But like you said, you just have a look at his run-up at Tyre. I'm sure you agree. It's something that we can look to work with going forward.
Yeah, and playing at the Oval, you have to remember that the wind comes from the western side of the ground. So you have to use the wind to your advantage. A good delivery out. Oh, brilliant bit of fielding there. A backward point. Not giving anything away here at the top level academy. It was a good delivery on the line of the off stump. And the batsman driving off the outer portion of the bat. And good fielding. If that had passed him, it would definitely go close to the boundary or even into the boundary for 4. So the top level academy tightening the screws after that rain break.
Again, and this starts with the bowler, the body language of the fielders, just going with such a good over. and the joys of playing at Kensington Oval again. The outfield, you can enjoy your feeling here every day. I hear.
Oh, bouncer there. Pretty steamy. They come through for a single chance for a run out. If it was the direct hit, that would have been pretty close. Pretty much a risky single there, but they got through for it in the end. It was signaled by the umpire. 76 miles an hour there. He really put his back in it, as you say in Barbados.
Yeah, you can see the effort in that delivery tire and just getting that bounce. Like you said, why he loved playing here in Barbados. So just putting the extra effort. You've seen the pace factor goes up. Keeper had difficulty in collecting it as well and issuing a bite in the process. So it's just good gas, as we say, being shown here by young Prince. A player, like I said, I can look out for this name going forward.
Yeah, look out for him in the future. We really want to thank Gary and his team. Perhaps we can have a conversation a little later with Gary around the speed gun and what analysis can go into that and how we can develop players, because this is needed. We really need to go off of data and these analytics that drive decisions in cricket. That's where the international teams are at. Ramsey Hall to continue. He's bowled very well so far. Once again outside the off stump. Went off of the outer edge.
Again, in that area where I said scoring would come off of a player like this. So again, developmental. As they get a bit more old and mature, Ramsey Hall, he would understand his field placings and where he could obviously, just by some of those singles, yet another good delivery. He could probably strengthen some areas in this offside tire.
Yeah, surprised by the long on. Perhaps he can add a second slip here. Tighten the screws, the Barbadian batsman. Not picking it at the moment, but this is excellent bowling from Ramsey Hall. Excellent bowling indeed. 3.2 overs, 1 for 3. Here he is again, outside the off stump, and it's gone in through the fielder there. Short extra cover is going to go close to the boundary. Will it get there? Good bit of fielding. And they should come back for the third now. Will they come back for the fourth? No, they won't. So they get 3. So a good bit of fielding. A good shot there from Johnson. And just passing that extra cover fielder. And the fielder from mid-off. Running around and pulling it back just in time. Score moves up to 30 for 1. Good delivery again. Back on the money. Ramsey Hall.
Yeah, very economical type bowler, like you said. Stingy. But that delivery that was driven, it was given a bit of a whiff, really, and just using the pace and placing it well to pick up those runs. But again, because of the nature of this outfield, the fielders are enjoying themselves, and a great stop to prevent that ball from going to the boundary.
Yeah, good bit of fielding. You got to see the youngsters throwing themselves around, saving those runs. You never know what's going to happen when it's your turn to bat. Oh, good delivery once again. I think that was a quicker one there through the air and beaten, and the batsman missing out there. So at the end of the 8th over, and I believe it is water break. Is it? No, it's the end of the power play. So 30 for 1 at the end of the 8th over.
Yeah, I think that's power play 1 completed. 30 for 1. I think both sides would think that they're even keel at this stage. Sir Everton reached centre of excellence, just losing the 1 wicket. Just 31 current run rate at some 3.9. So they would think that they haven't gotten away from them. The top level academy out of Guyana. But again, Ramsey Hall continues to show his strengths, just getting the ball to arm away from the right-handed batters.
Your guy Prince again, number 20 on his bat. A drive outside of the off stump is signaled wide by the umpire. That was a bit close there.
Yeah, it could be a
touch and go.
Yeah, touch and go. Could have gone either way.
So he's getting his pace up now, 72 miles an hour, that delivery.
Yeah.
And Lyndon Yard can work with him over the next few years to see if he can increase his pace. Lyndon Yard, a former fast bowler.
Yeah. The boogeyman, full of pace. One who would love this surface, got a bit of bounce in it.
Yes.
He's never shy to bowl a short ball in the yard, can tell you that.
Here's Prince again. Solid run up and missing it there. Commentator's curse.
Yeah, just needs to get his rhythm going, and obviously if he feels a bit uncomfortable, he's done the right thing, just abort, just pull out of it.
The weather has cleared up beautifully now. Blue skies, what we're known for in Barbados. You can see in the distance. I don't think we should get any more rain delays for the remainder of the game. Let's hope and pray as we can see the sea in the distance. Here is Prince. Can he get his run up right this time? Edged. And falling short of the fielder there at slip. Coming off of the outer edge. And that would have been a chance there for the Guyanese team, the top level academy. But good bowling. Very, very good bowling. He's fighting his radar now, finding his rhythm now. Prince and hitting those spots.
Yeah, just the areas that he wants to be. A little bit more consistent the last 2 overs. Just comfortably probably bowling at the right-handers. A bit more consistency. But just the edge didn't carry the slip, but the perfect cordon to bowl in.
Good delivery there again. Side the off stump. Left alone from the batsman. I want to see another short delivery. Let's test these Barbadian batsmen pulling, but he doesn't have a square leg or a deep square leg. So perhaps just sticking to the plan of sticking outside the off stump. Can get that swing away. Here is again, Prince. A good delivery once again. My oh my, this is beautiful bowling.
Yeah, he's creating the chance, just going past the outside edge yet again. Young Prince. And keeper for slip. They feel they're in the money. They feel they're in with a chance, really.
Yeah, perhaps you want to add a second slip here, or a gully even. Because he's finding his rhythm now. He's bowling really, really well. Here he is to Johnson, who's on 9 face 22 deliveries. O'Shea Francis on 4 face 8. Prince again. Hitting that spot again outside the off stump and getting some shape away.
Yeah, brilliant. Excellent prospect here for the Guyana. I'm sure, like you said, he's been through the age groups. You know, just hopefully he'll be looking to get into the under 19 side next. He's played on the 15s and on the 17s. There's a mixture of players. So they've come from Escribo, some from Berbice, some from Demerara. So there is a mixture of players, this top level academy from throughout Guyana.
This is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. Swinging away, the batsman driving there. And just getting some late shape away once again. Prince, you can see the replay there on the screen. This is excellent indeed. We're really impressed by this young man. Oh my. That 4th stump line. Not taking the edge. The only thing that didn't happen there was it didn't take the edge. Here he is again to Johnson. Final delivery of the over. Again onside the off stump and well left from the batsman. So at the end of 8 overs, the Everton weeks 11 are 30 for 1.
Well, another good over there by Shane Prince. I think they've gone up to 32 for 1. This is the 9th over. There are 5 overs being produced by Prince. He's bowled 5 overs, 23 runs. Quite a few extras in that 23. But you could say in his last 2 overs, Tyre, you just saw the consistency. You saw the ability of the player. Like I said, you're sure you're going to continue to go through that list of players who would have gone on internationally. And this is where it begins. This is where it begins, like you rightfully said. And hopefully, some years to come, someone sitting in these chairs will be able to say Shane Prince was one of the prospects that was come through this Sir Garfield Sobers International Under 19 cricket tournament.
Yeah, so continuing on that list, Jason Mohammed. He also captained the West Indies team in one-day internationals. The former Windward Islands cricketer Liam Sebastian, the all-rounder.
Catch is taken. Edge found. Ramdiol, he's picked up his second. Like I said, his mode of operation, just getting the ball to leave the right-handed batsman. Pushing at it tentatively is Francis. And the ball going to the first slip fielder there. And he's got to make his way back into the pavilion as Sir Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence have lost his second wicket. That of O'Shea Francis. He's got to go back in. Excellent catch being taken there. Chance given. And he's got to make his way entire. Excellent delivery.
Once again, just outside the line of the off stump and spinning away and taking the outer portion of the bat there again. Perhaps caught a bit on the crease there, the batsman. But this is excellent bowling from the top level academy. They're really top level, top tier, as the young people say, Andy. As you see the replay once again. Perhaps caught on the crease a tad bit, but excellent bowling from Ramsey Hall. He's really deserving of the wicket. He's kept it really, really tight. And the Barbadian batsman not having the answer right now for this piece of bowling. So 32 for 2 now as we see the new batsman come into the crease.
Yeah, just going to tell us in a minute, but smart catch. It looks like the captain, Sharma, who's placed there at the first slip, and he just held on to it excellently. You know, you can bubble a few in that area, but he watched it into his hands, and 2 wickets for Ramdiel. Well done to the young man.
Yes. So it's Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence and a spot of bother. 32 for 2. They're in dire need of a partnership. Dire need of a big partnership here. Let's dig in. The new batsman is Lovell.
Yeah, Giovanni Lovell.
Giovanni Lovell, the new batsman.
He plays for my team.
Maple?
Yeah.
Line of the off stump again. I believe I saw him bat at YMPC when Maple didn't do so well in that game at all.
I wasn't in the country, which is a good sign.
Yeah, that was an early day for me on commentary. Here he is again on the money, just hitting that spot consistently, either on middle and off or just outside the off stump, and getting the ball to either spin away or keeping his line. Quicker delivery there. So varying his pace as well, Ramsey Hall. Another player we can definitely look out for in the near future.
Well played there by Lovell. Like we said, he's also represented Guyana at the under 15 and under 17 levels, Ramdiol. But his control has been excellent. As you can see in his figures there, Tyre. He's now into his 5th over. He's just conceded some 7 runs and picking up those 2 wickets. Just really economical. Another good over there, Tyre. I'm sure the Guyanese, they're really enjoying the spoils there.
Yeah, wicket maiden here for Ramsey Hall. He has figures of 4 overs. 2 for 7, is it?
5 overs completed. So he's got 2 for 7.
2 for 7.
For his 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, just the consistency of where he's finding that channel there, Tyre.
Yes, just went through the scores. Just looking at the players for the next level academy who have featured and done well in this tournament so far. But it's going to be Prince to continue. Yeah, Prince to continue. Ramsey Hall has had a very good tournament as well. So Prince, he's perhaps going to bowl his final over this spell here. 5 overs, 1 made and none for 23. And once again outside the off stump, swinging away, and the batsman looking to swing at it and hit it through the cover, but not getting any bat onto that. Perhaps, Andy, I don't know what's your thoughts, but as a batsman, some batsmen come out of the crease to cut down that swing. Perhaps bat on middle and off. It looks like he's batting perhaps on a leg stump. It looks like we'll see when the shot comes back up again.
Seems to be working for him. He's not touching it.
Yeah. As we see, he takes a step out the crease for this one. So let's see what happens. He takes a step out the crease for this delivery. He's batting on the leg stump. His trigger puts him on a middle stump perhaps. That trigger that is most batsmen use. But he would want to perhaps come out of the crease, bat on that middle and off, just cut down the swing of the ball going away.
Yeah, that could work two ways. Yeah, but I see what you mean. But I think what I'd be inclined to do, probably inclined to bring a second slip in place.
Yes.
'Cause he's really found his rhythm now and his lines. He's been consistent. His last 2 overs going into the third. So a good move by the captain to give him a 6 in this spell.
Here's Prince again. Once again, his ball it's just on a yo-yo at the moment here.
Yeah, good.
And he's changing his guard now. Looking like middle and off there, or middle, perhaps. Looking for the middle stump. So maybe he's listening to us, Andy.
Well, as if he touches it now. That's where he was kicking himself. He's into a very good rhythm now, Prince. Let's see, young Joseph not being able to make any contact. He's on 9 off from 31 deliveries. I can tell you quite a few of those have been off the ball of Prince, going past the outside edge.
Shot, a good shot through the covers. He's going to go close to the boundary. Will it get there? It's going to slow up a bit just before the batsman come back for 3 runs now. So the changing of the guard perhaps helping you a bit. And it's good proactive batting as well. Because you see a lot of young batsmen sometimes. And the bowlers bowling well, but they don't do anything different to combat that. So this is very, very good proactive batting from him, changing his guard. And as you can see, getting the result that he wanted straight after, but he has to continue here.
Yeah, Coach Tayer Bobilia just giving his expert and coaching skills to young Jaden Joseph. And just, like you said, making contact on that occasion. Like you said, he got closer to the delivery. He was able to present a full bat and picking up 3 in the process.
Prince again. Oh, good, sharp delivery there. Interested to see the pace of that one, but Level really keeping it out 75 miles an hour. Prince working up his pace now. He's gotten warm and keeping it on the money.
Like I said, Level, who's been exposed, like I said, to playing at the Division 1 level, represents Maple in the BCA Division 1. He's had a few scores. Obviously, he's gone into a bit of a slump in recent times. But he's got the ability, one who can occupy long periods at the crease. That's really one of his strengths. And he's also a young, promising fast bowler. Bowls a heavy ball, Giovanni Lovell. But that is a peach. That is a peach from Prince. I've been speaking about this young man. Another delivery in the pace, region of 76. But here he is, just exposing the Barbados players to the good spell of fast bowling, outswing bowling as well.
Bowling.
Just on top of that, off some, leaving the right-handed batters. Excellent bowling from Prince. Yep, at the end of the over, we see them at 35 for 2. He's sent down 6 overs. He haven't picked up a wicket, but conceding some 26 runs. But the last 3 overs, I think particularly Tyre, that he's delivered, you can just see the progress of this young man, the potential.
And there's Prince in the royalty and in the royal family, but there's a Prince here at Kensington Oval who's doing extremely well, finding his rhythm, as we thank Andy Payne. And now we have a Lyndon Yard. Welcome Lyndon Yard back to the commentary booth. Andy Payne, thank you for your stint. A good stint you had. Lyndon Yard, pleasure to welcome you back. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Tahir. Extremely excited to be in your company. And the Payne will deserve a rest. Game evenly poised, I would say, at this stage. Send us out in all of its glory, and this is what we want for the perfect climax to the 2026 36th edition of the Sir Garfield Sobers Internationals Under 19 cricket tournament known globally. Had teams from South Africa, Australia, England, of course the Caribbean,
US as well.
USA.
Changing bowling. Jasan Craig is a new bowler.
So, second pacer. I've been informed he uses a couple short balls, so I'm excited by that, to hear that. And I believe as a pacer, you must have a short ball, you must have something in your armory to test the batsman. I think sometimes it's more about confidence than anything else with the batsman. And I don't know any batsmen that love pace. You may have one or two pace players who love medium pace, but genuine pace. There aren't much batsmen who are comfortable with that.
Quick delivery there from Jasana. Skiddy bowler, it seems like. And they come through for a single. They'll get the leg by. 68 miles an hour. That delivery, he's going to work it up. Known for his pace. As Lyndon Yar said, Andy Payne mentioned it as well. Giovanni Level yet to get off the mark. Johnson's building. 12 off of 34 deliveries. 37 for 2. 11.1 overs bowled. Just a reminder, we had a rain delay. The game started, but now we're reduced to 39 overs. Just losing that 1 over. Here's Craig once again to bowl to Level. Delivery coming back in. And no run, just playing it far. Look a bit uncomfortable there, perhaps maybe with the pace of that delivery. Lyndon?
Yeah, I think it's a good delivery. You had it covered, but you didn't quite get right behind it. You're playing a little half caught, a little uncertain in terms of the length or what the bounce is going to do. But he is new to the crease, and he just has to settle himself in and rebuild the innings of the Sir Everton Week's centre of excellence. And he plays a perfect on drive. Beautiful use of the pace all the way up to the Malcolm Marshall centre. Coppin Cozium short media centre. Beautiful shot for 4 by the young man. And what a lovely shot. In good position. And there's the young pacer searching. Early days in his bowling spell. Hasn't been warm as yet. But as a result of that, he's conceded the boundary. And it is now 41 for the loss of 2 wickets. And it'll be outside of the off stump, taken by the keeper, as Giovanni Level is not interested. 41 for 2, with Joseph not on 12. He's been there from the beginning. And just on Craig working up some pace in his first over. As a fast bowler, I think he would probably need at least 3 overs to get his body fully warm to the task and the requirement. And he is. Craig on his way in. Was a short delivery, just punch. Beautiful. Down beautifully. Steered really. Down to third man. Wide third man. No third man in position. And conceding another boundary. It is Craig. So 4 more to young Level. He's up to 8, having faced 11 deliveries and being there from the beginning. The wicket-keeper batsman Jaden Joseph, he's not on 12. Remember, we had a rain interruption around 17 past 11. Player got going at 11 in the 40 over final, reduced to 39 overs as a result of that shower. And Craig on his way in to bowl to Level, and Level allows the delivery outside of the off stump to go by. And taken by the keeper. There's no run. The end of the over. So you're viewing and listening to live coverage of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament, where the Sir Everton Week's Centre of Excellence won the toss and opted to bat. And at the conclusion of the 12th over, they're 45 for 2. And if you're just joining us, Tyrese Hayward, he was the first to go. He was bowled by Richard Ramdale for 6, having faced 16 deliveries. And O'Shea Francis was caught by Trilok Nanan off the bowling of Ramdale for 5. And fall of the wickets, 1 for 14, 2 for 32. Not out is Jaden Joseph, who's not on 12. He will now have the strike. And with him is Giovanni Level, who's quickly moved to 8. And it is going to be Prince in his 7th over. So this is a pretty long spell for the young man. Broken only by rain, a beautiful outswinger. And there is Joseph, who's been there from the inception, searching for it, trying to get back on ball, taken by the keeper. And interestingly enough, there's a slip in position for Prince, deservedly so as well. But a little surprise for young Craig, who they say is much more aggressive. He's not been given that support by the captain and had no slip and no third man. And Prince at the top of his mark from the Joel Garner end, the end for which he started. And he starts in to bowl to Joseph, and he aborts his run just when he was coiled to deliver. Slip in position, third man. There's a backward point, there's a cover point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and the fielder down the fine leg boundary. Prince at the top of his mark. This is Shane Prince, modern day names. And there's a cover drive all along the carpet. They will take one. Joseph will turn and come back for two. And the return comes in on the bunks. The keeper pulls him away from the stumps. 2 runs attained in the meantime. And there is now 47 for the loss of 2 wickets. Searching for the Yorker, and well played by the watchful Joseph. Diminutive in size and stature. And here's Prince, a little taller and more upright. He's into him. Beautifully bowled out swinger. Just touching down on the off stump and going a little further. Taken by the keeper. Well watched by young Joseph. And from the look of things, you can tell that he's a fellow with a big heart. Looks very, very cool, very calm, very collected, and confident. That's what I'm seeing exhibiting from him. He's into his stance. As Prince at the top of his mark, the 30-meter circle is into him. Was a short delivery, banged away over the backward square region. Third man is onto it. They can come back for 2. The return comes in, and no problem in young Joseph getting on that delivery. He's a short man. He was banged into the wicket, and he hit it, but he didn't get hold of it properly. And the ball would have obviously lost some of the momentum with the rain that we had. The outfield looks good, but obviously still retaining some water. And the ball pitching and landing rather than pitching and running. But more importantly, Joseph helps himself to 16. And the centre of excellence up to 49 for 2. Here is Prince. Pass umpire fields, and struck on the pads, a peak for the leg before, and Prince started to go up and quickly kind of withdrew the appeal while still being a little bit annoyed that it wasn't given. And good decision under the circumstances. Looked to be going down, might have got a little bit of the inside edge onto that, but umpire Ernie Field, very competent umpire, as is umpire Sherwin Codrington at that square leg region. As Prince with his final delivery of his 7th over. Delivery pitched up, driven in the air, and seemed to be a drop catch at the point region. The backward point was run pretty close to the boundary. Going to come back for 2. There's Joseph, a loose drive really. It was there for the offering, but he could not quite reach the ball as he would like. So in the end, he ended up throwing his bat at the ball without carrying his pad to the ball. And playing with his bat away from the pad. And the fielder at the backward point region made a desperate effort, but were unable to hold on to it. And in the end, the 50 comes up from the Sir Everton Weeks School of Excellence. And 50 at the end of the 13th over, 52 for 2. And that's the latest score from the Kensington Oval. And this is Sir Garfield Sobers International 19 cricket tournament, which would have started on Monday the 13th of July and concludes today. Of course, the state funeral for the great man will be next Wednesday 10 a.m. right here at the Kensington Oval. And here is Craig in a lifting delivery, and there is young Joseph getting himself in a little bit of a tangle, looking to get onto the front foot, receive a length delivery, and had to pull his left hand off the bat as that ball seemed to have jumped on him, but I think that he just got himself into a wrong position. And the bounce has been consistent. Nonetheless, no damage has been done, like I was saying, as Tahir rejoins me. I'm surprised that the young man with this pace is not given a slip, given the fact that they have lost 2 wickets, 52 for 2. And Craig continues from the Malcolm Marshall end, the auxiliary off stump, driven to the fielder at the cover point region. So the offside looks pretty much saturated. There's a third man in position. There's a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and square leg. But I still believe that he ought to be given some support with a slipping position.
Yeah, it's been the choice of the captain for the top level academy to choose a more defensive field, even for Ramsey Hall. In his spell, he was keeping it very tight, and they didn't have that second slip. But they're still in a good position here. Craig again, driven to mid-wicket, no run, so 52 for 2. Craig, a fast bowler. Lyndon, your thoughts on him so far?
I like him so far. I think he has a little bit of work that can be done with him in terms of his delivery action. I think he has a little bit of a delay. He doesn't have a smooth delivery action on the point when he coils. His momentum in terms of his arm coming over at the same time to coincide with his left leg is slightly out of sync. And if you understand what I mean, if you just watch his action on delivery, and now even
to delivery pull
in the air and down behind square, they will get 1. So even with the pulling down of that delivery, you can see it quite early. Has a little bit of a change action. He's not smooth on his delivery, and that is one of the areas I think that he can work on. I picked that up from his very first over. But I like the look of the young man, and I'm always for a pace, and I always believe if you're a fast bowler, your job has got to be to bowl fast at all costs.
And you got to put in some short deliveries in
Oh,
there,
yes.
some bouncers in there.
And I think that's what's sadly missing out the cricket. I mean, if you look at this tournament here today, the final, they start with pace at one end and spin at the next end, which seems to be the modern day thing.
In white ball cricket.
Even if you pick 3 pacers, ill directed down the leg side, signal of wide from umpire Sherwin Codrington, stylish right-handed batsman who would have played for Barbados Cricket League, BCL, now defunct BCL, at least in the BCA competition. And that was the breadbasket of Barbados cricket for years.
Give a bit of history on BCL if you can, Lyndon.
Well, I think Andy Payne will be in a better position to give that than me. I had a preference not to play BCL simply because I didn't like how the pitches were prepared. And I thought that in BCA you got much through pitches.
So the BCL, that delivery is cut away to point, no run. BCL cricket back in the mid 1900s, coming on to the end of the beginning of the 2000s as well, was community cricket in communities across the island, where persons who could not join a club, whether it be for racial reasons or for financial reasons, it was created for community persons. So many West Indian legends have come through the BCL. Even the great Sir Garfield Sobers played for a club in St. Philip in BCL cricket. So it was a very community-based tournament season. And then as you develop your talent, you may be picked up by a BCA club, and then you would be able to go in and play, whether it be for a Wanderers or a Pickwick or a Carlton. And those clubs were then developed, even Spartan as well. So it was essentially created for poor black people from communities who could not access those other clubs. And that served the purpose well in the development of Barbadian cricket. As Lyndon said, he didn't really want to play because of the pitches that were prepared there. Not a lot of those community clubs did not have covers.
Exactly.
They did not have the financial resources to even employ a groundsman. So perhaps someone was just doing a little side job to go and prepare the pitch or draw a line on the pitch, and whatever happens, happen. I played some BCL cricket, and it was quite comedic in some instances. But Prince is going to bowl his final over now. So yeah, Barbados is known for its rich cricketing history as we remember the national hero, Sir Garfield Sobers.
Also,
Prince in his final over. He'll be looking for a wicket here He's bowled very, very well. His first 2 overs were a bit off the radar, but then he found his rhythm well. And you don't really see fast bowlers in this time either bowling 8 overs on the trot. So his fitness is very good, and he's still hitting that pace that he has worked up. So yeah, cricket has been a critical part of national development, community development in Barbados. We produced the most West Indies Test cricketers. So who knows from this Everton week's 11 who can go on to play for West Indies, as we were mentioning some of the names who have passed through the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament. Many of them will be coming to the final next Wednesday. We'll be descending on our beautiful island, Lyndon.
Yeah, getting back to the existence of the BCL, remember, as the youngster come up, as you said, it's community cricket in that almost every parish you travel in Barbados, there was cricket played on any parcel, whether it be a big parcel the size of Kensington, or whether here's a drive into the Point region. Can't score is Joseph, and it remains 56 for the loss of 2. And there's always community togetherness. It isn't the prettiest cricket. The pitches weren't the best, but it produced good cricketers.
Yeah.
And it can go as far as Sir Charlie Griffith, who came from down the north. So almost the better cricketers, I would say without hesitation, would have come through BCL.
Yeah.
Some of them could not have made BCA teams, so they would normally stay in the community, stay in the parish, and represent their home side. Here's a delivery which is played not intentionally properly, but in the end, he keeps it along the carpet into that backward Point region, can't score. And hence, the cricket was strong. It was strong community cricket, loads of rivalries. St. Joseph, St. James, St. Andrew, you name the various clubs. And the cricket was strong. Like I said, every given Saturday, it was so strong to the point that in the Sunday Sun, you would get no BCL scores. But because of so much cricket being played, they would have a whole page for themselves in the midweek paper. And I personally, despite the fact that I never played, I think I played about 4 games towards the end of my career. And
that's an edge. A chance for a catch. It would have been a spectacular catch there at slip. But going down, and they get the single. Not taken. It would have been a spectacular catch if he got a hand to it.
He did well to get there, but I don't think he was fully committed. The team was more concerned with how he landed.
Yes.
So it's just a dive and a rolling dive to make sure he braced the fall. If you look at the replay, yes, a good dive, but not a full stretch dive, not a Steve Waugh dive or Mark Waugh dive. I mean, those fellas dive or Carl Hooper dive, you just pick it up and throw it up. You know, it would be spectacular. But before we finish that BCL statement, let me pay some tribute to this young man, Prince, who is completing his spell, and it's been quite some time. I cannot remember the last time I saw a fast bowler in Barbados, and I'm going to elite cricket as well, which is the standard for which we pick our national side. Bowl 8 overs on the trot. 8 overs on the trot. It was broken only by the rain interval, but he came out, he sustained his pace, and it's good that still under 19 that you can have a youngster doing this, because I know it is something not allowed in English cricket, where they take control of your body preparation and your development. So I think this 9, in that case, I think the 9 overs have to bowl in 2 spells or 3 spells, but not 1 spell. But good spell by the young man, having sent down his full quarter, and it is 57 for the loss of 2 at the break. 57 to 8 overs with no maidens, 1 for 36. 8 overs, no maidens, sorry, none for 36. He bowled well. I will give him kudos. Has a nice outswinger.
Yes.
Was a little bit over the shop in the first 2 overs before the break, but he was very, very steady towards the end to complete his spell. And I like the look of the young man. Obviously, he can build and develop on that. Some road work. I like to say road work and not gym work. Today's cricketers like a lot of the gym, which is fine. Building muscle and extending the arms. But I think you need to put some energy in the legs. And a lot of that can be done by running, whether you choose the pasta or the beach. That's the one way to do it. To have your blood flow going properly, the agility in the legs, so as to sustain you. And the young man, Shane Prince, so look forward to that name. Good spell for the young man, 57 for the loss of 2. Like I was saying, getting back to the BCL cricket, and I think there had to be 100 and somebody odd teams playing back then. And this is the early 80s into the 90s, 100 and somebody, almost like I said, every pass, it don't matter the size. I could say I know there are some instances where cricket playing there was no pavilion.
Whoa.
The dunks tree was a changing room, and it did not create a problem. It did not distract or take away from the cricket. But like you said, only several of those players were eligible or capable of making the Barbados Cricket League side. They had a BCL side in the BCA competition. So I remember the likes of Ricky Skeet, competently easy, one of the better keepers that Barbados has produced. And they had several fast bowlers. They had Newell Brooms, left arm spinner, Ramel Braffett, batsman, and the Right Honourable Sir Garfield Sobers, where the books will be out, and some are out where you can sign. As one is downstairs here at the Kensington Oval. Of course, his funeral is next Wednesday, 10 a.m. right here at the region's Mecca, and in whom this tournament has been played for 36 years. And towards the end of his career, he would have lived in Australia for a period of time. And my fondest memory of the young man, I call him the young man, and I call him a young man rightfully so, because I've been in several careers with him where watching him play golf. And I am convinced, I never saw him play cricket. I would have seen the clips, but in every golf shot he played, I saw every cricket shot.
Whoa.
He was always in full control, very dominant. He could tell you what he's going to do with the ball. And even at 87, that's the last time I saw him play golf, at the age of 87. He still believed he could hit the ball like if he was 60. that was the determination, the confidence with which he had. And he was very, very comfortable and confident in execution of the golf game. As Craig continued, also letting the off stump from the Malcolm Marshall end taken by the keeper. Like I said, and if he can tell if he's going to draw it, if he's going to slice it, he's going to tell how far he's going to hit it. And when it comes to the finishing part of the game, which is putting, his putting was equally as effective as he's saying, all right, I'm going to let down your stumps.
Whoa.
You know, so it was really in awe. And I think the most exciting thing for me that was really unbelievable, at 87, 86, 85, he would turn up for golf every Friday at 12:30 to play in the 12:30 sun.
Midday sun.
The midday sun, when you and I as youngsters want to hide from it, you know. And to me, that showed for me what cricket meant to him, because back in his time there was no night cricket, so cricket was predominantly during the day.
Yeah.
And I think he took that into golf, because you have tea times ranging from 7 o'clock down to 4:30. And never once did they see him show up for a golf game at 2:30 or 10 o'clock. It was always 12:30, always 12:30. And then as soon as the golf is finished, it's a nice hang around and talk, a nice conversation. So he was always one for sports. Remember him owning horses.
Yes.
With so Les Hall, they had a horse called and Charlie Griffith, Cruise Missile, lightning fast. And you see them at the Garrison from time to time. That's given the fact that he had the time here, because he loved horse racing. So I think for me, his life was built around sport. Built around sport. So, but like all good things, they have to come to an end. And the great man, may he rest in peace. But I have that to take with me. When you can envision a guy from one sport into the other sport based on how he carried himself. And of course, I'll cap off by saying, even when he played golf, the shirt color was always up.
Lovely memories of the great man, the national hero as a cricketing fraternity mourns. Barbados mourns, West Indies mourns.
Now, one thing is also say about him as well is that no matter, once you were within his company, it doesn't matter where he go, you had to go. It wasn't a case that he's going up to the top level and he'll stay till he comes down. If he's going up to the top level to meet the PM, you're going with him. That's the kind of man that he was. Yep.
What stands out for me, Lyndon, as Craig continues, passes the umpire now, a good delivery, cutting the batsman level in half there, Johnson in half, swinging back in, perhaps playing for the outswinger, and goal should be to be taken. This wicket keeper has kept very well as well. He's really doing a good job behind the stumps, diving around, stopping those wides down the leg side and keeping up to the spinner as well. Doing pretty well. Well done to that young man. the wicketkeeper from Guyana. And yeah, coming from humble beginnings in Bayland, in St. Michael, and going on to higher heights. And Lyndon, what we must remember is at that time, when West Indies were doing well and won the World Cup, and even before that, we're still under the British rule.
Oh yeah.
So the white colonials, they had their sport of cricket, and at that time there was no real black power in sports in the world. So lots of persons looked up to those people, or those West Indies cricketers who would go all over the world and dominate. And that is a story to be told as well, in the movie Fire in Babylon as well. That story is told in there. And that's what stands out for me, the history and the importance of that. And we need to really educate all people on that. Down the leg side, that's going to run close to the boundary, but the fielder comes around. Is it going to be signaled a leg by? Or did that come off the bat? Did he get some bat onto it? Signal leg by the umpire, Sherwin Codrington. So they get 2 there. So the score now moves up to 64 for 2. And this is a partnership that was definitely needed for the 17 weeks Centre of Excellence team. So yes, at that time, the West Indies dominated, but when it was still very much the colonial powers that were ruling the world. And they dominated. They didn't just win, they dominated for a long period of time. So Barbadians and West Indies had persons to look up to, who looked like them, who came from their communities. And that is a story that has to be told as part of our history as well.
And then there was the case where the 4-pound pace attack came into existence through the era of Clive Lloyd.
Yes.
I think he had lost the series and decided, no, we're not going with any spinners. I'm going with a 4 fast, but I want a 4-pound attack. So almost every series, every game, the West Indies had a 4-pound attack. Even if you were playing in Trinidad, you would pick a spinner, but there's no guarantee that you're going to get bowling because the Pacers were given a job to do. I think that came about through the fire they met in Australia with Dennis Lilly and company. And they decided, well, we're going to fight fire with fire. And I think it really changed and gave hope to thousands and thousands of West Indies and West Indian fans of the things we can produce. And leading the fight was the greatest of them all, Sir Gary.
Yeah. And some great players have passed through this tournament as well. As we see a tribute here from Sir Alistair Cook, where he spoke about his experience playing in the tournament. He played here for Bedford College in 2001. He went on to captain the England team. And he really, really has done well. And he also speaks to how playing here in Barbados helped him when he came to the Caribbean to make his debut. When Michael Vaughan and Marcus Trescothick got injured during the tour of India, and then Cook was rushed to the Caribbean into the test team at age 21. His debut scores of 60 and 104. He lamented on how the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament prepared him for that. So as I was telling Andy earlier, Lyndon, that we do not know who's going to come out of this tournament, who we can see in the future. That, and Andy made a valid point that 20 years from now, perhaps we can be seeing the names of Prince and Joseph and Lovell and Ramsey Hall. A good delivery there from Calendar. The off spinner. Run 64 for 2.
I think maybe need to adjust that age, not 20 years from now. Let's say 15 or 10 years from now, 20 years from now, make him 39. Very much 39 years playing for West Indies. But that's one of many. One of few.
So the leg spinner, Calendar, new bowler, keeping it pretty tight, 50 on his back. It's good to see leg spinners. Spinners are dominating in T20 cricket and world cricket all over. We need to develop a full toss. They're driven down to long off. They get a single. A Level who plays for Andy Payne's club of Maple. So at the end of 17 overs, 65 for 2. Joseph on 24, Level on 11.
And this pair very much in the rebuilding process. Having lost the second wicket with a total on 32. And Calendar, 1 over, having conceded just 1 run. Craig is set down 3 overs, a minute and for 15 as Andy Payne rejoins me to have his first stint of commentary. Andy, we were talking about the importance of BCL cricket, and I would have had the conversation with Tahir. I didn't play a lot of it. I didn't like it simply because the how the wickets were prepared. You yourself would have had a good dose of it, and as he quite rightfully said, it's community cricket. It kept the community together. It is now a defunct thing in Barbados. I think if you can find 15 clubs in BCL cricket, it's a lot. Here's a beautiful on drive and knocked down by the fielder at the mid-on position to take 166 for the loss of 2. But as I was saying, if you can find 16 clubs now these days in BCL cricket, you find enough. And that's so sad because I always said when BCL cricket was strong, Barbados cricket was extremely strong. And then you had it's steps and stages because you play for your community side simply because you can make an Empire side, a YMPC side, a St. Catherine side, a Wanderers side, a Carlton side. So you pay for your community clubs close to that area. And then as you got runs or got wickets that year in the tournament, then you will take your chances and move to a Carlton to be competitive. And once you did well, you were rewarded in playing in BCA. So from BCL to BCA, there wasn't much to believe that there was a difference between BCL and BCA. But like I was telling Tahir, you have a Sunday Sun full of BCA scores, and there's so many clubs. I think there was 100 clubs or more in the 80s into the 90s, and you have to have the Wednesday paper full of scores. All the scores were in there. There were mostly clubs, which was kudos to the BCL clubs, were sponsored. And in other words, you have various businesses within the community that were prepared to sponsor the particular team, from whether it be Shannon, St. John the Baptist, Crusaders, Hoyts Village. They were all most of them were all sponsored, and like I said, they produced quite a few Barbados and West Indies players, but then it was to make that transition from BCL to BCA.
Yeah, quite a bit there, Lyndon. And just after this one.
Full toss. And bad bit of fielding allows the batsman to get 4. So put away, but really should have been stopped. And with that 4 off the bowling of Craig, it is now 72 for 2 with Level on 16 and Joseph very much entrenched.
Yeah, Lovell very much strong on the drive. Tyres mentioned that, yes, he does represent Maple in the Division 1 competition. He's done that all season. Arizonian, he does attend the Harrison College School, so he's still very much part of that institution. But just taking his chances of getting a feel of Division 1 cricket at the club level. I mean, his team, his school side would have been in the other semi-final yesterday. But here he is playing his straight for the Centre of Excellence and being here in the final. Good all-rounder in the making. You can see how strong he is down the ground, Lyndon. But going back to what you're saying about the BCL, in the absence of a Centre of Excellence, we never quite had the opportunity to hone our skills in this type of environment. So obviously your skills will be honed in your community. And the senior players in and around the community. Lovely shot again.
Good single. Has a feeler at the mid-on position, a little flat-footed, not attacking the ball.
Yeah. So the senior players in your community, that was your opportunity to get that type of coaching in your community side. So being as a schoolboy player, so to speak, you know you're going to get that opportunity into your BCL side, into your village team, and they really welcome you every opportunity that there's no school cricket, and they can have you in their team. And you got that all around, Lyndon. Like you said, you didn't play quite a lot because of the nature of the pitches, but it really exposed me to a lot of different conditions. And I remember I'll mention this player's name.
I let you use the term favorable conditions because if I go to St. John the Baptist today and the wicket is firm, St. John the Baptist bat all day, there's no guarantee coming tomorrow. Conditions are firm too, but there's no guarantee that I'm going to get a firm wicket bat on.
Home team advantage.
Home team advantage.
So it gave you that understanding from an early age. I remember this player, I'll mention his name, Donovan Lopez, former Barbados on the 19 captain, saying to me in those early times, we would have represented Lancashire in the BCL together. That was our home team, our village. And he would say, as you're saying, every opposition has a different set of field placements or field conditions, pitch conditions, and it's like an exposure to playing in different countries. So you said, so from early, you know, you get a mindset. You go to Mayville, you know, it's low and slow. You go to Bank Hall, you know, it's pacey and bouncy, and you know, it was in your mindset that wherever you go, you will get different conditions and you adapt from that early period.
And of course, a lot of those grounds were agricultural grounds,
Yeah.
cane ground
Cane-
basically. So
Yeah.
there was no levelness in those grounds, and hence the cricket was strong. The scores reflected just that. You didn't think that the grounds were a little abnormal, a little uneven, because the scores definitely did not give you that impression when you read the scores in the paper.
Yeah.
You know, so it tells you then that the cricket was strong. The batsmen had to be able to bat. The bowlers had to be able to bowl to get wickets as well. You know, you hear some stories where the fielder at cover is saying that the bowler's running because the batsman can't see the bowler
Can't see
running.
bowler.
You know.
But and it's good this conversation came up because at the start of this tournament, Sir Charlie Griffith, who was also an ambassador for this tournament, he would have also played some cricket in my area, Lancashire, at Lambert's, like you said, Plantation Ground.
He speaks at large to his cricketing rival from BCL cricket.
Cricket. And he said, man, look, quote unquote, that pitch at Lancs is one of the best pitches, bowling pitches I ever bowled on. But we come to think about the outfield, it's a whole different. There was lots of rocks on the actual
on
field,
the actual field itself.
On the actual field itself,
Yeah.
but
Not rocks that you can move, but rocks that are embedded in the earth.
embedded in the earth there. So you had, as well for batsmen, you got to learn to place the ball. That one is dead, Lyndon Yard. He's got to go back the leg spinner, pin them on the back foot, and Joseph had no answer really, and he's got to go claim the third wicket. Calendar, the leg spinner, he's very accurate, Lyndon. He's also got a googly, and you saw him pinning his man on the back foot. Calendar have no answer for that one. And he's got to make his way back, and they're losing the third wicket. The Sir Everton Week Centre of Excellence.
Yes, and it's been a sad way for young Jaden Joseph to go for 26 leg before we get to Kalen Calendar on the back foot, and the easiest of decisions for the umpire and the Payne. And I think that looking at how today's batsmen play in comparison to your time, this is a difference that was close enough to him that he could have been forward. But they have this tendency today in modern day batsmen to play everything off the bat foot, giving you the impression that they're reading off the pitch. 9 out of 10 in my opinion, they don't read it off the pitch. They just play it from the pitch and hope it hits the bat. And there's a young man, a delivery that he could have been forward to. It was short enough that he could have come forward to it and smother any turn if he didn't pick which turning. But by going back and you missed it, you gave the umpire the easiest decisions that he can make. So he goes for 26 and it's 32 for the loss of 2, becomes a 75 for 3 in the process of over number 19.
Yes, Calendar, like you said, just had the looks of him yesterday, Lyndon. Have the looks of a good leg spin bowler in the making. He's got good control. He said he's also produced the googly, as they saw, and he's just so accurate for a leg spin bowler. Generally, you look to see the leg spinner, those serving up those full pitches or those long hops. I didn't think we saw any of that from Calendar yesterday, and as he started here, he's very much on the money, picking up his first wicket in only his second over.
And the new batsman in is Ramiro.
Well, Ramiro Stout, he's the captain of this team. He's the leader. Obviously, he's been having a pretty decent tournament. He's had a few scores. I've also had a few wickets. He's had one 5-wicket haul in particular, and I know he's scored a half century as well. So he's the man glued to pull that middle order together. Coming in there at the number 5 position for his team. They will definitely need him now. And like you spoke about the partnership between Joseph and Lovell before Joseph went, they'll need even a bigger partnership here probably now between Lovell and the captain.
Of course, the great man Sir Gary would have played in the BCL as well before. He would have come down to play for Police. I think he would play for Police as well. Charlie Griffith.
And the thing about it, like you're rightly speaking, there were zones.
Correct.
Elite players.
I think that was the part we were missing as well.
Yeah, there were zones in their honor, really.
And then the move up, obviously, is to, because he wanted to play for the national side, and it was felt, or actually based on selection policy, then the chance for run out and to take the single. Based on selection policy, then as much scores you had in BCL, they weren't called to trials, and I think that was where they felt that there was a divide, that BCL cricket wasn't on the same level as BCA cricket, and to make the Barbados national, so you had to play BCA. So the BCL then themselves had a team at Blenheim Station at Blenheim. It was a very strong side, and then it became Whipping Boys, and I think that was through politics more than ability, because then you had several players, say for example players from St. John the Baptist who were good enough to make the St. John the Baptist side, but then when you go to Blenheim and practice, you can't make the final 13. And it's felt that because that this body's from your parish and that body's from this body's workplace, you're not making the side. So then they withdrew their services from trying to make the BCL side and opted to play for the community side. And hence it kind of weakened the BCL. And then they were limited then to certain players and not having the best players out of the BCL competition.
Correct in saying that. Like you said, yes. Like I said, quite a number of players opted to stay home, as they would put it, and it caused to the demise of the BCL in the Division 1, like you said, where they became the Whipping Boys, so to speak. I also started playing at the BCL in the Division 1 side, so I've had the likes of understanding how it was to be there, played alongside likes of older Sylvester Clark, and kind of that knowledge. Winston Herbert, Tyrone Baba Knight was there, my good friend Donville Braffett, the Braffetts from Fulbeer, you know, and it was all a learning curve, and you had
and then before you had Noah Bruins, Ricky Skeet,
and that lot,
yeah,
still always permanent fixtures in and around the BCL that you had the opportunity to learn from, and you know, my captain then was Byron Morris.
I would listen to the cricket commentary on Saturdays religiously, and I can remember once you go, the division swept behind square, the field of America has no chance, and into the boundary for 4, so takes a total up to 82 for a loss of 3, and the Divi pitched a little bit on the line of the leg stump and swept away behind square for 4 as the young pacer in Craig has been replaced by Ramzan. So Ramzan first over costing 7, and at the end of the 20th over, Sir Everton will be centre of excellence, 82 for the loss of 3. Like I was saying, in the days when the BCL cricket was very, very strong, in Noah Brooms, Ricky Skeet, Etal,
Clark, he was very much
Sylvester Clark would have come down from Crusaders, and he was most feared once he turned up at BCL. He wouldn't turn up with a gear bag normally. Show boots over his shoulders, you know,
yes.
And that was it. That sent a message. So there was quite some fear in the BCL cricket, which was strong. And as time has gone on, a lot of those pastors are still there, but they're now tall with grass or bushes, as cricket is no longer the community game there, because for one reason or the other, who hasn't passed on maybe has moved out or moved on to a more quieter life, and the young generation that has taken over has opted maybe to go to football or do something else on the pasture, you know. So these pastures are now still in existence. Like I said, some has gone into agriculture, which is a good thing, and the BCL cricket has taken a nosedive where they are maybe down to less than 15 teams, and that's made up of quite a few fellas from the BCA who go to play in the BCL. And I think one thing I commend the BCL for, that I think they have gotten it right, is instead of playing their season alongside the BCA competition, they have played their season at the ending of the BCA competition, which gives them all the best players available from their BCL plus those from BCA, and it also gives them the advantage of playing on the better parts of the country at that stage, because here we are in the hurricane season, June 1 to November 30th, and our cricket season is still going on. Whereas when the BCL season commences, it'll be at the end of the season where the outfield will be good in comparison to when the BCA season starts, when the outfields are dry and cracked up. Not like what we have here at Kensington, but you know. So kudos to them, and we hope that one day they can lift themselves back up and continue to produce players for Barbados and by extension the West Indies.
Yeah, good call, Lyndon. They found themselves a good window. Like you said, when there is the absence of BCA cricket, as yet another over comes in. Then 21 completed the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under 19 Cricket Tournament. The final here at Kensington Oval. Sir Everton Wheat Centre of Excellence winning the toss. Let's into bat there, 85 for 3. Captain Stout is on 6, and with him is Giovanni Lovell, who's on 21. And looking good, looking very solid here for his 21. We've seen the introduction of the leg spinner in Calendar, who's now sent down 3 overs, picked up 1 for 4, and we're going to see Ramzan, the 6th bowler, being introduced for his side here at the Kensington Oval. But back to where you were, Lyndon, in terms of the BCL and the comparison to BCL. One thing that is significant or resonates that, we spoke about the zones, and that name, Sir Garfield Sobers, it just comes right back to us in terms of cricket. So it's just the pioneer of cricket throughout the world, so to speak, for me. And whatever level of cricket it is, his name is always there in existence in and around the game.
Yes, most definitely. And the greatest cricketer of all, Andy Payne. And in listening to the tributes, what stood out for me with Sir Gary, especially where the cricket is concerned, is that, that in those conversations, he said he believed he always had to be involved in the game. So he was never a mid-wicket, a long on, a long off, a third man. He was slip or short leg. So consistently, I think he probably did more than the keeper, because he wants to bat. He is going to bowl. Conditions will dictate what he bowls, whether he bowls his left arm pace or his left arm spin. And he needs to be involved in the game, so he will be either at the forward short leg position, where he is very much involved in the game, or slip, so having a good look and believe you in a good conversation, and I can't recall any cricketer, if you look at the modern day cricketers from, let's say, the 1980s, who would feel from slip to forward short leg, bowl and bat. You're going to struggle to find it around the world. You might find an all-rounder who will bowl bat, but he's not a forward short leg. He might be at slip occasionally. And if he's bowling, he's going to be one to be at third man or long off just to give himself a little bit of a rest. So there's a massive difference in terms of Sir Gary and the others. There's a big gap. And I say there's a difference between great players and elite players. So for me, as the greatest, he definitely was in the league by himself. So they're great players, and he is the greatest. So there's no comparison at all, Andy.
None whatsoever. Lyndon, like I said, he's that pioneer. He's led the way for every cricketer that I can think about. There was obviously be that name, Sir Garfield Sobers, who's been the what's the right word I want to use there? That superlative man. He emulated everything that cricket stood for, and he wanted to play in his honor definitely, and he wanted to play like him.
89 for the loss of 3, and here's a drive, and no contact made. That's Lovell. He's looking to hit that one through the off. So he has 26 against his name, and the rebuilding process 19 against his name. Sorry.
Well, he's actually on 25.
25.
Yeah, Stout the captain. He's there on 6. As you see this one, it's eerie outside the off, something flighted. Just going for the drive. Just missing that one completely. But good on Ramzan that he decided to give that one a bit of air outside the off, some enticing that drive. And Lovell went for it, guilty, going a bit loose, but managed to survive.
Operating from the Joel Garner end, and the leg is tossing this one up and play down to the short mid-on position, not fielded cleanly, and allows for singles. Just to give you the roll of honours for the champions of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Schools Cricket Tournament 1987, the Common School 88, Cowell Parry. Lodge, 1989-1990, Harrison College. Then the championship left Barbados 3 straight years. It was won by Grenada Combine, 1991 to 93. Wingberg Boys of South Africa took the title in 1994, so the title went far away from the Caribbean and the Pain. Stayed further the next year as Cranford School won in 1995. Dominica Combine brought it back to the Caribbean in 1996. Transvaal Combine, so it shared that year between Dominica and South Africa through Transvaal Combine. And 1997, the LSD School, Dominica Combine, 1998, 99, and 2000, Grenada Combine. So Grenada Combine have been a force in this tournament in the early days. And by 13 years since its start, they would have claimed 5 victories. Presentation College became the first team from Trinidad to take the championship in 2001, 2002. Barrackpore School took it in 2002. Here the division drilled through the mid-wicket region, beats the fielder at short mid-wicket to take one. The fielder on the boundary has his return in. 2 more to the total, which moves to 93 for the loss of 3. And we're just 1 delivery shy of the completion of the 23rd over. And the game reduced to 39 overs because of a rain delay at 11:17. Here's the tossed up, and the off drive will bring them run number 94. And it will also conclude the 23rd over of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under 19 Cricket Tournament 2026, which saw 2003 to Dominica Combine, 2004, 5 and 6 to the Combermere School, 2007 through 2009 went to the Trinidad and Tobago Under 17s. Queen's Park Cricket Club won in 2010, 2011 Combermere, 2012 Foundation. Howard and Penal took it in 2013 and 14. St. Leonard's in 2015. And 2016, the Antigua Combine. So it's been going around. 2017, the Lodge School. And they got the better foundation. 2018, Combermere. 2019, the Sir Everton Wheat Centre of Excellence. This is going to hit out to the boundary, on the cover boundary, and no field out there, and another boundary brings the Sir Everton Week Centre of Excellence a lot closer to the 100. They're 98 for the loss of 3, and in 2020 Foundation, 2021 360 Academy, then there was the Allen School, and 2024 Hills over New York Tri-State. So here is the right arm off spinner, and this delivery is whipped away past the rear short fine leg with B to take 1. They're going to come back for 2, and that will bring up the 100 for this Everton Week Centre of Excellence School. 100 coming up in the 24th over with Ramiro Stout on 16 and Giovanni Lovell. He has 26 against his name, as Ramzan, the off spinner, is in the attack. 2.2 overs nominated, done for 17. Operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. Bowl's delivery, which is ill-directed and swept away down behind square for 4. So poorly lined delivery, Andy Payne, and given full treatment by the young man.
Yeah, Captain Stout, ever since he's gotten there, then he's got to move on with the scoring. Like you said, we would need a partnership between him and Lovell. And an excellent shot. Delivery just by the line, as you said, pitched upside the leg stump. And he's elected to go for the sweep shot and sweep it to with good effect. There's no one down at deep square leg. Well, there wasn't anyone. I think the square leg is now going to be placed on the boundary there. But well executed shot there from Ramiro Stout and picking up yet another boundary. So he's now taking his run rate up, his strike rate. He's on 20 off from some 15 deliveries. So he's striking at well over 100. And he's really put a move on to the scoring for his side.
104 for the loss of 3. Halfway through over number 24, being bowled by the right arm off spinner Shahid Ramzan. 2.3 overs, 2 minutes, none for 21. Slip in position. Backward point, cover, sweep on the cover point boundary. And there's the young man, Stout, not quite ready. Pulls away. And the slip is being dispersed. And he gives away to a short third man. And here is outside of the off stump. And Stout believe he would have missed out. Wide signal by the umpire. And another sundry in the book. And Level partnership worth 30. Here's the outside of the off stump. And left alone by the batsman. And there is no run. So perfect creating conditions on the pane. The cloud cover we've had is given away. The rain break has served its purpose. Cool day. Not a strong breeze, but a good afternoon for cricket. Invite everyone to come on down to Kensington Oval for the 36th edition of Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament, the grand final, featuring the Guyana base top level academy and the Barbados base Sir Everton Weeks Center of Excellence. So at the end of over number 24, it is 106 for the loss of 3, 106 for 3, and some figures on the screen there. Prince, 8 overs, no minutes, none for 36, and just completed in those figures. Ramdi Hall, he sent down 5 overs, 1 minute, 2 for 7, bowled extremely well. Jason Craig, 4 overs, a minute, none for 25. Kalen Callan, 2 overs, 1 minute, 1 for 1. And Shahid Ramzan, 1 over for 7. Those figures will be updated. I'll give you the update figures, though, behind where so I am gonna bring in, gives me the perfect opportunity, Andy Payne, to bring in an esteemed gentleman with great knowledge of cricket, where the existence of the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament in its 36 years, he's been around for a long time. Obviously, he's played cricket not only in Barbados but at an international level outside of Barbados. He would have had many conversations with the great man Sir Garfield Sobers, and since the topic has been predominantly about the existence of BCL cricket, I'm sure he would have played and would have come along at a time when the greats, the same Sir Garfield Sobers, Sir Charlie Griffith, Seymour Nurse, did a beautiful cover drive out to the sweeper on the boundary for 1, would have played and developed and honed their skills playing BCL cricket into BCA competition, and then by extension Barbados and the West Indies. So I'm going to leave you in elite company. Andy Payne, you'll be joined by a good friend of mine and student of the game, knowledge in the existence, Henry Wallace. Andy.
Okay, Lyndon. All those words to describe such an esteemed gentleman, as you rightfully call him. You call him a student. He's also a teacher, one who's taught the game and continues to lend his knowledge to young junior players. Had the privilege of also being the chairman of selectors for Barbados Pride at some point, as well as he is a board member of the Barbados Cricket Association. So one, again, giving back to cricket and in his fields. So I just want to say good afternoon to you, Henry Wallace.
Good afternoon to you, Andy, and quite a warm welcome there from you and from Lyndon. I just for a moment wondered if you were talking about me. But thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. It's really a pleasure to be here. And it's going to be a loud appeal, and yes, the umpire has agreed.
Well, Henry Wallace doesn't take very long to take wickets, you know. As we welcome him to the commentary booth, and there you go, seeing Lovell trying to cut one somewhere behind point. Seems to be a bit close to him. All he managed to do is find an edge through to the keeper, who held on to a good catch. The leg spinner Calendar, who we've spoken about, ball just getting a little bit of bounce on him as well and picking up his second wicket. Your description coming from Henry Wallace.
Yeah, it seems a little bit of extra bounce, and he probably expected the ball to go away. It looked like it was a leg spinner, but it was more a top spinner. And young man getting a little bit of extra bounce, proving to be the undoing, as Level was trying to play the cut shot. And that's a real blow for the Everton Week Centre of Excellence, because they really needed to do some repair, especially after that partnership with Lovell and Joseph. I think it was 43 runs or something like that. They were just starting to rebuild. But I think real credit to the
Top level
academy team. They've really been in the business. Great opening spell to start with. And they've really maintained that pressure, not really allowing the Centre of Excellence to accelerate, meaning that run rate was about just over 4 runs and over for most of the time, and ideally they'll want to get it up to 5 and maybe above with the shortened overs in this game. But Top Level have certainly kept the pressure on. They haven't backed off even when that partnership was forming. They really maintained their disciplines.
Yeah, discipline indeed. As the new batter is Ronaldo Bourne. He's the man making his way into the middle to face up to Calendar. Like I said, Calendar, he's just got such good control for like spinner at this age. And you saw him, like I said, I managed to see him yesterday in the semi-final and thought that his spell was excellent. He's also got the ability to bowl the googly. As I saw him pick up a wicket with it yesterday, I had a chat with him. He said he's a bit reluctant to bowl it because of the fear of pulling it down. But he managed to pick up a wicket with it yesterday, and he was very happy. As that over has come to an end, 110 for 4, the Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence winning the toss and lets into bat.
Well, from a part of the world where we've grown up on fast bowling and get excited about fast bowling, whenever you see a wrist spinner, we just saw it with Vital Laws for the West Indies, and even at this level, all coaches, all cricket lovers, you get really excited when you see a wrist spinner of any sort. And you said that he hasn't gained the confidence with his googly, but that will come in time if he loves spin bowling and if he's handled properly. And because there'll be days that he will bowl well and maybe not get the returns, and the other days where he will get heaps of wickets with what we might consider bad balls, but because he has that kind of variation, it will get wickets.
Yeah. And here is Ramzan. His ball now to Bourne. He's already off the mark. Ramzan. Off spinner, traditionally, he's quickest type of off spinner. He does vary his flight occasionally, but he's one of the flatter type of off spin bowlers. Here he is giving that one generous flight on his occasion, but they should get a bye in the process.
He needs to hurry. A direct hit
could have been some trouble.
Made it interesting. And it seemed to catch everybody by surprise, including Ramzan, because he didn't take the return. He copped it on the leg, so a little bit painful there for the moment.
Yes, but this Top Level Academy side put together, say they're a combination of players out of Demerara, Berbice, and also some there in Georgetown. So a combination of players, a couple of them have already represented Guyana at age group level. We spoke about Prince and Ramdiel, the opening pair. They've played at the under 15 and under 17 levels for Barbados. And we saw the captain Sharma, top order batter. This is a loose delivery. That should go all the way. Or should it?
And she's going to probably pull up just in time. No.
It's gone over.
Good effort.
Good effort, though. Yeah, just pulling that one down, the off spinner, and picking up the boundary for that one.
Yeah, ranked long hop there, and ill-directed as well. The batter will probably be saying, well, he got 2 runs less than what it really should have gone for, but it just had the legs to get into the boundary. But yeah, you can see that this Top Level Academy, they've got structure, they're organized. Might have been a bit of a chance there. Going on the reaction of Ramzan. And we wait for the umpire's signal. There is none. So I guess technically that was a chance. But the bottom edge is, the top edge is difficult to take with the keeper standing up, but bottom edge is even more difficult because the gloves tend to go up with the ball as the shot is played.
Yeah. Would have been a really good one if he had held on to it, but that was not the case. Bourne comes back in the strike. quicker delivery
Probably
of
gonna be
wide.
a wide, yeah.
Wide given, like I said, generally goes on the flatter side. And obviously he got defensive after picking up a few, giving up a few runs in that over. You see him go onto the flatter stuff.
I'd like to see him with a slightly higher action. Sort of coming over the top a bit more. He's not very tall, but even with that, the fact that he has the confidence to flick the ball, I'd like to see him go a little bit higher and really come over the top of the action.
He's got the
been giving
wicket.
it.
Yes, he's got the wicket with that one, Hindi. He said the flattest type of delivery. Looks a bit lackadaisical there, Bourne on the back foot. And just found another edge shoot to the keeper, who's come up with another catch there, Sinclair. Given a flat delivery, have a look at it here, Hindi.
Well, say like he's bowling with a fairly low action, so maybe that's assisting him to get a little bit of drift away. He was a bit delayed in his response, but the wicketkeeper seemed very confident indeed from the moment it passed the bat. And we talk about the edges, that was the outside edge, so the gloves would have been naturally in position, and it was a pretty straightforward take for him. But he was very confident, the keeper, but the on-umpire agreed, and that's probably the most important person.
Yeah, so Silas have another catch behind the wicket, this time off the off spinner. Like you said, how confident he was, his asking from the initial movement of it. So losing yet another wicket, find himself in further trouble. 117 for 5, half the side gone. Captain Stout, he's still very much there on 29, and he definitely need this lower to middle order to stick around with him for some time.
Well, this is the stage when the Sir Everton Week Centre of Excellence would have been looking to accelerate with just 13 overs to go. I'm afraid they may just have to take a check on that for another maybe 4 or 5 overs before they do that, having lost the 5 wickets. Yes, there's batting or capability all the way down the order, but still you want to get a partnership going so that you can then launch at the back end of the last 7 or 8 overs or so. But at the moment, I don't think they've got that luxury. And of course, they run the danger of probably being dismissed for 140 if they're not very careful. So an opportunity here for the top level academy just to apply a little bit more pressure. They've got 5 fielders in the circle and they slip in place.
Well, the new batter is Jilts, Sariq Jilts. Obviously, probably found himself in a similar position yesterday in that semi-final at Windward. I heard there were some 5 wickets down as well, and he came in at the back end and got up to 49. He had good support from Bourne, who's just lost. A powerful shot there from Captain Stout. Should be looking for a second one. They've decided upon. I love the stroke down the ground for one. His calendar continues. Yeah, so Bourne, who got 82 in yesterday's semi-finals, they've lost him, but Jilts, the man now entrusted, he got up to 49 yesterday, and obviously must be have some ability with a bat as he's now joined Captain Stout. And this pair might want to take it a bit deeper, as you rightfully said, Hindi, to avoid being dismissed before the allotted overs.
He's got a strong offside field. And that's going to be a very good shot. May have got a bat onto that, but to look fairly straight. Of course, again, we're just going on the reaction of the players. It was a stifled appeal, which would suggest that there was something happening there for them to immediately abort the appeal. Again, yes, it definitely was a bit of inside edge. But of course, anything near the pads, you're going to get excited, so understandably so.
Yeah, well, Jilts being a left-handed batter, and you've seen him change his attack. He's going around the wicket now to the left-handed. Jilts just brought him on the front foot. He stoutly defend that one, but down to the keeper to come around and collect. But Jilts, like you said, left-handed batter, leg spinner, obviously offers for a different composition for the bowler.
Well, with Calendar opting to go around the wicket, it means he's probably starting the ball a little bit wider than ideally he'd want for the new batter. Over the wicket, it gives him the opportunity to drift the ball across, pitch it on and straighten. But he can't start too straight when he's coming around the wicket, and he's got that strong bias on the offside.
He's just shot that one back down to the bowler. So no run resulting. The over comes to an end. Here's that man. Calendar continues to be good, continues to be economical. 6 overs, conceding just 14 runs and picking up 2 wickets.
So welcome boundary there for Stout. Nice drive, always very pleasant on the eyes. And he moves up to 34. Some 25 deliveries, so he's not going to be too bothered with wickets falling around him. Probably has a total in mind. As we look to the eastern side, there is, looks like we could get another interruption. I think top level academy want to interrupt this momentum at the moment. Jilts on strike now. Everyone just having a bit of a look to the eastern side as the showers seem to be building. I like this too, that they've actually got the 4-5 fielders in the circle on the offside and 3 on the leg side. So looking to squeeze a new batter, which suggests that they have a fair idea on purpose of what they want to do.
Yeah, they've kept him under pressure for some time. He's now getting off the mark after his 6th delivery. He managed to squeeze that one behind point, Hendy, to pick up a couple on that occasion. But you just see the aggression of them as the rains are getting here. You can see the drizzle out there, the ground staff just preparing themselves to get to the covers there, Hendy. So he might be in for that interruption that you mentioned.
It's very light at the moment, so hopefully the local umpires who have a great knowledge of the weather patterns here at Kensington, don't want to say in the island. That's going to be called a wide.
Just teasing Jilts the outside the off, but albeit wide. So it seems like they're going to call them on, Hendy. As you saw the umpire asking for the ball, and obviously the ground staff just a little bit slow seeing Winston Reed, the head curator there, just commenting to the umpires.
I think because they're not totally convinced. By the time they've called the covers on, it's actually got lighter. Yeah. So it's and there is a bit of a breeze. We look at the flags, we can see that there's a breeze coming across from that eastern side. So that may be taking that initial shower away. But if we look in the distance, and we can see another one building just behind the central bank there. But the rain tends to come from this area here at Kensington. So although it's building in that area as well, so we may not go totally unscathed here. But the important thing is that the cricket is going to continue.
Yes, it's going to continue indeed. Like you said, generally to Lyndon a bit earlier, that generally the umpires here as well takes a cue from the ground staff. And you saw Winston Reed coming out there and saying to them, look, I think this is not going to be anything to really cause so much concern. The overs come to an end, 28 of them completed. The Sir Everton Wheat Centre of Excellence, 126 for 5. Captain Stout, he's very much there on 35. And with him is Jilts on 2.
You see the umpire still having a look. Maybe he's not totally convinced, but as you said, he'd be well advised to take the cue from the guys with the raincoats, with the covers.
Yeah, these guys that's been every day here. So Ramzan completing his 5th over. He's picked up 1. He's gone for some 37 runs. Remember, this game is now reduced to 39 aside after we had that rain interruption at 11:17 early in the morning. It's going to be Calendar, the leg spinner. He's going to continue. 2 for 14 from 6.
Let's see how Stout is going to deal with him. That was the googly, and I'm not sure Stout picked it. He left it alone. It didn't hit the stump, so it's a good leave. but I'm not so sure he knew it was going in that direction.
Agreed. So like I say, the young leg spinner just showing you the variations that we spoke about, Hendy. Um, Again, getting that one pitch on that occasion, and you saw, like you said, not sure if the batter would have read it, but to his benefit, it didn't carry on to hit the stumps.
I think just looking at calendar a bit closely, his leg spinner is a little bit quicker, which is understandable. So that's coming out of the side of the hand, and the googly, which goes up a bit more in the ear, will be a little bit slower. So that's normally somewhere you can use to pick. And you see that that's a much quicker delivery. It's either the top spinner or the leg break attempted. But once he gets the seam position correct with the leg spinner, it can also develop into the top spinner. We've seen some leg spinners looking at the cross seam, so which makes it they don't know where it's going to be going after it pitch, and the batter certainly wouldn't
I have
either.
a clue as well. Yeah, same as
It's always going to be difficult to get that one. Again, we talk about bowling around the wicket, so that one is probably struck in line, but it's going to be going on down the leg side.
yes.
A similar delivery over the wicket, he probably has a better chance of getting the decision. That's the theory, anyway. So,
I remember saying to Lyndon, Coach Hendy Wallace. But yeah, and speaking about the leg spinners as they're coming around, a young player in your era, and those are some of the things that you would have been teaching us as the young batters. The googly definitely a bit slower as it goes up, probably the dip of the shoulder as well, and obviously the leg spinner will come out a bit quicker, as you're seeing here with Calendar.
as we all talk about wrist spin, it's not a natural thing for the Negroes. It's more for the persons of Asian descent. They're more supple wrists, makes it a little bit more difficult to pick. And I remember first time playing against Shiv Ramakrishnan, I gotta call him former now, television commentator from India. He came down here with the A team, and when we were playing leg spin, one easy way was to wait for that bad ball. Well, I batted him for 40 minutes.
Never got one.
Never got one.
He never got one coming.
So another over completed. That's over number 29. And it's Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence 130.45.
Yeah, you've seen that run rate continue to dip. Hindi, as you said, the leg spinner doing well. You said it was very much there in the fours for some time. And obviously it's still at 4.5, but it was up to 4.9 at some point. So the players are going to take a drink. It's going to be a drinks break. And Henny, I'm going to make an exit for Tyre Bobolia to come in. He's going to join you. I'm sure he'll enjoy some of the coaching that you've exhibited to me over the years.
Well, we always say about coaches, you always ask coaches to be honest enough to admit that coaching really is a trial and error. There's no defined way of any particular skill set because persons have different ways of executing. And of course, you'll come across an individual who does it what looks to be quite unorthodox, but effective. You gotta leave them alone. You know, as a coach, you have to be able to identify if a corrective measure is required. And because we know in Barbados cricket, just about everybody's an expert. Most people who love cricket and watch cricket will tell you what you're doing wrong. It's the coaches who really have to correct it. And coaching is sometimes all about correction. If you're not just teaching the game, it's about correcting any faults that may ensue with young players. So you're not missing any cricket. We're having a break. It's good to see you, man.
Pleasure to be here. Good afternoon. And it's good to be back. My first stint with you for the day.
Yes.
And the Everton Week Centre of Excellence. After a bit of a slow start, we're building back. Young Stout is looking very, very dominant. 37 off of 30 deliveries. And really playing a good hand. He's hitting the ball with some power, Andy.
And you know, the top level academy, they've been in the dance for all. They're not backing off. They've been picking up wickets consistently. As I said, that scoring rate has not been allowed to get away from them. It's at 4.5 runs and over. And I think ideally they'll probably want to be at maybe 5 and above. But with the top level academy picking up wickets all the time, they've just kept the centre of excellence in check. You haven't really been getting any partnerships of significance. The main one so far was between Joseph and Stout, and that realized some 43 runs, just about 9 overs. So they scored at a fairly good clip as well. But once that partnership was broken, then they haven't really been able to string together anything major at this stage.
Yeah, the young bowler Prince. He looks very, very promising. He definitely will be one to watch for the future. You would have enjoyed his spell this morning.
Yeah.
Out swinging. He bowled 8 overs on the trot and really kept that ball on a very, very good length. And young Richard Ramsey Hall as well, the off spinner. He just kept it outside the off stump, spinning away, varying his pace, varying his length as well. And he was really, really good. So he had the Barbadian batsman under a bit of pressure early on, but now rebuilding as we've both agreed. And we're going to have an interview with Mr. Winston Carter, who's going to come. And welcome, Winston. And you can put on the mic. We're coming back from the drinks break now as we welcome one of the coordinators for the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament. As you said, 37 years running. Produced some excellent cricketers, international cricketers. Welcome, Mr. Carter. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. And one correction, this is the 36th
36th
edition.
year, my bad, sorry.
36th edition, but it started in 1987. So we have 4 years. COVID stopped us in 2020, 21, 22, 23.
Brilliant. So how obviously, I said early on commentary, here is the bowler and it swung away down to deep mid wicket. One bounce, is it one bounce into the boundary? Yes, one bounce into the boundary for 4. And this young man is really taking it on the bowlers here. Ramiro Stout, he moves up to 41, 134 for 5. I said on commentary a little earlier, Winston, that God has a beautiful way of working things out.
You better believe that. You have no idea of how you work this out this year. It's going to be beyond expectations. The fact that we've gotten this far is by faith. Trust me.
Absolutely, indeed. And the late Sir Gary, he would be happy with the progress of this tournament as that ball is swung away once again down to the deep square leg boundary. The fielder comes around, excellent bit of fielding, and they come back for the second. The late man will be very happy with the progress of this tournament and your organization. You can pay tribute to him as well, as you've done.
Yeah. The organizing committee, they expressed their condolences, and some of the teams wanted to do a lot more, but because it's next week and they are leaving, some from tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, they miss it on Wednesday. So if they could have, they would have stayed on. Trust me.
I could imagine. You're a great man, and lots of persons will be descending on to this beautiful island of Barbados. As you see that delivery is Stout hitting it over mid-off for 4. He's really taking it on now. It's happy hour for him. He moves up to 47, 3 short of a 50. How was the tournament going this year?
Despite the challenges we had, I think there's the only one game that wasn't played rain stoppage. That was in the first series at Empire Ground. But all the other matches went through. So as you keep saying, we give God thanks, because to get with the rain that we had the week before, and to be able to complete almost all of the games says something.
Yes.
So we have been blessed this year again.
And Sharma to continue to bowl to a young Stout who's on 47. And I swung away again, but straight to the fielder this time. Any standout players for you this tournament, Mr. Carter? Or have you got a chance to watch any of the games? Really, I know as an organizer,
Not
you
a
don't
chance.
you don't get
Not
to watch much.
Not much. I watched some of one of the semi-finals yesterday. But a lot of work was being done behind the scenes to ensure that certain things were done.
That's hit down to mid-wicket, pulled down to mid-wicket. The fielder from long on comes around. They only get a single. Score moves up now to 141 for 5. And last delivery in the 30th over. It brings young Jilts on strike.
You would have to ask somebody like Ricky Clark or even Sir Charles Griffith and Vasper Drakes and the match referees there have been to the games. So they would have seen some of the, the players and have an idea of who to look to. Ricky Clark is another one. He would have had not only seeing them, but you have all the statistics to see who have, been shining this series. So, and we hear that very shortly. So,
Yes.
because you're going to choose the two of the best players from each team, or at least one for the master class tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. So you'll hear about that later.
That's. You can tell us more about it if you have the information now.
The master class is a session where it started in the early days when Sir Gary, Sir Charles, Simon Nurse, Everton Weeks. So all of those persons would have been still relatively fit enough to treat the guys through training sessions, so that they were coached by those legends on a particular day for about 3 hours.
Oh, beautiful. What an experience that is going to be for the young cricketers from all over the world.
Yeah, and that takes place tomorrow morning,
Okay.
between 9 to
12.
9 to 12, yeah.
So who are some of the coaches that are going to be participating?
Hopefully we have Henderson Bryan, Fidel Edwards is going to come in,
Some fast bowling.
right?
He'd be very impressive, the young man Shane Prince here from the Guyanese team. As calendar continues in his final over.
Most of the match referees, as I say, so Charles, he will be there, and the one that you interviewed not too long ago, the name is slipping me now. Ryan
Brian
Hines.
Beautiful.
Right.
That's brilliant. So 143 for 5. That's calendar. 7 figures of 7.1 overs, 2 for 20. It's going to bowl to Gills and pulled away. That is a massive hit into the Greenwich and he stand for 6. The biggest 6 of the day. The first 6 of the day, and Stout moves to his 50. It has been a whirlwind of an innings. He goes up to 54 off of 37 deliveries, hitting some 7 fours and a massive 6. He would want to kick on here, giving the innings the impetus that is needed. Winston, what a shot that was.
Yeah. As you said, the first one.
Yeah, really a big 6 there. Here's Cannon under a bit of pressure here. And that is hit away. The ball kept a little low. He's hitting the ball with some power, this young man. Stout, really putting the muscle into it. And he gets the single there. So 150 up for the Everton Weeks. Centre of Excellence 11. 150 for 5. Coming in 30.3 overs. They're striking at a run rate of 4.9 runs per over. They would want to kick on here and perhaps get to close to 200. 8.3 overs remain. Here's Calendar to bowl to Jilts this time. Who's on 3? Yet to get going here is Jilts. Jilts is his name. Down the leg side again, and that's going to run close to the boundary. It's going to be signal wide. They would come back for the second now as the fielder gets the ball, retrieves it and tosses it in. A wide signal, so they get 3 more runs. So Calendar under a bit of pressure here in his final over. He's pretty disciplined to this point. Yeah, he's now has figures of 7.3 overs, 2 for 30. Some 3 wides in this over. Maybe the young batsman Stout putting him under a bit of pressure. As we see the books here of through the editions, this is history here that is needed. And thank you to Susan Bell and all those, Winston Carter, yourself, for putting this together.
Something a lot of people don't know, that the first chairman of was Alvin Burgess.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't realize that Calvin Holt was involved too, because he was at the BTA, the tourism board at the time. So he was the sports officer who would have been the person that spearheaded the tournament with Sir Gary.
Wow. So Calvin Holt was the sports officer in the tourism then?
Yeah, you don't know that, right?
Whoa,
in 1987.
Whoa. I had a list of the names of persons who have come through this tournament. The Bravo brothers, Brian Lara, Jason Mohammed, Jason Holder as well. Joe for Archer.
Courtney Brown would have played in that year.
Liam Sebastian. Darren Ganga, just yesterday I had a conversation, I mentioned this earlier as well. Darren Ganga, he mentioned the fact that that was his first tour outside of Trinidad at the age of 16.
a lot of them, this was the first tour for a lot of them.
Wow.
You see, because Lara was very young when he came too, and even when he came, Sir Gary Cabin would have told Sir Gary, come and have a look at him, because he saw him. So a lot of, I mean, Henderson Brand, all those fellas would have played together at that age before them played Test cricket. So and they came together afterwards and played for the West Indies. So it is a training ground. It is a training ground for young aspiring cricketers, and something that I only remember. He's out there, Erskine King. He was the second chairman.
Wow.
When Alvin Burgess, he was the director of sports. When he retired, Erskine took over as the director, and then he became the second chairman of the organizing committee at that time.
So Ramsey Hall back into the attack now. He opened the bowling, and he's very promising. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 7, and that's pulled away behind square. Goes into the boundary for 4. And they really need to put a deep square leg in position for this young man. Ramsey Hall missing his length there. Sharp delivery, and Stout pouncing on it as he has been all innings. On the leg side, and still now they're sending back that square leg to deep square leg. The score moves up now to 157 for 5. What do you think this Everton Weeks 11 is going to get to, Winston?
How much overs more to have?
7 overs left, 7.4 overs remain.
There's a possibility they can get to 200 if they start heading out now.
Yes.
But other than that,
that's in the air. A chance for a catch. No, he goes over the boundary.
they started.
6 runs. And Stout is really happy over here. There's another big 6. Down there where the groundsmen, they stay. Stout is having a good time. He's up to 65 off of 41 deliveries. He'll be eyeing 100 here, Winston.
Yeah.
But that was a big hit once again.
But as I said before, if you have 7 overs,
Yes.
and if you start sitting now, you can get that.
So he's hitting the ball with some power. Definitely a man to watch for the future, a young boy to watch for the future.
Remember, these are under 17.
Yes, under 17s, Ramiro Stout. And that is looking to swing it again. He would have believed he missed out there. But Ramsey Hall varies his pace a lot. So you have to watch out for that. So he doesn't keep it at a normal pace. Some are a little quicker, some a little slower through the air as well. We have Winston Carter, one of the coordinators of the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament. And that is wrapped on the pad, a loud appeal, but not out given by the umpire. So that's the end of the 32nd over. And the Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence are 163 for 5.
You know, when the under 17 came in, the first under 17 in the tournament was the Trinidad and Tobago under 17. And people felt because they were under 17 that they were not. But Tobago under 17 won the tournament. And then later on, the Everton Weeks won it some years ago. In 2019 they won it.
Wow.
So because they're on the 17 doesn't mean that they're not capable.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, and it's good that the final can play at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, that is one thing that we try to ensure it happens. The odd time it didn't happen, we went to 3W. But other than that, we try to secure this ground for the finals. It makes a difference.
Sharma to continue. His first over went for 11. And this will be a historic moment for a lot of these young men, for all of these young men. Here's Sharma again. And just played forward there, Jilts. So on 3-face, 15 deliveries. He would want to rotate the strike and give Stout as much strike as possible. So lots of singles out there on the offering. Here's Sharma again. And that is driven to mid-off. They come through for a quick single. They will get there safely. 164 for 5. Now scoring at a rate of 5.1. So 6.5 overs remain, and they would want to press on here to Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence. As now the field is being spread. A deep cover. Long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket. Those are the 4 fielders out. Here is Sharma to bowl to South, and that is punched away, cut away down to deep extra cover. And they were coming back for the second, but Jilts lost his footing there and slipped. and they only get one. So yeah, this is history here for a lot of these young men playing at Kensington. A lot of cricketers around the world would aspire and dream to play at Kensington and come into the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament. Having this opportunity would be one that they will remember for their life.
Yeah.
So again, just pushing that forward down to mid-off. They get a single. Playing very smart cricket here, giving Stoke the strike. All the way again, down to Prince, that long off and taken.
Oh.
Stoke goes. It was a sharp delivery. And looking to pull it over long on into the stands. But only finding Prince on the long off boundary. A good sharp catch down there from the fast bowler, Shane Prince. And Stoke goes for a very, very well played 65. It really gave the innings the impetus that was needed for the Barbados, for the centre of Everton Week Centre of Excellence 11. As we see the replay here, a sharp delivery there, Winston, and a good catch down there on the boundary. It was not an easy one, it was hit with some power.
As we said before, Stock would be the person who would have pushed the innings along, and he was trying to do that, so he paid a penalty for not getting it full because he wanted to get it over the boundary.
Yes. So anything else you want to add before we...
I just want to thank everyone for coming out today and for the support given to the tournament. The ground staff at the different grounds. We will have 11 matches daily, and the ground staff at the private grounds, the school grounds, and the National Sports Council grounds. They did excellent work in ensuring that the grounds are adequate, you know, and able to get the matches on, because it's not an easy task. So it tells you that we have facilities here that are of a certain level, and we are trying the best to work with the different agencies to ensure that the facilities are of the best quality.
Yes, absolutely. We do have some good facilities.
Yeah, we do. The private grounds, right? And then we have the sports council ground and some of the school grounds. You know, it's costly to put on a tournament like, because they pay no entrance fee.
Oh.
There's no registration fee. So a lot of people don't recognize that this started as a tourism, and it's still a tourism event.
Lovely. Lovely.
With the emphasis on cricket, but it was a tourism event to get teams, and primarily from the UK. That's how it started out. And even in 1987, we would have teams coming from the USA and Canada. A lot of people don't realize that.
Wow.
Those teams came in the early days. So we're now trying to get back the US and UK teams coming.
The USA team won last year in New York Tri-State.
Yeah. Come a long way.
Yeah.
You see?
And so at the end...
And they were in the finals the year before.
Yes, yes.
You had the Australian team as well.
Yes, the Australian team last year was in the final. Did they come this year, the Australian team?
No, not this year.
Oh, okay.
Well, they're hoping to come next year. We have 2 teams from Australia say they will come in, 2 teams from New Zealand as well. And then you have Bermuda, who are interested in coming back. And there are possibilities of a team coming from Pakistan and India.
Wow.
But the Australians for sure want to be here.
Brilliant. So this is
Truly an international event.
Yeah, this is what it's all about, you know, cricket development. And who would want to come and spend about 2-3 weeks in Barbados? So if you're listening wherever you are, if you're on a cruise ship, if you're on an airplane, if you're in the US, Canada, wherever you are, Guyana, you know, come on down next year for the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament. And that's hit away down to the extra cover, and it is taken. A good catch. Williams goes. The Sean Williams stay is pretty sharp. Looking to kick on, but not getting hold of it. And it is a good running catch coming off of the deep extra cover boundary. So Williams goes for 1. And the Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence 11 are 167 for 7 now.
I would like at this time to not only the organizers but the teams, the 23 teams participating, they send their sentiments and say they offer sincere condolences to the Sobers family for the loss. And they, as I said before, they really want to pay the respect. Some of them wanted to stay on and so on because they want to be part of the. It's a celebration of life.
Yeah.
So they want to be part of that next week, but they had to be traveling back to their countries over the weekend. And they were happy to be able to have met Daniel Sobers. He took over the role in terms of the involvement
Wow.
in the tournament
It's amazing.
this year. So they got to meet him for the opening, and they got to meet him last year as well. So he is on the organizing committee. So we still have a Sobers involved.
Yes. The legacy continues. So DeMarco Maynard is the new batsman. So thank you so very much, Winston.
Thank
We
you.
really appreciate having you.
Thank you, it was a pleasure.
Yes, you can go do your tribute in Suite 402 and to Sir Gary.
Thank
should
you.
be here as well. So thank you
Right.
so very much. And please continue working hard for the development of cricket and young people in this country.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
So Richard Ramdalal continues his good day at the office. They welcome back Andy Wallace. Oh no, it looks like an overthrow. No, they won't get it. Ramdalal, 6.1 over 3 for 17 as they welcome back Hendy.
Hi, thanks again, Tahir. And again, the top level academy keep plugging away, keep picking up wickets. And just when you think that the Sir Everton Week's Centre of Excellence was going to look to accelerate and maybe look to hit a few more boundaries, we just kept losing wickets. And you think that anything under 200, that the top level academy will be quite pleased with it.
Yeah, absolutely. They just got the big wicket of Stout as well. So as soon as it seems to Everton Reeds get some momentum, they pull them back. So it's been like that for the entire innings. A quicker delivery there, and it's cut behind point. It's going to run close to the boundary. Can the fielder get there? And the ball wins the race. It goes into the boundary for 4. So a quicker delivery there from Randy Hall, and the batsman, Jilts, just putting his bat there to cut at it. And it goes into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, just a little bit of width presented, and he was able to play it late and hit that gap between that backward point and the short third man.
Ramsey Hall again. Ball to Jilts and driving this one. Fielding has been pretty good from the top level academy. The ground fielding and the catching as well.
Yeah, they've looked very organized with the field placing and with the disciplines in the field.
It's wrapped on the pad, but an inside edge. That's out given. So the Centre of Excellence 11 would want to get over 200. 5 overs remain. Driven down to long off for 1. So at the end of the 34th over, this Everton Week Centre of Excellence 11 are 173 for 7. So you could just run through the bowling.
Yeah, just
figures.
5 overs remaining. Prince was very impressive at the start with his none for 36. And Ramsey Hall coming back into the attack, probably not as economical as he was at the start of the innings. He's got 3 for 22 off his 7. Craig 4 for 25. Callender 2 for 30 off his 8 overs. And Ramzam, well, he's picked up 1 wicket for 37, and Sharma 1 wicket as well. So it looks like Sharma is going to continue.
There's Sharma. Wrapped on the pad. Going down the leg side. Not out given by the umpire. Small appeal there from Sharma, the captain. Mikel Sharma. Andy, we're in country in mourning. Cricketing fraternity in mourning. What's your fondest memories of the late national hero, Sir Gary Sobers?
I think is one of the many conversations I had with him about his style of play and cricket through his eyes. When he told me that he started the bat without a thigh pad, and I pondered that for a while. And what he said was that because he played the ball so late off the hip, he found that the thigh pad got in the way. So his gloves would get caught in the thigh pad.
Wow.
And I said, well, surely you would have caught one or two on the thigh. He said, yeah, but it didn't equate to the amount of runs that he made playing the ball off his hip.
Whoa. What a mindset.
Yeah.
Wrapped
That's
on
a
the
good
pad.
shout.
Not out, given by the umpire there.
Yeah, that's always the difficulty bowling around the wicket to the left-handed batter. And Sharma goes very wide on the crease, so that's a huge angle for the umpire to predict where that ball is going to go.
Another good delivery. On the money here, Sharma. Coming through for a quick single. 176 for 7. 175 for 7. It was looking, that 200 score was looking pretty possible when Young Stuck was at the crease. Hitting the ball to all parts. And that is tucked away. He's going to get close to the boundary. No, it doesn't. They get 2. Come back for the second run. That's good improvising there. He's not playing it in front of him, but open using his wrist. Get that one.
Yeah, using the angle as well, just as we spoke about it, with the ball angle into him. If that starts anywhere at the stumps, it's going to continue on down the leg side. So really, he just wants to get some bat on it, which is what he did, and pick up a couple of runs. So in the absence of boundaries, they certainly want to pick up a couple of 2s. Message coming out now to the batters as to what the strategy should be. If we have a look at this last delivery as well, you see how he's wide out on the crease and that angle just going down. And although the batter is struck in front, so the angle for the umpire to predict where that ball is going to go on, and it's going to be marginal. Of course, there's no VAR, and in the opinion of the umpire, it would have gone on past the leg stump.
And you're still playing some football. Here is Ramdi Hall for his final over now. He's been the pick of the bowlers for this top level academy. He's been very impressed with his control early up. He opened the bowling, now coming back in the depth and still doing the same thing. So here's Ramdi Hall. Now stump driven to cover, no run. Yes, and Guyana actually is in mourning as well after that tragic incident. So both countries in mourning, and a sad situation that happened there. A good delivery coming back in. He has that one as well that the batsmen have to watch out for. Usually, ball spins away, but he has one which comes back in sharply. And as we've been saying, he varies his pace. He varies the flight. He's played for Guyana under 15 and under 17 as well, so his experience is showing here.
Yeah, he's just getting that delivery to hurry on to the batter.
Push down to long on and get 1. So 179 for 7.
Yeah, I get the impression he's not looking to really spin the ball now. He's just looking to hone in on that front leg.
That's driven beautifully. Down to long off. They get 1. That's all they will get. So Ramdi Hall closing out his spell. He's had a good day at Kensington Oval. The first time he will be playing here, and a day he will remember for the rest of his life.
Yeah, he will have his fond memories for those wickets that he took, and he will tell his mates, I bowled from the Malcolm Marshall end.
Another great. His family in Guyana would be very proud of him. Here he is for the final delivery. And he closes his spell. So a good day at the office for young Richard Ramdi Hall. Figures of 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 25. He's done his team very, very well. The Everton week Centre of Excellence 11. After 36 overs are 180 for 7.
Looks like the captain Sharma will continue. He's bowled 3 overs so far. Taken 1 for 19.
He's coming particularly at the depth. Perhaps his strength. Looking to push on here, the centre of excellence 11. A mishap in the field there allows for them to come through for the single. So much history at this ground, and these young men will be honored to play here. As I was telling Winston earlier, people from all over the world dream to play at Kensington Oval.
Well, before we were relocated at Pickwick Club, you could just imagine what it was like to turn up here every weekend to play your club cricket.
Wow. Yeah. What an experience. Sharma wrapped on the pad, down the leg side. That angle, as you were speaking about, Hindi, will continue to allow for him. Perhaps he has to start the ball a little more outside the off stump.
Well, or unless he gets one to pitch on and straighten and really rag and convince the umpire that he'll challenge the stumps. But he's bowling to his field as well. For the left-hander, he's got those 5 feelers on the leg side. And just trying to hone in on that front pad and those stumps. So the batter really might just need to make a bit of room for himself.
Oh, good delivery there again. I like how this young Jilts, who's at the non-striker end now, has been using his wrist. A very wristy player. Not getting too bogged down. Playing in front of him. Nice cut away again. A nice shot. It's going to run close to the boundary, but the fielder will pull it back just inside. And they come back for the second run.
Yeah, just a little bit wider on that occasion. And there was Jilts, as you said, getting a bit of room and just being able to chop it down. I think it was Jilts, that chopped it down to the third man area to pick up a couple of runs. So was it now? This 2 overs to go. 2 overs to go. This is when the attitude, as they say, is the long handle. Anything goes. 7 wickets down, but they'll want to do their utmost to try and get it up to that psychological 200 mark.
And you know, I've always been thinking about breaking down your innings. A lot of time you have more time than you think.
Yes.
And you know, setting those small targets. As a former cricketer and as a batsman, how important is it that you set those small targets after 5 overs? Where can I be? If you're not there, what's the possibility? You know, some overs you'll go above what you've set for yourself as well. How important is that?
Well, the first thing is that you have to be realistic. That's the first thing. But you will have a player or two in your team that probably plays in a very uncharacteristic style, a very unorthodox style, and can be ultra aggressive. And you do assessments over, as you said, over a period, maybe after the first 6 or 7 overs, and then in the middle you take things into consideration. I think there might have been a chance there. Looking at the reaction, and the keeper took it and must have just bopped out.
I think it was still in his hand. Not given by the umpire.
But it's all about assessment.
Good delivery there, coming back in.
And even after you set target or goals or whatever, then you reassess according to whether you lose wickets or if you've been able to get a partnership going. Then it's just really a fluid situation. I don't think it's ever set in stone.
Struggling to get the ball away at the moment, these 2 batsmen.
So Ramzan just doing the same as what Rami Hall did and Sharma is doing. Just honing in that ball from around the wicket, cramping the batters.
Cut away again with no run. And there's a tactic that is used from some coaches, especially when you're chasing. You divide the target by tens, and it becomes a whole lot easier when you say, well, okay, we're chasing 200, that's 20 tens, and it becomes easier. So it's a model that works, but I don't see it coached too much among the younger cricketers. I think it's something that I learned perhaps like when I was 16, 17, 18 years old. And I think if that's taught from a young age, you break it down into small steps.
Yeah. And that's it. I mean, if you can, especially large totals, you break them down to realistic proportions, and then it seems a little bit more attainable. But just a great over there from Ramzan, the penultimate over of the innings, going for 1 run.
Yes. So what can they get here? The final over now. Can they get these 15 runs to get them up to 200 this Everton week's Centre of Excellence 11? Or what's going to happen? So Sharma, the captain, is going to bowl.
Yep, he's just ensuring that all of his fielders are exactly where he wants them to be.
And deep cover, long off, long on. Cow corner, deep mid wicket. And I swung away. Not going to be taken. 1, 2 bounces. The fielder, they're coming back for the second. Maybe a better throw there. Could have been a chance for a run out.
Yeah, because there was some hesitation between the two batters. And Thompson was a little slow in coming back. But they've got the second run. Well, a big hit from Jilts, just cleared the 30-yard circle.
Yes. Oh, that's hit with some power. Prince comes around, he gets around. He's very athletic, this fast bowler indeed, and a good strong throw in as well. So good fielding down there from Shane Prince. I'm very impressed with him. Bowled 8 overs on the trot and still in the field, putting his body on the line.
Yeah, restricting them just to 1 run. Shot.
It's a good shot, but the fielder's in the right positions.
Good field placing.
And Jilts is on 19, Thompson on 7. 189 for 7, 3 deliveries left. If they're going to get that 200, they're going to have to do something on this ball.
He swung that one away. Has he got enough legs to get there? Yes, it does. So a welcome boundary. Valiant effort there by the young man running around the boundary.
It's a short delivery there and begged to be put away. And that he did, the young Jilts. Behind square into the boundary for 4. 93 for 7. Surprisingly playing that delivery forward. A bit of a surprise there with 2 deliveries left, but would want to get a run. And that he did. So the final delivery of the innings coming up. 194 for 7. What can happen here?
Well, ideally if you get it for 6, I'm sure they'll be happy with that. But I didn't get the impression that he is that type of player to clear the boundary. Let's see. Maybe looking for a couple here. That's a very big boundary, and the fielder has to come a long way off the boundary, and they're able to pick up 2 very comfortable runs as the innings then comes to an end with the Centre of Excellence making 196 for 7. That's probably 15 runs shy of what ideally they would have wanted. I see extras really playing a big role there for the Centre of Excellence.
Yes, so a very balanced innings, and no team really was able to assert their dominance when the Centre of Excellence looked like they were moving forward. The top level academy really pulled them back. So a disciplined bowling performance, but an excellent innings from the young man Ramiro Stout. He really played well, hitting the ball to all parts of the ground, and one of them even went into the stands. So Everton weeks 11 will be happy with getting this score, getting up to 196 for 7. But it's pretty much par on this wicket. So the top level academy would think that they're very much in the game. So let's just run through the batting for the Everton week Centre of Excellence 11. Tyrese Harewood, he was bowled beautifully by Richard Ramdehall. He went for 6 for 16 deliveries. He hit 1-4. Talk about that wicket.
Oh yes, Ramdale, like you spoke about the off spinner who generally gets the ball to shape away from the right-handed batsman, but the left-handed in Yearwood, he just allowed him to stay on the back foot, and that ball came right back into him and was able to dismiss the left-hander to pick up the early wicket.
Next to go was O'Shea Francis. He was caught beautifully at slip by Trelot Nanan. Off the bowling of Ramdi Hall again. He went for 5. That was a very good catch, Andy Payne.
Again, Nanan placed there at slip. He did well to hold on to it. It was a comfortable catch. But Ramdiol, he spoke about his experience of playing for the under 15 and under 17 Guyana teams. And you saw him just, again, arming that ball to the right-hander and carrying on for a lovely catch to be taken that slip.
And then they had a good partnership between Joseph and Level, because the centre of weeks 11 were in a spot of bother at that point in time. And they had a nice consolidation with Jaden Joseph and Giovanni Lovell. Now Joseph went LBW by Kalen Calendar for 26. He faced 58 deliveries and hit 1 for Giovanni Lovell. He then went for 26 off of 45 deliveries. And Ramiro Stout, what an innings from this young man. He hit the ball with some power.
The captain of the side, like you said, coming in there at the middle order. His team needed someone to stabilize that middle order, and he did such a good job. 66 off 44, 8 fours and 2 sixes. He had an impressive strike rate of 143.4, but he just kept the scoreboard ticking over, and with those boundaries, it just added the impetus that his team would have needed to get them in that area of 196 in the end.
And that big 6 in the Greenwich handstand, that was a man shot, man.
Massive.
And he went for 66. If he stayed at the crease, this Everton weeks 11, perhaps we're looking at 215 on this wicket. Ronaldo Bourne, he went for 1. Sariq Jilts, he played a good hand, 24 off of 33 deliveries, not out. He came in, not out. Deshaun Williams trying to kick on the score. He was caught at deep extra cover by Nanan again. Off the bowling of Richard Ramdi Hall for 1. And Joshua Thompson, he remained not out on 9, faced 19 deliveries. 196 for 7 in 39 overs. Just a reminder, we had a rain delay, so usually we play 40 overs, but because of the sharp rain delay, we lost 1 over. They had 32 extras, 24 wides, 5 leg buys and 3 buys. Let's look through the bowling now. Your guy, talk about Shane Prince.
Oh, Prince, like I said, one who I've really become impressed with over the last 2 days. A good fast bowler. He's got a nice rhythm right up to the pitch. He's got a nice rhythm, and he gets the ball to shape away from the right-hander nicely. We also show him getting up to some 76, 77 miles per hour from the speed gun, and also you saw him with the ability to bowl that shorter delivery, this boxer, and that's a good effect. So one that we're definitely looking forward to see further. That man, Shane Prince.
And one we'll definitely see is Richard Ramsey Hall. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 25. He bowled beautifully.
Excellent. He's got that kind of ability to take the ball away from the right-hander. He picks up wickets, albeit I said most of the runs scored against him would be in that cover point, cover region, short third man. And he also brings the slips into play for his wicket. So a good man with a new ball, and he's also come back at the back end to just close out the innings for his team. So a very integral part of this top-level academy team.
And just saying, Craig, 4 overs, none for 25. Caden Canada, he bowled pretty well. The leg spinner, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 30. And there's always a need for a leg spinner in cricket. So I liked his control for a young man. Shahid Ramzan, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. And the captain, he came into bowling. He left 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 34. So we have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. The top-level academy, if they're going to want to take the title for this 2026 Sir Garfield Sobers cricket tournament, they will have to chase down 197 in 39 overs. So we will be right back after a sharp break, and we're going to be hearing from some tributes for our national hero, the late Sir Gary Sobers.
I just want to, first of all, express my sincere condolences to the entire family, associates, former players, current players of Sir Gary. Sir Gary, to me, is, apart from just being a national hero, apart from being a legend, Sir Gary possessed what I would describe as the grace and humility of a human being that I've never ever seen in anyone before. His greatness never in any way stood in front of him. He could speak with persons at the bottom all the way up to the top. And my association with Sir Gary started, I would say, in earnest from 1992 when I was asked to be part of the Sir Garfield Sobers Schools tournament. However, prior to that, as a cricketer, I had the opportunity of seeing Sir Gary come to the club and show us the various techniques of how you assess and get off the mark, as he always wanted to do as a cricketer. Sir Gary always said, whenever you were in a dressing room or next to him, the first thing he wanted to do was always to get off the mark. And I saw Sir Gary come to Wonders on an evening without any pants and just bore bat. I remember it now, a county bat, and show us exactly 2 simple foot movements in terms of how to do things. But apart from that, apart from the Sir Garfield Sobers Schools tournament, I would share something with you that I was privileged to be with the great man. It was on that day, 9/11, and a lot of people would know him as a domino player, but a lot of people didn't know the dimensions to which he dig to make sure that the sport was what it was supposed to be. And myself, along with the president and secretary of the Domino Association, took the opportunity to invite Sir Gary to be part of our tour to the UK. Our goal at that time was to impress British Airways to be able to take dominoes as a Olympic sport. And as you know, it has to have competition within all 5 circles of the Olympic movement. And we thought that British Airways was very much the vanguard to which we would want to do it with. And we got the opportunity to have that appointment with the marketing director at Heathrow to sit and discuss the direction for dominoes. And it was such a dreadful day that as we met with him, we had to vacate the property because of the 9/11 incident. And it was unreal. I remember having to be pushed out into a particular area, and then we all left, and Sir Gary made his quits and had some fun over the direction in which Bush had taken the world. And it was such a humbling experience to have him to be there to take the domino movement together into a different sphere. It was unreal. And that was the level of which this man had for human endeavors in general. And I was really taken back. The fact that he was on tour with us, we then had the opportunity to feel the other social side of him as an individual. We spent some evenings together, we roomed together. It was unbelievable, and I'm sure that a lot of people wouldn't have known that. But that to me was one of the most, I would say, humankind that I have felt with Sir Gary. Apart from sitting with him and we discussing the tournament and the direction in which the tournament has gone, and where he wanted to see the tournament, it was unreal. But it was really humbling, and I still go back to a quote when I was asked back in 1981. I had the privilege of meeting the author and journalist. I remember her last name, Joan Carroll was her name, from National Geographic. And I quoted Sir Gary as grace and humble. And I still will continue to say that. He had the grace and the elegance, even the way he walked onto a field, the way how he speak to people, the way how he got his the opportunity to, he had this real humble way of dealing with people, and it's really sad that such a human being has been taken away from us.
Yes, for me personally, very sad to lose one, probably the greatest cricketer the world has ever seen in a difficult time, where racism was prevalent. And I'm happy to be here at the finals of what we would say this international tournament. I've had the privilege to play in this tournament for St. Leonard's boys. My first game would have been at Dover Sports facility. And what I can say is a very well run, a very well organized tournament. And, sad to lose such a wonderful human being. I've had the opportunity to meet Sir Gary at 14 years old. The president who's just recently left us, Calvin Hope, the president of the Barbados Cricket Association. I remember coming back from the inaugural on the 15 tournament where I was voted MVP. And upon my arrival, Calvin says he wanted to take me to meet someone special. And lo and behold, he took me to Highgate, the residence of Sir Garfield Sobers. And ever since then, he has played an integral role in my development in terms of my overall ability as a player and as a human being. And the world has lost not only a cricketer, but a friend, a mentor, someone who would have paved the way for other greats like Sir Vivian Richards and the team of the 80s, the successful team of the 80s, etc. And feel very proud to be here now, representing the brand Cricket Legends. And what we can say, hopefully, the tournament can get bigger and better, where we see teams from Australia, New Zealand, and India, etc. So we can really enjoy a really good spectacle. A lot of players would have come through this tournament as well too. And it's safe to say that it's a wonderful day. And I'm pretty sure the great man will be happy not only with the Everton Weeks Centre Excellence team, someone who he would have played with, aggressively with in the finals, but that outstanding performance, the Barbados team winning 6 games, and Justin Paris, performing a brilliant all-round performance, 105. I'm sure the great man would have been proud of those performances. And, like I said, happy to be here. And I think Belle Imagery is doing a fantastic job in promoting the cricket. And like I said, it's an honor to speak on behalf of such a wonderful human being.
It's with a heavy heart that I extend sympathies to the family of the Right Excellency Sir Garfield Sobers about his passing, and to the entire country. We know we will all miss him. Sir Garfield Sobers is extremely special. The memory that comes back to me is the fact that he scored his first 100 and it was a triple century. That's an incredible feat. To do that under any circumstance, at any level, is incredible. And the fact that he's taken Barbados to the world. Everyone all around the world, in the cricketing nations and otherwise, know Barbados as a result of Sir Gary's performances. And to do it in the time that he did, where there was no template to follow, where he had to set the example. He's the one that everyone followed. I think that's an incredible accomplishment for anyone in any form of life. For you to be that example, for everyone else to follow, with no example of your own, is absolutely incredible. And I would like to say my heartfelt thank you to all he's done for this country and to the people of Barbados.
Well, it's really great to be here to witness the final of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Cricket Tournament. Any tournament named after the great man must have that prestige. And it's unfortunate that this final is played at a time of the passing of Sir G. Many years ago, I was the chairman of this tournament. So we spent a lot of time together, Sir G and myself, trying to promote the tournament in England, in Australia, in South Africa. And to see that it has come to this point, my concern is that I hope the tournament don't die with Sir G. That the powers that be will be able to maintain the tournament and improve upon it. I know they have quite a few people who have been with the tournament for many, many years, and they can draw on their skills and bring some new blood into it and to ensure that this tournament continues. Sir G has meant a lot to me personally as a friend. As I said, we toured a lot together in trying to promote this tournament and promote Barbados generally. Particularly, like I said, it was an eye-opener for me going to South Africa with Saji and trying to get teams from South Africa to come to Barbados for the tournament. We were successful. We got a few from Australia, but because of the difference in the summer situation, we could not get as many teams as we wanted coming out of Australia and in South Africa to some extent. But over the years, there are many people who came through this tournament who've gone on to do quite well and made their countries proud, their respective countries, whether it be in the Caribbean or England or India. So I hope that this tournament will continue, and anything I can do in order to assist in trying to maintain this tournament in the name of the great man, certainly they can always count on me.
Hello, I would like to express sincere condolences to Daniel and the remainder of the Sobers family on behalf of my family and also on behalf of the members of the police WhatsApp. I believe everybody remember that the only teams that Gary paid for in Barbados was the police WhatsApp, of which I am a member. I can remember I have fond memories of Sir Gary in 1986 when we went in 1996 when we went on tour to England. He was our rep, the tourism rep on our tour. And I can remember when he was on the bus with us, a gentleman from England said that this is not good enough. He even offered Gary a Rover vehicle along with a driver during our tour in Worcester 1998 for the Police International Tour. So Sir Gary had a driver. They had the respect that people had for Sir Gary, and they even offered him a vehicle along with a driver. I also remember Sir Gary it was so long ago, in 1985 or so, 1977, correction, when they made 100 against the touring England on the 90 team, which included persons like Mike Gadden and David Gower. I made 100 against them, and Sir Gary congratulated me on such, and he also told me to keep going. I also remember Sir Gary on our tour to 1986 to England, when he also told in 1978 to England with the West Indies on 19, when he told me I just have to make 2 centuries on that tour series, and I should be near or around the West Indies team. That's when around the Kerry Pocket era, when some persons had gone on to play for the Kerry Pocket series. But unfortunately, he made 200s, but it was not selected in the team. I also remember Sir Gary a few years ago when there was the coach of the police team coming around and giving a motivational talk to the police peers. He was very helpful. He would always come and support us and things like that.
So welcome back to the resumption of what's going to be the second innings of an excellent final being hosted here at Kensington Oval between the Sir Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence of Barbados and the top Level Academy out of Guyana. I tell you, the Barbados side is the Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence team winning the toss and batting. They got up to 196 for 7 in their allotted 39 overs. Remember, we were dot 1 over as we had a rain interruption. The rains came at 11:17 and we lost 1 over in the process, giving them 39 overs of allotment. 196 for 7. So the top Level Academy out of Guyana, they'll be chasing 198 for victory if they're going to live this coveted 2026 Sir Garfield Sobers International on the 19 cricket tournament. Andy Payne alongside me is Lyndon Yard. Good afternoon, Lyndon.
Good afternoon to you, Andy. Good afternoon to viewers and listeners. And we greet you in perfect cricketing conditions here at the Kensington Oval with Barbados. Will the Sir Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence will start with spin from the Malcolm Marshall end. And I'm just perusing and Payne, the winners of this competition. And unfortunately, here's the first delivery. And from Ramiro Stout. What a good knock. And it's turned into the leg side. So openers, Kishon and Shahid. 1 without loss. And as I peruse Andy Payne, no Guyana side has ever won this tournament. So it could be time for change. Short ball. And there's the batsman attempting to pull it into the mid-wicket region. Can't score. Target of 197 from 39 overs. And here is Silas the keeper. Keyshawn Silas coming onto the front foot. Andy Payne, you're familiar with these modern day names. Keyshawn, I think back in your time when you was born, maybe 1962, that would have been Sean. So I might have gotten the age wrong. But I think in 1962 it would have been Sean and not Keyshawn.
Well, in my era, it will be Keyshawn.
Maybe Keyshawn. Here is
Keyshawn.
Silas, the keeper, stretches on the front foot, yet to open his account 1 without loss. And his opening partner is Shahid Ramzan. And here is a delivery by Stout, pushed into the wicket and pushing the pitch, I should say. Played down to the long on position where the bowler gets there first. And I can tell you that over number 1 in pursuit of 197 victory to lift their first title. Sir Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence, amassing 196. In their 39 overs, the game reduced by 1 over due to rain interruption at 11:17. And in response,
2 for no loss. I tell you, Silas, the wicket keeper, opening up the batters. Both left-handed batters, Lyndon, Ramzan. Like I said, had the opportunity to see them both yesterday. Not overly aggressive, more just the astute type of grafters, just get the ball in the gaps, lots of deflections of that sort. But coming to a picturesque ground like this one, you know you can get value for your shots. It might be inclined to play a few more shots here, as it's a very true wicket. As you saw, Stoke, he came in at the back end of the innings and show you how good it is for batting this surface.
so it's going to be Jilts to get up from the Joel Garner end, and he'll be bowling to Silas. Sariq Jilts, and he starts in, and his first delivery is pitched up and is driven into that cover region. There's no run, so slip in a gully. Cover. A little bit of a gap between the gully and the cover. There's a cover next to cover. Oh, I see Andy Payne. They're protecting the point boundary.
Yep.
And Silas waits on Jilts, who goes past the umpire and bowls delivery, which he will get a single into the dark. Sun is out in all its glory. Had no idea where that delivery went. He was looking to play it in front of him. Made his way down to short fine leg position for 1. And the total to 100. 3 loss in pursuit of 197. Top Level Academy out of Guyana. Look at it become the first Guyanese team to lift the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 competition. And competition has been well supported. The leading schools competition worldwide. As here's the outside limb, the off stump, well left by Ramzan. As you said, Andy Payne, both left-handers. I always found Andy Payne in my time, I didn't take a particular liking to a particular left-hander. I always thought that they looked pretty awkward. If you go worldwide, I think David Gower. Here's the delivery, which forces the batsman onto the back foot. No run. Adam Gilchrist, but he was a bludgeoner. Didn't use a mock around. Larry Gomes was a joker. You know, and to find the left-hander that looked touch elegant, I think it will take some homework.
Well, I don't think it would.
I think I got an idea what you're gonna say. But I'll let you say it. Jokes.
I don't think he would, Lyndon.
Makes his way in to bowl the Ramzan, and Ramzan plays it to
Stranded.
square leg. The return comes in, and no, do we get the overthrow? The ball works its way down to the field off the point boundary. One run attain. Give the public that left-hander.
I'll tell you, Lyndon, we're going to speak about this tournament is in the honor of none other than Sir Garfield Sobers. You're going to give me that description, and then I'm going to go to the other one.
But remember, I've penciled him as greatness. There's a difference between great and greatness.
So great, it definitely goes to the Prince of Trinidad, they call him.
BC Lara.
BC Lara.
No, they're talking elegance on the eye.
You're speaking BC Lara, Lyndon.
You've caught me napping there.
There you go. Well, don't go to sleep on it, but 2 overs completed. The Top Level Academy, 4 for no loss. You saw Sir Jilts, the right-hand pace bowler, just getting the balls to go away from the left-hander. He looks a bit accurate, Jilts. Just like the look of him, good bustling run up to the crease. And not express pace. Definitely we're going to see in the next over, we're going to pay some attention to the speed gun. But yeah, Stout is going to continue, the captain.
Yes, and he'll be doing business with Ramzan in over number 3 to target 197. As the batsman is lunging forward. Test of spin and medium pace. One of the first left-handers I would have seen would have been Ketler Wessels. Love a cut shot. Very, very strong in it.
Playing for Australia before he went to South Africa.
That's right.
Yep.
Right here at Kensington. Ketler Wessels. So what are some of the other left-handers, Andy Payne?
Of elegance?
Of elegance and grace. Not limited in shot, but of elegance and grace.
Oh. Let's go back to Belle Imagery. Let's stay there.
No, I think you're going to struggle to find the others now.
Well, Kumar Sangakkara was a good player in my view as well.
Solid.
Excellent record. I thought he had a class about him.
First wicket down, soft dismissal. Ramzan reaching for a delivery. The off break turning, not there for the drive. He wasn't trying to force the drive, Andy Payne, but he was reaching for it and had high hands, heavy hands, basically, and presented a simple catch. So not the kind of start that Top Level Academy of Guyana need. And there are 1 down for 4 in the process of over number 3. And the off break into the pitch. Nowhere near it. Cannot drive it. Cannot slash it. Doesn't have the room because he got his right leg too close to the ball, but that was pinned away from it, Andy Payne. And like I said, we were looking for elegance in left-hander. Very soft. Nothing elegant about the left-hander there, but soft dismissal.
A soft dismissal indeed, but you see the captain Stoke really bring his team into this contest, scoring those runs at the late order, the innings, and now picking up the first wicket, just setting the tone for his team. He said a delivery ball into the surface, and Ramzan couldn't control it, just hit it into a short extra cover position, where the catch was easily taken by Jilts, the man opening the bowling from the northern end. So good start for the Everton Wheat Centre of Excellence.
Oh, brilliant start. And the new batsman in is Joshua. And the right-hander gets his first delivery. Pitched up, works it to mid-wicket, can't score. And early strike for delivery. Again, played into the cover region. Slipping position, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. Square leg is also in position and deep mid-wicket. Ill-directed. Not taken by the keeper, they'll take one. They should be looking for two, but they're ambling the first, and that's all they will get.
Well, they'll get two, Lyndon, as it definitely is going to be a wide
With the
signal
extra
as well.
Very correct. You're on the ball while you search for the other elegant left-hander. I will invite you to call a friend. You're allowed to call a friend, because I suspect you're going to struggle.
I think,
but you did the right thing. Start at Lara, end at Lara.
That's what I said to you. Generally, you would come up, you would go from lower to high, but here when you start
high.
You just end that high.
And there's only one chance for a run out, and the save, because he found himself in line with the ball, hit him on the shoulder, and definitely would have been scrambling to get there, and he needed a direct throw. Rubs his right arm very vigorously, and Stout, just watching the replay, set off a non-existent single, and prevention better than cure, so he took the hit to save himself.
Well, he's also very lucky, Lyndon, because taking that hit, that ball could have ricocheted onto the stumps, but it eluded the stumps in the end. But so all's well ends well, but a non-existent single, like you rightfully said. I don't know where he was going. Fielder was onto it pretty quickly and got it there. Bowlers is the new batter. That was the man. But 3 overs completed. Top Level Academy 7 for 1.
Here is Jilts in, outside in the off stump, and outside of that blue line and the paint, and he gives you a sundry. So extras, very helpful thus far. 8 for 1 with Silas, the keeper. Now 3 from 9. Bowlers yet to score. He's faced 2 deliveries, and Sariq Jilts is in. They be pitched up, driven, and partially stopped by the fielder at the cover position. Really ought to have done better. Gives away a single and the pain.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed. You can feel like that at Everton, but not at Kensington Oval. No offense to the guys at Malvern there in Everton, but then they come to this immaculate outfield at Kensington Oval, Lyndon.
He laid down the carpet. It's impossible to misfield on the carpet. You shouldn't misfield on the carpet.
Well,
this smooth.
But developmental, and I'm sure he'll get the feel of this outfield and do better the next time. But I mean, immaculate surface here, Lyndon. The square looks so good. I mean, like you said, just coming off of that New Zealand series.
Slipping the gully for bowlers, and bowlers flashes it square. Beautiful shot down to wide, third man for 4, given the room, and he just went on to the back foot and flashed it to the left of the fielder at the point region, bisecting the point and the gully into the boundary for 4.
Like you said, value for your shots here at the Mecca. The ball coming on to the bat, just getting into a good position. As you see, Jilts here, just a bit outside off some ball coming back into him, just the length. He was good to pick the length on that occasion. There as bowlers and pick up a boundary.
Fielding adjustment. The fielder goes to point on the boundary, and Jilts takes the opportunity to bowl it down the leg side and concede another wider. Ball speed 69 miles per hour, Andy Payne. I think that's the kind of speed that your off breaks would have been in your days. Jokes from the Joe Garner end to bowlers, and bowlers slashes it down to third man. The fielder from point has absolutely no chance. Another boundary for 4. Given the room a lot closer this time, and he played it late. He didn't try to get it square. More with an open, delayed face down to the third man boundary for 4.
Like you said, outfield very quick. So once you get that ball past the inner field, it's always going to run to the boundary using the pace of the bowler as well. He said, value for your shots here at Kensington Oval. So once you defeat the men in the circle there, even the man at backward point stationed on the boundary had no chance. And now they've employed the third man here, Lyndon.
Another forced change. Finally comes the third man. Slipping a gully, third man backward point cover and mid off. And he bowls an ill-directed delivery down the leg side. So he's gone wide, 4, wide, 4, wide. How does he come back, Andy Payne?
Well,
as a keeper, what will you go down and say to him?
Just look at the outside of the off stump. Just look at the wicket keeper's left leg. This is the area you should be looking down. Obviously, the ball is getting a bit of shape, really. He just hasn't been able to control it. He's getting the ball in swing to the right-handed batter.
And he moves in to bowl the bowlers 4 for 8, and bowlers strides forward, plays the ball to cover. News flash, dot ball. In pursuit of 197 to win the 36th edition of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament, which got started the 13th of July here in Barbados. Here is a flash and a miss outside in the off stump of victory wide. Victory, I was saying a victory there to the bowler for getting an injudicious shot out of the batsman bowlers, but umpire Ernie Fields, a veteran, signals it was wide. So apart from the boundary, he's consistent with that wide every other delivery. Jokes is in. Beautiful delivery. Well bowled. That one seemed to have nipped off the seam, Andy Payne. And there's bowlers caught on the crease and playing late. Not taken cleanly by the keeper. The ball's parred past the outside edge. And there is no addition to the total. It remains 20 for 1. As Jokes is in. And bowlers is stylishly forward. And for the first time this over, Andy Payne just threatened the batsman.
Yeah, you said a bit of inconsistency there. But you said this ball seems to be shaping it into the right-handed batter. He's also got a couple to leave the right hand. So there is some swing around. It's just the consistency, that length that he should be bowling often. You said he was bowling at 69. He got it to 72. So probably was looking to increase his pace as well and just losing it a little bit in that process. But bustling run-up, good sharp bowler, one who could deceive you for pace. Young Sariq Jilts. But it's just a matter of working on the consistency a bit more.
Well, no doubt it is going to be stout to continue. 1 for 5 in his 2 overs, and he bowls a wide delivery. And umpire Sherwin Codrington gets into the act of exercising his hands. Run number 21. And slip in position, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket and a square leg. Short delivery is forced into that cover region. Can't score is Silas the keeper, who's not on 4. And the total 21 for 1. We are in over number 5. Being bowled by Stout. Was that a good tournament with both bat and ball? And looking to lead his team here over the line in the final. Tossed up and driven hard into the ground. The keeper and the slip, they go up. More in anticipation of hoping that the umpire wasn't playing his Joe Kieran attention. That's exactly what he did. And dot ball and not out is the two verdicts for the last 2 deliveries. Silas on 4. Bowlers at the non-strikers end on 8. And well bowled outside in the off stump. Not pushing it through, just giving it a little bit of a tease, Andy Payne. And in brilliant sunshine here at Kensington Oval 2026, the week, or under a week before the funeral, the going home service of the world's greatest cricketer, Sir Garfield Sobers, at Kensington Oval in honor his 36th edition of this wonderful tournament, the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament, the finals between Top Level Academy out of Guyana and Sir Everton Centre of Excellence. The score after 5 overs, a matter of 21 for 1.
Yeah, you saw Captain Stout again, just bowling some off breaks. I just like how he goes about his work. Stout, he's taking the pace out of the deliveries, asking the batters to come after him. And Silas, in particular, he doesn't have any interest really of getting aggressive. I saw him, and he looks to be more a mere grafter. And you can see that he's just intent, spending time at the wicket as opposed to getting on with it. But also, you've seen the introduction of a new bowler here now, Linden Yard, Joshua Thompson.
And the left arm spinner, and his first delivery is cut down to the slip region on the bounce, and he replaces Sariq Jilks. I'm not surprised that Jilks was replaced after just 2 overs. Here's a short delivery, which is forced into the cover region, so there's a slip in position, backward point, there's a sweep on the cover boundary, cover mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, more in the cow corner area. Short mid-wicket and a square leg. And this delivery is coming forward, taking the pad, the people leg before and given. Leg before wicket, and seem to not have any balance there, Andy Payne. Joshua bowlers prodding forward without well being circumspect. And perfect opportunity, Andy Payne, to have a look at the replay. And easy decision in the end for umpire Ernie Fields. And he goes and playing well away from the pad, Andy Payne. The ball hitting all pad. It could not have hit the bat, Andy Payne. The bat was nowhere in the... He played for turn, and he didn't get as much turn as he played for. And the ball hitting him, stretching forward. The easy decision. So he goes. And the Top Level Academy, Andy Payne, you would have to say, at 21 for 2 after 5.3 overs, they are in some trouble.
They're in some troubles. Josh Bowlers gone ball. He's out to Joshua Thompson. Bowlers threatening a bit with his short play, but as you see the slow bowler come on, the spinner in Thompson. Quicker bowler, quicker type style of bowling. Left arm getting the ball to arm into the right hander. And like you said, playing away from his body, Lyndon, like you said, and the ball struck him on the pad. Impact definitely somewhere in about middle stump, and an easy decision really for umpire Ernie Fields. So he's going to make his way back, and as the referee said, the Sir Everton Wheat Centre of Excellence, they would think that they're in an excellent position to push for a victory here. But still some 8 wickets away, but an excellent start by them.
The new batsman in is Richard Ramsey Hall. So together with Silas the keeper, the Top Level Academy, hoping that these two can do a repair job. Thompson with 1 wicket, having not conceded a run, and his first delivery is played by Ramsey Hall back to the bowler. Sports number 66 on his bat. What number do you sport on your bat, Andy Payne, in your time?
Well,
I don't think they had numbers in your time.
No, well, no, nowadays most of the time I use number 24, Linton.
And here's a wide delivery sent down by Joshua. Any reason why 24?
Well, I'll share a bit with you, Lyndon.
You've been playing for 24 years. Here is Thompson in. And this delivery tossed up. And there is Ramsey Hall playing the ball involuntarily into the leg side. Can't score. Wants a single, but can't score. Silas will had none of it. 22 for 2. Umpire Dickie Bird would normally be flicking his legs. Here's the delivery tossed up and driven to long mid-off for a single. And with 1 delivery left in the 6th over, the Top Level Academy 23 for 2, Andy Payne.
Yeah, actually the completion
22,
of it.
23. Completion?
Yep.
23 for 2. And with 23 for 2, it gives us enough time to find out why you use 24.
Well, I can tell you, tomorrow being the 24th, Lyndon, I'm going to have a celebration tomorrow. So that's
You aren't turning 24 years for sure.
so that's being significant with the number 24, as the 24th being that day, birthday on the 24th. So that's the significance behind that number.
24th of this month or next month?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay. I wouldn't go so far to wish you happy birthday in advance. I did say it, but I wouldn't wish you that. I'll wait tomorrow and give you a call first thing in the morning if you're at home. You know how you guys in the north roll. Donovan Lovell. Lopez. Rondell Learwood. This one is punched into the offside. Go for a quick single. Bad bit of feeling, but they feel like the mid-off position will allow them to come for 2. They can contemplate the 3rd, and they decide early not to go for it. And 2 runs.
Yeah, bad bit of feeling there. It looks like Lovell, again, just taking his eye off the ball as it got a bit close to him. There's no uneven bumps here in the outfield, Lyndon. So the key is to keep your eyes on the ball as long as possible until it gets to you. But just guilty of taking his eyes off that one and allow it to go through him.
25 for 2. In the process of over number 7. The target is 197. If Level Academy out of Guyana are going to lift the 36th edition of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under 19 tournament. They pick up run number 26. Good running between this pair of Silas the keeper, who comes into strike. He has 4, and Ramsey Hall. Both players on 4. Stout is in, and a sloppy bit of feeling where they feel the extra cover position.
Looks like Thompson.
Yes, it is Thompson. Allows the score to move it to 27 for the loss of 2. And here's the reverse cutaway, and again sloppy bit of feeling. And one thing I can say, the difference between the two sides and the pain is definitely that the top level academy, the feeling was up to scratch in comparison to what we're seeing in the early exchanges here by the Everton Weeks Center of Excellence team. Struck on the pad. No need to appeal his outside line of the leg stump. The end of over number 7. And in pursuit of 197 for victory, they have 39 overs for which to get them. Top Level Academy, they are 28 for the loss of 2 and the pain.
Yeah, 28 for 2. Like you spoke about the feeling, and you called it excellently and correct. The Top Level Academy, they were very good in the outfield. They were excellent all around, albeit in close to the bat or on the boundaries. They saw that commitment really from them in the outfield. And like you said, Sir Everton reached sense of excellence. A bit sloppy, just allowing the balls to go through, some misfields, just a few blunders. I'm sure that the coaching staff and the management, they will have something to reflect on in terms of in that discipline as they go back in. But they find themselves still in a strong position. 7 overs gone, 28 for 2.
Thompson to continue from the Joe Garner end. The bowlers, and bowlers swings it into the hands of the fielder with not short mid on. A magnificent catch at short mid wicket. And he thought he hit it well, and the pain, he did hit it well. He did hit it straight into the midriff of the young man, Andy Payne. Let's give kudos, but that's a tremendous catch. He didn't have to move, he just had to catch it, or else his ribs might have been in trouble.
Well, Linda, we just commented on the ground feeding, and they haven't been great on the ground. But that's a good catch where the man plays there in short mid-wicket. So Ramdiol trying to go big, didn't manage to get that ball over the man in short mid-wicket, and he's lost his wicket as well. So Ramdiol, he's got to make his way back into the dugout as well. So losing the 3rd wicket, Lyndon, we're only in the 8th over. So the sense of excellence, they're all over this Guyana side. Lyndon, I'm sure the coaching staff, they'll be happy.
Yeah, brilliant catch, well taken. And he departs. And they're obviously Andy Payne's turned on the wrong side of the coin. And the coin which went in favor of the Everton Week Centre of Excellence. They amass 196 for 7. in a game reduced to 39 overs after we had a shower around 11:17, forcing the organizers to reduce the game by 1 over. And the luncheon period was moved to 2:29.
Yeah, and you spoke about that 196 in 39 overs. At the toss, Lyndon, when questioned Captain Ramiro Stoke, he said if they batted all 40 overs, he would have been happy with a total of 200. So I think 196 in 49 overs, that's basically what he was asking for in terms of a run rate required. So I think they've done that part and they know what they would like to defend. But getting those 3 early wickets, it's really set the tone for them and put them in an excellent position to press for a victory here.
So he was spot on then because he was 1 over short and just needed 4 runs with 3 wickets still to bat. 28 for 3. Top Level Academy in trouble. The new batsman in is Mikkel. And this is Sharma. And he stretches forward. Plays the ball to point. Can't score. With Joshua Thompson 2 for 2 in 1.2. Remarkable figures to have. Slip in position, backward point. Bozevi outside in the off stump. And Sharma will get off the mark. Not intentionally. Looking to cut the ball into the offside. Gets an under edge. And goes past the slip fielder for a single. Bisecting the slip on the keeper. And he gets off the mark. It brings Silas, who has been the silent partner from the beginning, back into strike.
Yeah, tell you what, Sharma he needs to be a bit careful trying to go back to Thompson. He's got that dangerous arm ball, and he would like to have you on the back foot. So he just needs to be mindful. He might try to get forward to the left hand unorthodox.
And he stands up tall and plays from the crease. There's Silas. And no run attained. 29 for the loss of 3. Thompson to bowl to Silas. Left-hander to left-hander. And he gets this one past the keeper. Down to fine leg, which is unprotected. The slip is after it. Overhauls it. And they're going to come back for 2. So into the 30s. Goes Top Level Academy out of Guyana. 31 for 3 in pursuit of 197. Made by the Sir Everton Week Centre of Excellence 11. Thompson, 2 deliveries remaining. He has 2 for 6 in his second over. Silas on 5 from 19. Goes on the back foot and is caught. Soft dismissal, caught at cover. Andy Payne. Short ball just when I thought he was dropping anchor. Andy Payne. He threw everything over the side of the boat, Andy Payne, and like anything you throw into the sea, it's going to float.
Well, yeah, Lovell was in the way on that occasion, coming out with a good catch. So losing the 4th wicket. They're really faltering here, Lyndon. The Everton Weeks 11 just really putting on the pressure and picking up wickets, picking up at regular intervals as well. You have a look at this one on the back foot ball, coming back into the left-hander, and he couldn't keep that one down. Silas, who I said is not really aggressive type of batter, but this is probably the first aggressive-looking shot he's tried to play, and holding out to Lovell there at that extra cover region.
Well, I'm sure when he sees the replay, he will be disappointed. But having said that, the ground feeling hasn't been good. But they're catching at the pain. They seem intent on taking everything that comes their way. This Sir Everton Week Centre of Excellence, and they're on top of this game with the guys from Berbice, Demerara, Georgetown, and in Guyana, Top Level Academy. They're 32 for the loss of 4. They need 165 from 187 deliveries. And the pain, I know you're not a better man, so I'm not going to ask you where's your money, where's your allegiance.
Well, it's a neutral for me. Like I said, just like to see the development of these young players. I just like to handpick, or so to speak, see the talent that is on show. Just share your opinions amongst who you think has got that plan to go on to a higher level. As the coaches will coach them all, but you just like to see that early talent, Lyndon. You got to have that eye for that early talent.
The new batsman is Trilot Nanan, and he's across his stumps to the final delivery of over number 3, bowled by Joshua Thompson, who has figures of 3 for 6 in 2 overs, and at the end of that over Bowlers contributed 8. Sharma has 1. And 4 wickets down for 32 runs after 8 overs. Top Level Academy, Andy Payne, and they really need some help.
Well, they need a partnership, more so. They need a partnership. So Captain Sharma, he's there. Nanan, who's now joined him. So this pair was at least try to consolidate for some time. Don't allow themselves to lose any further wickets. 4 wickets to the good of the Sir Everton Wheat Centre of Excellence. 8 overs completed. They've really put themselves in a position where they could be bowled out at an early time. So just need to put their heads down, grasp for a bit, and get a partnership going.
S to S. Stout to Sharma. He has a big heave. Doesn't make contact. Or if he didn't make contact, it goes past the keeper, past the leg stump, and to come back for 2. I was right. Didn't make contact. Missed everything. Missed the bat. Missed the leg stump. Missed the keeper. And they got 2 sundries, 34 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, Baez on that occasion again. Stout giving it generous air, beating them through the gate.
He's into Sharma, and Sharma goes on to the back foot, playing it off the pitch. Back to Stout with figures of 1 for 11 in the process of his 5th over. Goes past umpire Codrington from the Malcolm Marshall end, tossed up. And Sharma elects to stay in his crease, plays the ball down to that short fine leg fielder. Slipping position. Backward point, cover mid off, short mid wicket, long on, and now he hits this one through the hands of the fielder at the mid off position, Andy Payne. Horrible bit of feeling. That was an easy catch.
Oh, Lovell, he'd be disappointed in that. He just had to time his jump, Lyndon, and it's going all through his hands.
I don't even think he had a jump, Andy Payne. He just had to close his hand to catch the ball.
Yeah, but good bowling here by Stoke. He's got his variations going well. He's extracting some spin as well here, Lyndon. The man, Lovell, like you said, he'd be disappointed. That's an easy chance, really. He just needed.
He didn't even have to jump, Andy Payne. Yeah. It's just a horrible effort, to put it into a simple statement. Horrible, horrible effort.
Well, Stoke, he's looked the part.
He's into Bolton. Nanan. Nanan goes for the big hit. Nanan goes back to the pavilion as well. So Nanan on his knees like boys to men. He's still standing there. And he turns and makes the slow, dreaded walk back to the pavilion. Andy Payne, this game seemed headed for anti-climax. They're in serious trouble. 35 for 5.
Yeah, that's half the batting dismissed there, Lyndon. Don't know what Nanan was doing. His captain offered a life with previous delivery, and here he is just trying to hit that one somewhere over the mid-on area. The man's stationed in the circle, and his flight to delivery outside the off-stump and dragging that one out to mid-on and losing his wicket in the process. But a good delivery there again from Stoke, just giving it that generous air, and the batter just can't get all of it, and he's picked up another wicket.
So, it seems as though Andy Payne, we're going to have a relatively early afternoon, and I can assure you if we have an early afternoon, we can get your birthday celebrations going.
Pre-birthday.
Pre-birthday celebrations going in the early. I'll surely grab you a bottle of water. That's on me.
That's why I usually drink.
So, we're on the same page. 35 for 5, 1 delivery shy of completing over number 9, and is not being a good display with the bat by the Top Level Academy. Ramiro Stout with the 2nd wicket, 2 for 12 from 4.5 overs. And there are 162 adrift. They have 181 deliveries available to get this 197. And it seems as though they're going to struggle to get the 97 first and foremost. The new batsman in is Kalen Callender, the right-arm leggy. And here is Stout on the way into bowl the Callender. And Callender stretches forward, survives the over, the end of over number 9. And this is the final, the second half of the 36th edition of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament played at Kensington Oval a week prior to the grand send-off for Barbados' first and the world's greatest cricketer, Sir Garfield Sobers, a national hero who passed away during the course of the week.
Yes, like I said, in lots of trouble, 35 for 5. Stout 2 for 12 from his 5, the captain. He's really have an excellent game. scoring 66 when he had his chance with the bat. He seems to be an excellent leader as well, this guy, Ramiro Stout. I just love his attitude to it. Always have a little bit of a chirp. He's a chatty fella. He goes well on the field. Once pressed into play, he gives it his all. Ramiro Stout.
Calendar waits on Thompson and plays a cross-batted flick with the wrist. Back to the bowler.
In golf, you say a slice.
Slice.
Okay.
Slice. Here is a delivery which he is forcing it into that cover region. Can't score, slip in position. Backward point, cover extra, cover 3/4 of the way.
Speaking about golf, Lyndon, you're yourself a golfing man. Obviously, you know the late, great Sir Garfield was a big man on the greens.
Very extremely big. Andy Payne, I was talking to Tahir Bouboulia, and I said I didn't have the pleasure of watching the great man, the world's greatest cricketer, play cricket physically. I saw demos and clips of him, but I had the pleasure of being in a couple of his sets while he played. And like I said, I envisioned every shot he played on the golf course was reminiscent. Speed for leg before. Bowled him. It's gone through the gap, Andy Payne. Now he can't believe it. The celebration goes on. I can't believe it myself. I was a little nearsighted on that one. And the end, Andy Payne definitely has to be here. Let's see what went on there. I just watched the bowler appeal to the umpire, and he himself would have thought that that was the situation. And at the end of the day, he's gone back. So another one bites the dust, going right through the gap, and very easy penetration. So Andy, I'll tell you what, with things happening fast and furious, and the total of 35 for 6. So just to make sure that Tahir Bouboulia earns his keeps, earns his pay. One delivery left in my stint, so you will have a spell, and I'm pretty sure his spell will be very short. So 35 for the loss of 6. Like I said, when you look in the history books of this tournament, 36 years in existence, no team from Guyana has ever won the tournament, and I'm going to call it now. No team will win it in the 36 years in 2026. And the new batsman in is Nicholas Lovell. 35 for 6. Final delivery of my spell. 4 for 6. The figures of Joshua Thompson. And 35 for 6. I cut that short. 35 for 6. The final delivery.
A penetrative bowler.
The 10th over. And Thompson, final delivery of my stint. Comes in on the way to bowl to Level. Level to his first delivery, striding forward. Plays the ball correctly into the coverage. At the end of the first 10 overs of this half of the innings, in pursuit of a victory target of 197 after Sir Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence won the toss and batted, scoring 196 for 7. Top Level Academy out of Guyana. They are 35 for a loss of 6. The next voice you'll be hearing, added to that of Andy Payne, will be Tahir Bouboulia. Andy?
Yeah, thank you, Lyndon. But this guy, Joshua Thompson, what I like about Thompson is that he continues to bring the stumps into play, just keeping the players honest. You saw him, the most of dismissal he's now had. He's had leg before, a couple of men bowl. So excellent work by the young left-hand spinner, just threatening the stumps of the Guyanese batters who have no answer really for them, and they find himself at 36 for 6, 35 for 6 as a welcome Tahir Bouboulia.
Thank you, Andy, and good afternoon to everyone listening all over the world. For those in Guyana, I know you're under a bit of pressure, but you need a big partnership here. Ramiro Stout has had an excellent game so far. Really powered his way to 50, and now picking up 2 wickets. A strong, powerful man is powerfully built as well. Nicholas Lovell and Keelan Callender at the crease, 36 for 6. In lots of trouble here the academy, top level academy. Stout. If his off breaks, Canada playing it forward. It's in front of him.
Yeah, what I like about Stoke, like I said to Lennon a bit earlier, is just the variations that he's got. He takes the pace out of the deliveries. He's also extracted some spin out of this surface. Doing an excellent job of his side. You mentioned that extremely important knock when he's had his turn. But now here he is leading from the front. He's opened up the ball and he's into 6 over, like you rightfully said. And just conceded 14 runs. But importantly, he's taken those 2 wickets.
Yo, Andy, what do you do in this situation as a batting team? Obviously, you're lower order coming in. What's your mindset coming in to bat in a situation like this?
Well, generally the mindset in these positions is that this is only the 11th over completed. So your main aim must be looking to bat out that for the 39 overs as a first. Obviously, you need some partnerships. You've seen Captain Stout, he's now gone 6 overs, so you must be thinking if you can just bat a period here and allow a new bowler to come into the attack. You must allow yourself to see a new face on that ball. That's what they haven't done really. They've allowed Stout to bowl his first 6, and Thompson, who's gone on notice really, his 4 wickets. You got to keep him out in particular because obviously he's accurate. He's bowling wicket to wicket. He's asking you to play. He's not one who you want to go after with shots, but you must have a defensive game against someone like Thompson.
Absolutely. Here's Thompson playing it forward. Left arm spinner. Nice little action there. And as you know, this tournament, the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament, and remembering the great man, the legacy of the great Sir Garfield Sobers.
And just before you come and set, you just missed Lyndon. We're going into that golfing aspect because a lot of persons know of his golfing prowess. Well, a lot have been said about it, especially in these recent forums. But Sir Garfield Sobers is a man of golf. Lyndon said he's never had the privilege of playing in his 4 balls. I've done that a few times, and I can tell you how this man strikes a golf ball. It was exceptional, especially off the tee. So Gary was just a great man off the tee with a driver. I'm going to make my exit. Tyre, I know you're going to join by Hendy Wallace, and you guys will continue on the cricket practice.
Well, I'm not great at golfing. I have a pretty good drive, but the short game is not, the best.
I've never played golf a day in my life. Only mini golf, if that is considered anything. Crazy golf as they call it, and you'll be familiar with that in England and Ireland and those places. Here's Thompson. He's bowled pretty well thus far. You'll be looking for a fifer, but missing his mark there with a wide down the leg side.
He's been pretty impressive from the very start, and really spinning a web around his batters. His arm ball really seems to be his most potent delivery, as that's his 4th over completed, and he's got the impressive figures of 4 for 8.
Yes, 39 for 6. I was asking Andy before you came in, what's the mindset as a obviously lower order batsman in now? What's the mindset coming in when you come into bat in a situation like this?
Well, first of all, you got to stop the rut. When you look at the mode of dismissals for the earlier batters, you try to stop the rut. Maybe play Thompson in particular with a little bit more care, and then see how you can manipulate the others. But it's really looking on barrel at the moment. It's all about survival mode at this stage.
Henry, I have a question for you. We've spoken about teams from Australia, England, the US, Canada. Did you know that a Swiss team played in the Sir Garfield Sobers cricket tournament?
Yes, I heard that. And as interesting as this may sound, you'll find that T20 cricket, although it's slightly different to what is actually the format for this, has proven to be an excellent vehicle for the promotion of the game.
In Europe?
Yes.
Yeah, they have the European League. Some see it as comedy, but
no, I think it's going to be a little bit more. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more serious than that now with the Indian investment. I think Dravid has a team in Dublin.
Wow. That's beautiful. Yeah. Oh, that swung away Down to deep mid wicket. They should get 2. Fielder comes around. Get it comfortably in the end. Andy, what do you see Barbados' role in developing cricket in those areas of the world?
Well, first of all, the attraction of coming to Barbados. The weather is guaranteed. That's really a key attraction for the teams in Europe. As a developing country, they will get a certain amount of funding for the development of this sport. It's just a decision whether the respective bodies will see infrastructure as the key component or exposure.
Yes, absolutely. I think Barbados does have a role to play in development of cricket in the Americas, even across the US as well. At the end of the day, we've produced talented cricketers, talented sports administrators, talented coaches, you name it. But we have to really position ourselves to provide these opportunities for our local people to explore those opportunities and go to those places and develop the game, because they don't necessarily have the technical expertise. They may have the money, they may have the investment, but we have the technical expertise that is needed, that they need at that level.
Well, I think what's been happening recently is that with whatever funding they've been securing, talking about the European nations, they're actually bringing in the expertise to work with the teams. So sometimes it's a bit top heavy. This could have to hurry. It could be a real mix up here. Unfortunately for the centre of excellence, it wasn't a very good throw. I think the fielder on reflection will recognize how much time he had. Obviously he wasn't aware what was going on at the non-striker's end, and he probably had another second or 2 to really settle himself to have a much better throw.
The batsman gave up in the middle of the wicket there. Here's Thompson again, looking for his fifer. And driven to cover, there's no run. 43 for 6.
Yeah, but you talk about the role that Barbados would play. If you can attract those visitors from Europe to bring on their developing cricketers, it also gives an opportunity for what I call the bottleneck of cricketers in Barbados, the opportunity to play against different opposition. Ideally, you want those emerging players to go on tours and what have you, but the next best thing is to bring teams in, because we have a bottleneck of cricketers. And you just look at this here with the centre of excellence, being able to put out a team on the 19 team, which is due back sometime tonight, playing unbeaten in the regional tournament. And someone said to me a couple of days ago, they expect Barbados to win those tournaments.
Yes.
What is critical for them is what happens after this tournament.
Correct.
Where the guys get bored, there are no opportunities, whatever. And you can only play 11 in your top team, you know.
And that's the thing. A lot of the cricketers in Barbados drop off after that at the 19 level when they leave the school system. And the club system is not as strong as it previously was. That mentorship that was previously there in years gone by, that is something that we definitely have to focus on if we're going to continue to develop cricketers of not just going on to play for the national team, but there are so many opportunities. As we see the end of the 14th over, 46 for 6. Level is on 3, Calendar is on 7. And the top level academy really staring down the barrel here at the moment as we see the water break. It's taken after 14 overs, 46 for 6, 151 required for victory. So yes, there's a good conversation we're having, Hendy, and these are the opportunities that we have to do, the under 23, under 21. And when we look at England and Australia, that is where they start to develop at a faster rate as well. We develop earlier, and we beat them when they come on the touring teams. And I remember Joe Root, 2 years before he made his England debut, he came and he was struggling at Pickwick against some of the pacers that we had there, and they weren't even playing for the national team. So how do we develop the systems? We may not have the infrastructure, but how do we develop the systems that in that age group we can continue for them to develop? That is where we're getting beaten at.
Well, we're looking at a high performance center first of all to look at those opportunities. But even with when they had the new restrictions in Europe with work permits, etc., for players to expose their skills in the UK, I think that hampered our development significantly. I certainly benefited from it, where I felt it was, at the time I only played in Ireland, it wasn't very popular at the time, but it was an opportunity to expose and to showcase my talents.
Yes.
I was nowhere near making the Barbados side, not because I didn't think I was good enough. There was no opportunity. So the next best thing was to try to get an overseas contract. I was fortunate to go to Australia and then play in Ireland. So there was that exposure. I obviously was able to perform at a level that I was able to sustain that for over 2 decades of playing overseas. But not everybody was that fortunate. There were guys who, in my era, who maybe only played a handful of seasons overseas. So, at least you had somewhere. I mean, you had probably about 40 odd players playing overseas in the summer. So that was an avenue and it gave then somebody else an opportunity in Barbados to obviously play senior cricket or whatever it was. That's not the case at the moment. I believe if you've got 10 players playing overseas in the English summer, you've got a lot. And it's a case where once the funding becomes available, we have to look at exposing what we call developmental teams, an A team, an under 23, an academy team, a centre of excellence team. And I think it's important if you can provide tours of some kind. That is one way that we can help develop the players. But even when you develop the players, Tahir, you can only pick 13.
Yep.
And
that's the sad thing.
Once we don't fall in the trap of getting rid of players at 31 and 32, even if they're delivering, then you can see how that bottleneck grows. Your success really can be your demise as well, because the bottleneck is getting wider and wider.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's another cultural thing that we have to get over in the region, where when you get a certain age, they want to put you onto the shelf. That's something we certainly have to look at, because in sports, we use football as an example. Pulled away, it's a big hit. Will it go all the way? Yes, it does. A big 6 there for Calendar. Over mid-wicket, a sharp delivery from DeMarco Maynard, his first delivery of the innings. And that's the 50 up for the top level academy. They'll be happy to get there.
Well, I was looking at the field on the boundary a couple overs ago, and I thought, I don't expect one of these guys to be able to hit the ball that far. Well, it's a good thing I kept quiet on that one. Calendar proved me wrong. And that's a fairly big boundary from where they're playing. That boundary is easily 75 yards. Yeah. So that's quite a good clip there.
And not a muscular fella, pretty skinny.
No, he's the same size as the bat.
Yes, indeed. So it's good. These bats are different these days. As here is DeMarco Maynard. Better delivery coming off of the outer portion of the bat. They get 1. Looking for the second, a non-existent run there. But yeah, that's the next side of the conversation there of aging our players. And if we look at the World Cup just now, how old is Messi?
Well, here's the thing. We got drawn into the trap of following the English.
Yes.
Right? Where our cricketers are invariably, at the time, were much fitter.
How long ago was this, sorry?
I'm talking about more so in the 80s.
80s, okay.
And where they started. Any player who was approaching, just gone past 30, was deemed to be too old for international cricket, and they would look to get rid of them. There's a loud appeal for the catch, and he's been given. No objection there from the batter. Maynard redeeming himself after that rank long hop, which got the treatment, picking up the 7th wicket.
Yes. On to the bat for a short delivery there. We'll have to wait for the replay, but edge and very well taken by the wicketkeeper. As we see the replay coming up on the screen now. It was a shortish delivery there from Maynard, and Level a rocking back, not really going into the ball, leaning backwards a tad bit and not getting his feet as close to the ball as he would have liked. So 53 for 7 now, and DeMarco Maynard would be happy to get a wicket.
I think he's guilty there of looking for spin, non-existent spin, probably anticipating that the ball was going to come into him, making a bit of room for himself, and eventually playing away from his body and getting the edge.
So Shane Prince is the new batsman. He had a very good spell earlier. He went wicketless, but he would be coming out to bat here now. Let's see if he has any skills with the bat. He's definitely one for the future. Guyanese cricket and West Indies cricket. So as you were saying, Hendy?
Yeah. So we were talking about players getting the exposure and being the European and the UK style of looking to get rid of players after 30. What was happening during that period, that in our regional tournament we were still only playing about 5 matches a year. So 5 first-class matches a year. So for a guy to get 30 first-class games at home, he had to play 6 years. And people are saying that well, after 5-6 years, he's getting past his best, and it's time for a change.
Wow.
So you were coming up against other players who were making their debut with 40 first-class games.
Or 140
Yeah,
from India.
yeah. So the thing about playing county cricket and league cricket for that, but more so county cricket because that was first-class standard, it meant that our players at international level were getting the exposure of playing 12 to 16 first-class games in the season.
Yeah, and if they go to Australia, and they get an additional games as well. So I think we really have to look at where the cricketing world is at, and truly we certainly have to look at where we're at in terms of cricket development globally, the funding models. That's a whole other conversation there. See the CW applied for a loan from the ICC recently. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with that loan. At the end of the 15th over, 54 for 7 now. And Thompson will continue. He will be looking for his 5 for here. He comes off the attack. Don't know if the ball will come back to him. But the new form of cricket is really a business. And the clubs locally who have formed themselves as a business have done extremely well. Across the sports, not just as an entity or a club or a social club, but as a business. How do they attract sponsorship? How do they attract investment? How do they focus on the development in terms of grassroots development? Across the clubs in Barbados, we've seen more successful ones have implemented those strategies.
Joshua Thompson to continue. This time bowling to the left-handed batter, Shane Prince. I wonder if he's tempted to use a long handle here to go for some big hits. It's an attempt there.
It's a chance for a run out.
Another poor return. So second time in pretty quick succession that the Centre of Excellence have not taken. They had the opportunity presented to them by some we call it miscommunication between the batters. Well, Prince lives to fight another day.
Here's Thompson. Oh, good delivery there. Just going on with the arm. And taken by the wicketkeeper.
Well, we haven't seen much spin today off this surface, but yet all the batters seem to be playing for spin.
Calendar had some spin earlier, the leg spinner, and Ramdi Hall as well. But you know the Guyanese, that's their bread and basket.
Well, so to be fair, the wrist spinners you expect that will get something out of it. But most of the finger spinners that we saw on display today, it was really more to do with the accuracy.
Yes. Push the mid on for a single. 55 for 7 now. Thompson has kept it very tight.
4 for 12, one delivery left in his 6th over. And Calendar on strike.
Yorker deer.
Yeah. What do they call that? Killing it dead.
Yeah, played it right under the eye. 55 for 7 after the 16th over. I really want to thank our sponsors, the BTMI, Cricket Legends, the National Sports Council, and all the other sponsors who have supported the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament over all the years. This is the 36th edition of this tournament. We've had many greats who have passed through this competition.
And we could very well have some in the making from this year's tournament.
Yes.
We've seen some real talent coming through from the visiting sides. I had a look at the Grenadian side a couple of days ago at BRC, and I saw a couple of very impressive bowlers. Unfortunately, they didn't have much of a target to defend, but they were very impressive. I'm staring that one off the face of the bat.
The first time today we're seeing 2 slips. So Paris, I don't think he's going to stick around here. Going to look to play some shots. Once whipped off the legs behind square. Get two comfortably. $57 for 7 now. It's a 4:15 in Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean. Wherever you may be in the world and you're watching. Last year, Hendy, after the final that we commentated last year, one of my friends from Australia said he was on a cruise and he was watching it.
Yes.
Yes. He was on a cruise and he picked it up on the TV channel.
That's where we're at now.
So you never know.
I had friends in Canada as well who were viewing it, and Ireland, so it's really good to get the cricket out there.
Yeah, we did some tape ball the time back as well. It was just streamed on Flow Sports, and persons out of India, they were messaging, say, how can we get a team come into play in the competition?
Really?
It was, you never know where this cricket takes you. Honestly, I was shocked. I edged
Catch it.
and did it drop short? I think it perhaps fell short there of the field that first slip.
Yeah.
Looks like Carter there. Paris Prince lives to see another day. Marco Maynard, the bowler, is again playing forward this time. Look for a quick single, but he turns around and he gets back. There's actually supposed to be a tape ball cricket World Cup in Guyana in October this year, and apparently teams from India, Pakistan, Oman, USA. Was you see the replay there? Did it fall short?
Yeah, just short of the first slip. I think second slip was interested for a while. Obviously with the stagger, second slip probably had a better chance of getting a hand to it, but it was just a tad wide. So the diet of spin continues.
No, in Sagari's time, this wouldn't be so common. So many spinners from Barbados. We've seen the production of a lot more spinners coming from Barbados going on to play for West Indies recently.
More so than the fast bowlers.
Yeah, Jamal Warrican, even Joshua Bishop now being selected into the test squad that was announced today.
Yeah, delighted to see that.
Oh yeah, well deserved. I think I think he's going to bring a level of experience because he's been able to play more first-class matches than a lot of other persons. I'm just going to try to pull up his first-class career here.
I think it brings us another point about exposing players. We talk about from this Sir Garfield Sobers tournament, how these guys will go to the next level, but with the Cricket West Indies introducing the franchise concept, Barbados for sure benefited from that by the exposure of the likes of Kyle Mears and the likes of Shamar Springer, who, not that they weren't good enough to play for Barbados, but the opportunities, the same opportunities were not there. It's a short delivery being put away. Unfortunately, just a single.
What surprised me about that is that not a lot of those smaller cricketing nations didn't take to more of the regional players. It wasn't widespread, I think, as it should have been taken up, perhaps.
Well, you see, you have to remember too that the respective territories have a responsibility for their own cricketers and developing their own cricketers. So I know, for instance, for Barbados, it was very awkward. Certainly, when I was chairman of selectors, it was very awkward to find a player who was of first-class ability or skill that wasn't necessarily better than someone in Barbados. So, we went the other way in the initial period where we looked for the certainly like someone from this Sir Garfield Sobers tournament. We looked for someone who was a promising young talent, brought them into our setup to develop their game within our system, and then wherever possible, they were able to get a game. So it was very difficult when you know that your best, this person probably could not fit into your best 15 players. And at the same token, we thought it was unfair to bring someone who was good enough to play first-class cricket to put them on the bench.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. The intricacies of selection.
That was the theory behind it, anyway.
Because I remember in your time you had Hayden Walsh.
Yes.
Hayden Walsh would have been in your time.
Yeah, a welcome boundary.
A nice shot. Lovely shot there. Straight drive. Straight down the ground. all along the ground into the boundary for 4. A nice shot there from Prince.
Yeah.
Shot of the day for Pats the Guyanese team.
Yeah, we got right to the pitch of it and got a full drive. The bowler probably should have done a lot better, but maybe it was struck so well, it actually got to him a little bit quicker than he anticipated. How will he respond?
So Joshua Bishop, he's coming perhaps and is not as fantastic as we expect it to be, but with 25 first-class matches as compared to previous where someone's playing 6 and being selected.
But in those 25 matches, you'll find that his record is actually quite good.
116 wickets. And also he has an average of 30.7 with the bat.
He's got 2 or 3 centuries.
He has 2 centuries and 4 half centuries, and averaging 30 as a lower order, as an all-rounder, batting at that number 7, number 6,
Lower.
number 8.
Yes.
In some instances. But you know, everything happens when it's the right time.
In its time.
In its right time, you know. And there's been lots of conversation around even Kevin Wickham's selection to the West Indies team. And the more first-class matches, the more exposure he can get, it can only go better for him as then when he gets the selection. I remember going back when COVID as well, when the West Indies team traveled to England. And remember they took about 20, 24, 23 players at that time. I remember they did a few tours where a lot of those players didn't play.
Yeah.
And then when they got the chance when they went to Bangladesh, all of them performed because they were just ready. Kyle Mears, Kavim Hodge, those persons, those players.
I think that was a case of using the system to your benefit. So taking those 20-odd players on the tour, they were able to do in-camp sessions and matches. So that worked well.
So DeMarco Maynard to continue, 65 for 7. Shane Prince at the crease. And going back to cut that one and just missing it. So the West Indies announced their squad today to play against Pakistan in the Test series. We'll have a conversation around with that squad shortly. So we have Roston Chase, the captain, and Jamal Warrican, the vice captain. Joshua Bishop, as we were discussing, the newcomer. Tej Narain Chandapal, Joshua De Silva, Justin Graves, Kavim Hodge, Shea Hope, Amir Jangu, Shamar Joseph, Brandon King, and we see the return of Kurt McKenzie and Kimo Paul as well. And Kemar Roach, the legend, who was honoured a few nights ago here at Kensington Oval. And also Jaden Seals, the test squad, which was announced a short while ago for the series against Pakistan, which will be played in Trinidad.
And did you name both Josephs, fast bowlers, both?
I'm not seeing Alzari.
That's a good shot. Unfortunately, finding the fielder. I think you'd enjoy the timing on that shot. Placement just letting him down a bit. And Maynard getting the ball just to drift in the air away from the right-handed batter.
So 67 for 7 now. 130 required from 122 deliveries. Here's Maynard. Prince's across. So Calendars across, cutting it behind point. You get one. They're coming back for the second.
That's good running. Very good running
Very
indeed.
good running.
By Calendar. He was the one that was really pushing for the second run. Ran the first one hard. And then obviously the outfield's a little bit quicker than it has been the last couple of days. So the ball just run away slightly from the field at backward point.
You can dab that one. So, at the end of 20 overs, it's 69 for 7, and it will be a double change in commentary with Lyndon Yard and Andy Payne.
top level academy. Oh, and there's going to be overthrows. Bit of naughty work there on the part of the Sir Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence. Just giving away 3 runs there. A ball that was pushed quietly up to mid-off and coming back for 3. A bad return, really. No one backing up and picking up 3 in the process. So with that, Prince, he's moving on to 13 calendar. He's on 19, 72 for 7 in the course of the 20th over. Here being bowled there by Francis, O'Shea Francis. 1.2 overs, none for 11. I've got myself a guest commentator. He's going to share a few overs with me here, coming all the way from South Trinidad. A voice that I'm sure any viewers in Trinidad is hearing. They'll be happy to hear this voice. There's another delivery just punched into the offside and picking up another single. So trying to get up to this 197 for victory. The guys from Guyana find themselves really behind the 8 ball. They're now 100. There's now 73 for 7, still requiring another 124 runs, 117 balls to do it. Current run rate is some 3.7. The run rate requires going over the 6 runs mark. A quick single pushed into the offside and gets home pretty comfortably. My guest commentator, none other than Anil Lakan out of Trinidad. Good afternoon, Anil.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, Andy. Pleasant good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers, wherever you may be around the globe. Really nice to be here at the Mecca of cricket in Barbados, Kensington Oval. Thank you so much, Andy.
A pleasure to have you, Anil. You will be here for the duration of this tournament in the role of assistant coach. You brought your team from Trinidad, Flair Flair
Elite
Sports team. You guys hadn't fared the best, but I'm sure the experience for the lads was brilliant.
Well, I'm sure that all these youngsters that we've brought over, would have learned during the course of this tournament, and I must admit that this tournament really set the highest standards, for development, and I'm really happy that, and here we see what a valiant attempt there at a deep mid wicket, but that goes for 6, so 6 to the total. A rank long hop really needed to be dealt with, not getting the connection that he liked, but thankfully, he was able to get it over the boundary. So 6 to the total, and 6 welcome runs to the score, Andy.
Yeah, well needed. They need to hit quite more, a few of those there. Bongi, like you said, a long hop, really, and given the treatment at the end of the over there. So taking the total up to 79 for 7, some 20 overs completed. Maynard 3 overs, 1 for 14. Francis 2 overs, none for 18. So coming at the back of the excellent work from Thompson and the captain Stout, this pair now, they need to really pull it back together, but they have a cushion. It's really a comfort level for where they put the team in.
Based on the rule of thumb, and normally at the halfway stage, you really want to double that total, but this young team from Guyana, top level academy, it just seems to stutter a bit, where they've lost too much wickets at this stage in the chase, and it's going to take a really humongous effort, to bring them back. But as we both know, Andy, a partnership starts going, and then everything changes. And here we see this one is lofted down the ground, high and handsome. What a lovely cricket shot there, just hitting through the line of the delivery there, and going straight downtown for a maximum. So we're seeing some sort of acceleration from these batters, but it's important, Andy, that they mix. They must have that mix between defense and attack.
Yeah, excellent shot there from the left-handed calendar. He moves up to 26 as a misfield now comes in. That one run pretty close to the boundary. Doesn't have the pace to get there, but obviously he's come back for a second. So like you said, the acceleration is now on, but albeit in a position where they're well behind the 8 ball. They're now scoring at some 4.29. They just need to get up a required rate of 6 exactly. But this pair, they will have to carry on for a long time, don't they?
They will definitely have to carry on maybe until around the 35th over to give themselves any chance of crossing the line. Now, I felt that Skipper Stout missed the trick a bit. At that stage, wickets were falling regularly, but as a skipper, we always have to keep in the back of our minds that a partnership in cricket is always relevant and could make it. But as we speak here, another one bites the dust, rocking onto the back foot, not getting over that delivery and caught at cover. So wicket number 8 goes down here at the Kensington Oval, and the batting team really under the cushion, the Maynard doing the business again.
Yes, disappointed way to go. Like you said, he was there getting into a partnership with Calendar who looked good. But he's got to make his way back into the dugout now. Prince, well played 22 off of 23 deliveries. Maynard picking up a second wicket. Dongi, 2 for 27. Just adding that extra defeat really for his team, so to speak. As I say, he was there with the partnership going. He's already had a 6 in this over. He just needed to bide his time and stick around for a bit, really. And he's gone to the demise of Maynard. So Calendar, he remains there on 26. A lot would remain on his shoulders. The new batter now is Samaru. So I think it's all over. The bar is all over the shouting here.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill task going forward, in order to stay in the hunt where 197 is required for victory by this top-level academy. But, you've got to give credit to both teams, Andy, for getting to the grand finale. And it says a lot in terms of playing a brand of cricket that takes us up to this point, So to me personally, yes, we know that the Sir Everton Weeks team is a very well-oiled drill machine, but at the end of the day, this tournament really augurs well for not just Barbados cricket, but West Indies cricket as a whole. And Fleur Elite Sports, is extremely grateful to the Sir Garfield Sobers management team for allowing us this watershed moment in our existence, very short existence, to coming to Barbados and really displaying, some good skill sets. I think our team, we've got a battery of spinners, and we don't just come one way. It's left arm orthodox, left arm back of the arm, off spin. So we have quite a variety of quality spinners in our ranks.
Just to hear from you, from some of the boys, their experience in this tournament in terms of the different surfaces. Obviously, some of the boys coming out of Trinidad for the first time and being exposed to surfaces of this sort. How has that been, the transition?
Well, I must admit, being part of the management team, Andy, I am extremely impressed with the quality of the surfaces that we've played on throughout the tournament. It's been excellent for batting as well as bowling as well. If you bend your back, you're going to get something off the surfaces. The surfaces, it's ideal to get that ball just to kiss off the surface. And if you want to put some revs on the ball, there's also that an offer. But in Trinidad and Tobago, our surfaces, Andy, sometimes are low and slow. And coming to Barbados and experiencing what I would refer to as concrete strips, because the wickets are very true indeed. Very rare you'd see a ball stay down or anything like that, but the ball, when it's new, there's enough encouragement for the opening bowlers. It shifts a bit, it does slide on, for the development of the sport. Is the ideal tonic.
And your main coach, a man who has played quite a lot of cricket here, you can tell the viewers who's your main coach in your Fleur Elite team.
Well, I must admit that we do have our esteemed coach in Imran Shaki Khan, someone who has really dominated a regional 4-day cricket until 2 years ago, where he was the leading wicket taker in the regional 4-day competition. So we do have someone with that kind of experience, that kind of professionalism that we're trying to instill into the group. And he's been doing a fantastic job, Imran. So kudos to him. He's still early in his coaching career, but I must admit it's very refreshing to be working with someone, as elite as Imran Khan.
Yeah, so definitely you guys looking forward to be back here again.
Well, I don't want to preempt that, Andy, but at the end of the day, we're always looking for opportunities. But remember, at the end of it, cost is always something that will be taken on board. So hopefully we are able to get the logistics right, in order to put forward, a package where we could be part and parcel of that of edition 2027.
I'm not going to let you leave here, Dongi, without paying homage to the great man himself, Sir Garfield Sobers, out of Trinidad. You know, you guys would have seen quite a lot. The history is there. The pioneer for cricket throughout the region, really, Sir Garfield Sobers. Heroes on Sir Garfield.
Well, Sir Gary Sobers, the greatest cricketer to ever grace this earth, Andy. No if but about it. And when you listen to some of the podcasts that we see on all the different social media platforms, you know that this man was born with greatness. Everything that he touched turned into diamond, not just gold, right? He was special in all areas. It's something that every young aspiring cricketer should try and emulate. The great man himself, Sir Gary Sobers. So Andy, on behalf of Flare Elite Sports and our management team, our players, I'm extremely pleased to say thank you so much for your hospitality here in Barbados. You being my friend as well, you know, co-commentated on various occasions. You know, this is like the defining moment in my commentary, being a commentator. So thank you so much, you know, to you and your guys. You know, it has been a pleasure. You know, it's an understatement, but thank you so much, my brother.
A pleasure having you, Dongi. Here you have it. Man out of Trinidad, assistant coach, co-commentator, et al. None other than Anil Lakan. So Anil, thank you. Thank you to Flare Sports. It's a pleasure having you guys for this tournament. But here we have it, back in the middle, 93 for 8. It's pretty much barred over the shouting here, Linden Yard. The top level academy find themselves really behind the 8 ball here as Thompson. He's going to make his reintroduction into the attack. 4 for 12 from 6 overs. Stout, the captain, he's completed his allotment. 2 for 21 from 8. They find themselves at 93 for 8. Welcome back, Linden Yard.
Thank you very much, Andy Payne. You said bar the shouting, but last time he was here, when he departed 10 overs, I didn't think it would be back. So there's still put up a fight. And you know, the saying goes, it's never over until the fat lady sings. And having just come from down below, I didn't see any fat persons in the Kensington stands, in the 3W stands. So we're in good stead here, but still a mountain to climb. 93 for 8, target of 197.
104 runs still in the rears, Linden.
Tall order.
Tall order.
Don't have a lot of batting. And here is Thompson, who's been switched around, coming now from the Malcolm Marshall end. An end for which you're not familiar with. I like to say that. I got one on you, Andy.
You do
you don't know which is the better end
I
here.
don't know.
Here is Thompson on the way to bowl the calendar on 28, and he plays a sweep. Lovely shot. He'll pick up one. The field from slippers after he's running in slow motion, and the ball beats him over the rope for 4. So 4 runs to calendar. He's up to 32 from 33 deliveries. And top level academy, 97 for 8. So you will say, Andy Payne, even though they look like they're gonna go down, I can predict they're gonna go down. It'd be good to get past 100 for starters.
Yeah, well, they're just some 3 runs away. But this man, Calendar, the leg spinner all-rounder, obviously we got to make him that. Leg spinner all-rounder. He's on 32 from 34. He's put up the rear guard action, so to speak. But Thompson, he's been excellent. Just probably the worst delivery he's bowled in his spell. Well, he's been doing well, Linden. That he's bringing the stumps into play. He's bowling wicket to wicket for the duration of both spells now, and he's looking for a fifer definitely here.
I think that's the impressive thing about it. He asks questions, and this delivery is again going down the leg side, not a sweep, an upright, attended flick down to the fine leg is unprotected. 2 more to the total, and with that, it's 99 for loss of 8. Calendar to 34 from 35. How well has he batted? How well has he gone as an all-rounder?
Yeah, Calendar, he's played his part. He looked the part, like I said, definitely an all-rounder in the making here. He's scoring freely.
Joshua Thompson is in. And this one is played in the offside. There's no run. So there's a short third, man. Very, very short. I call it a deepish gully. Not even a short third, man. Deepish gully. There's a cover point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, long on, and here's a drive up to mid-off, can't score. The end of over number 23. And this is the 36th edition of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament played right here at Kensington Oval. The grand final, the tournament got going the 13th of July this year. The month which the great man, as you can see on your screen, Sir Garfield Sobers, the legend, the hero, forever remembered. Born in 1936, Andy Payne passed away in 2026. The Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament mourns his passing. His funeral arrangement will take place here at Kensington Oval Wednesday morning, coming 10 a.m. And his interment will be at the Corridge. That will be a private ceremony. But fitting way for the great man, the greatest cricketer the world has ever seen, a Barbadian, has left us.
Yeah, just days shy of what would have been his 90th birthday, Lyndon. And just fittingly, again, his funeral service would be one day after his birth date. His birthday would have been the 28th of July, his funeral service being the 29th. But everything is in excellence where Sir Garfield Sobers is mentioned.
I think you just hit the word, you know. If you say Sir Garfield Sobers, you just say excellence. So here is the right arm off spinner. Short delivery, hit away. Past the point fielder for 1. They're going to turn and come back for 2. And 2 runs that will break up the 100 for Top Level Academy. So 102 for the loss of 8. With Kalen Calendar on 36 from 28. And the other batsman in is Saif Samaru. Not on 4. Curtin into the attack, having conceded 3 runs and 2 deliveries. Right arm off spin from the Joel Garner end, passes the umpire, bowls the delivery is tossed up and played to that fielder, who skips across to his left at the point position, prevents a single, and maybe anticlimactic, the finish of the 2026 edition of the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament. But the tournament continues to live up to its reputation, and in its existence, we've seen scores of teams from on the 19 teams from the West Indies and indeed the far-reaching part of the world, England, Australia, South Africa, USA. Cut the point, can't score, and we have 1 delivery remaining in over number 24. Andy Payne, you would have played in this tournament.
Yes, I did, but I played for the Coach and Pride side, and if you go back to your history there, Lyndon.
I didn't see your name. I went to history, but I didn't see your name.
When you see the winners.
Oh, okay, the school.
See schools in terms of winning that championship. I'm definitely sure you would have seen Coach and Pride there on the honor list, Lyndon, in 1988, second year of the tournament. Coach and Pride obviously were there. I would have played well into the tournament as well, 91, 92, 93. I was around Grenada schools, kind of dominated. And I can tell you about then the likes of Raw Lewis, the current West Indies manager. Yeah, he would have played in that tournament for the Grenada school. So it's a tournament which has produced like international players. We spoke about the great man now. We said greatest and the great. We spoke about Baron Lara. 1988 here for Fatima College out of Trinidad and Tobago as well. You mentioned Tyre, or co-commentator. I'm sure he would have gone through a list of guys who went on to play international cricket. And this is the breeding ground for such an avenue for players to move on to the top.
So, 102 for loss of 8. Over number 25 about the start of 39. A very feverish conversation being had in the back by counterparts from Trinidad, Barbados. You could call it Carry Come or Carry Festa. It's Antiguan, who's a look behind. Gary Bell is very much in the center of that conversation. So it's a very rigid conversation. Yourself and I, Andy Payne, we should just focus on the middle.
Yeah, we're not in that elite level.
Here's Thompson, 4 for 18, he's in. And off the back foot goes Sharma.
Well, Samaru.
Samaru, sorry.
Samaru.
And plays the ball on the offside. There is no run. Calendar remains on 36 from 42. He's looked the part. And here is an on drive up to long on. They will take the single. So no terror in the wicket, Andy Payne. And top level, I think they'd be disappointed with their top performance.
No,
from the top batting.
It's been an excellent cricket pitch, Lyndon. Good for batting, bowling. We saw the Pacers putting in the effort earlier this morning. The spinners been getting something as well. You saw that important knock from Ramirez Stout, the captain. So it's been a good pitch for some cricket. Still requiring another 94 runs off 86 deliveries. So kudos must go out to Winston Reed, head curator here, and Nigel Newton and Cole.
Here is Thompson in. A delivery to stop the square leg, and there's no run. At the top of the order for Top Level Academy, they lost Ramzan for 2. They also lost Silas, the keeper, for 5. His batters was around for a long time. Bowlers, he went for 8. Ramdi Hall, he went for 5. Sharma made 2. Nanan made 2. And Lovell contributed 3. Prince, a young pacer for whom I have a lot of time for, made 22. And Samru's not on 5, Calendar not on 36, the end of over number 25, Andy Payne. And I can tell you there's 103 for the loss of 8. So some lottery numbers there: 2, 5, 8, 5, 2, not 3, and 22. The standout being Kalen Calendar, who had a good spell with the ball when he sent down 8 overs, 1 million, 2 for 30. And the fall of wickets for the Top Level Academy, they were 4 for 1, 2 for 21, 3 for 28, 4 for 32, 5 for 35, 6 for 35, 7 for 53, 8 for 88, all the 8s. And they're still 8 down for 103, and they require a mere 197, so they need 94 more, Andy Payne. And they have 14 overs gettable, you say?
Academic interest.
Of academic interest. You don't think miracles can happen with the second two wickets remaining?
Miracles can happen.
94 from 84, Andy Payne. If you look at it, 94 from 84, you're just 10 adrift. I think you're very concerned about that right-hand column where there's only 2 wickets left.
Correct. So that's the big factor for me.
Short ball spanked into the offside for a single. And there is a Samuel running very quick between the wicket, thinking of a second. But I think Calendar, being the senior partner, will have none of it. Just to give you some bowling figures, I can tell you Ramiro Stout, 8 overs, no millions, 2 for 21. Sahara Jilts, 2 overs, no millions, none for 15. Maybe can be given a second spell at this stage. Thompson, 8 overs, 1 million, 4 for 19. Very good figures. 8 overs, 1 million, 4 for 19. DeMarco Maynard, 4 overs, no millions, 2 for 24. O'Shea Francis, 2 overs, none for 19, and the man with the ball in his hand is Keon Curtin. In the process of his second over, he's conceded 4 runs. He's yet to pick up a wicket, and the Sir Week Centre of Excellence on the road for victory. 104 for the loss of 8. Here is Curtin in, and there is Calendar punches the ball to that fielder at point. There's no run, so slip in position, point, cover, 3/4 of the way, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, outside of the circle, deep mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket, more than mid-on position, short mid-on, as this one is point, punch the point, there's no run, PP, punch the point, there's no run, and I can't find a P to describe the end of the over, so I'll tell you, Andy Payne, in pursuit of 197 for victory, after this Everton Week's Centre of Excellence made 196 for 7. I can tell you the Top Level Academy 104 for a loss of 8 after 26.
Well, I thought you would have used your adjective as terrible bullet. Said you use pretty often, frequently. He said it's your favorite word.
What's that word?
It goes with a P, penetrative. So there was your other P word, Lyndon. So you could have included that in your list of alliterations. Punch the point with some penetration.
Punch the point.
Alliterations. But 104 for 8. Some 26 overs completed. Like I said, it will ask for a Herculean effort, really, to come back into this game. Like you said, miracles do happen, but this would be beyond a miracle, really, if you ask me, if they were to get home from here.
Samaro waits on Francis and gets a little bit outside of the off stump as Francis is operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. And there's no run. 104 for a loss of 8. And the grand final of the 36th annual Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament here at Kensington Oval. Quite fittingly, Andy Payne, the next big event at Kensington Oval will be in honor of the great man, as thousands of Barbadians and dignitaries around the world will make their way to Kensington, not only to the live stream, but to be here in person for his going home ceremony.
Yes, and the Barbados government, they've set up a condolences book which could be signed here at Kensington Oval. As you can follow GIS and find out some of the other outlets where you can sign that condolences book. Linden Yard but Convention 1 will be definitely here at the Kensington Oval.
And it's very much situated downstairs when you are just about to enter the office, to the right side of the office, with the picture of the great man, the world's great. Andy Payne, when you sit there and think about it, the world's greatest cricketer. Remember, cricket is an international game where almost the leading nations, the leading countries play: Australia, England, India. So when you think of ethnicity, and you look at the fact that sweep down behind the square into the boundary for your welcome 4. So 4 more to calendar. He's up to 42 from 51 deliveries. And of academic interest, but top level academy, they move it to 100, and I make it 8 or 109.
Yeah, well,
just waiting for the board to change. It does. 111 for loss of 8. As I was saying, Andy Payne, when you think of the fact that all those good countries or big countries, way bigger than Barbados, we are only 166 square miles. What we have?
Yes,
sand, sea, water, like everybody else.
Yeah.
And we have produced, and we're going to put down the world's greatest cricketer, the greatest cricketer. And we're talking when West Indies entered cricket in the 1928. Obviously, it was dominated back then by a white minority, a white majority, not even minority, majority. You know, and to think the fact that here's this little man from the Bayland, Bay Primary School, a real tomboy, and he rose to the top of the class, to the top of his class, worldwide, not only in Barbados, worldwide, international fame. And when you have the likes of Don Bradman and those guys being talked about in that echelon of top class players, for a Barbadian within a square of 166 square miles to be rated undoubtedly, unchallenged, unquestionably the world's greatest cricketer. You know, we throw around the world great, you know. Tomorrow I'm going to have a birthday celebration with the great Andy Payne. So when you speak of the greatest cricketer, there's obviously a difference, like I said, between a good player, a top player, and elite player. And Sir Gary, where cricketers are concerned, clearly was in a league by himself. And like I said, that's the next big event happening here at Kensington Oval, where Bajans, like I said, the Caribbean, people from around the world will pay tribute to the world's greatest cricketer.
Well, he is in a sentence by himself, Lyndon. Really, Sir Garfield Sobers swept again, but it's a good bit of feeding there by the man at square leg. So Curtin coming in and doing a decent job here for his team, just bowling at some 42 miles per hour. He's into his third over, Lyndon. He's just conceded 5 runs, so he kind of kept it tight from this to Joel Garner in. 2 main bowlers, so to speak, have completed their allotment in Thompson and the captain Stout. So just trying to get some other overs in here. We're into the 28th over, some 12 after this one, and they've still got the lights of the pace to come
11
back.
after this.
11 after this one. So yeah, we're 39 overs is the equation correct. But you go back to Sir Garfield Sobers, then still needing another 85 runs in those 11 overs, as you rightfully pinpointed. But you go back to speak about Sir Garfield Sobers, and not enough can be said about the man. You've heard a tribute from our Prime Minister, the Honourable Mayor Maura Motley, and she spoke glowingly about the man, his exploits, what he's done for the world, what he's done for Barbados as a nation. You know, and many things can be said about Sir Garfield, but one thing at the end of the day you'll always hear is that of the excellence of the man.
And what comes to mind, Andy Payne, as you speak about the great man, is he's been predeceased by a gentleman who spearheaded the song for him, named
Emil?
Emil Straker
Sir
of the
Emil.
Merry Men. Sir Emil Straker of the Merry Men. I know it's just playing over in my head. Gary Sobers is the greatest cricketer the world have ever seen. And I don't think that these two gentlemen have gone home in the same time frame. You know, and that song alone says it all. You know, and fittingly, we're here for a good time and a short time at the pain. And his time was just a matter of days short of full 3 scores, we call it 4 scores basically.
90, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's still 3 scores 10. You were just short of 90 years, but 90 purposeful years spent improving the lives and being the role model for many, many West Indians, people from abroad as well. You know, when West Indies really came to the roost to take and make a twist on the turn of cricket. Looking over the empty stand and the pain, I'm going to tell you that stand will not be empty come Wednesday morning. And there's a dark cloud hovering there. I don't think it can help the top Level Academy, who are 112 for loss of 8 at the break. 28 overs gone. They require a further 85 runs, and they have 11 overs, so that's approximately 11 by 66 balls to get 85 runs. Very probable, Andy, but your main concern is that right wicket, that right column where 8 wickets are down, and you don't trust this pair or the other batter to come. I don't know why, but you know,
there's probable, there's possible, there's also impossible. Well, Lyndon, yeah.
Possibility.
Possibility. Yeah.
Sticking with P's.
Yeah, you spoke about the stands there, Lyndon, and obviously you see the infrastructure there. Definitely a lot of that is going to go into place for the funeral of the late great Sir Garfield Sobers. So as you can see that area, infrastructure. There was a site visit here yesterday by all involved, obviously, as they're going to set up homage there for Sir Garfield Sobers for his send-off, as you rightfully called it. So on the screen.
Yeah, the Sir Garfield Sobers, a legend hero forever remembered, 1936 to 2026. And of course, this is the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament. The grand final right here at the Kensington Oval. And that area we were just looking at momentarily, traditionally known as the party stand area. And it will give way on Wednesday morning to loads of weeping in the morning as we say our goodbyes to the national hero, first national hero of the only living national hero of Barbados, joined by Rihanna Fenty of recent vintage, and the great man who took that honor by himself as the lone national hero alive, and 90, just short of 90 years, a wonderful, wonderful gentleman. And to our right, Andy Payne, the BCA President's box, shouldering draped in the colors of the Barbados flag, and 2 seats in particular draped in those colors, and those will be the seats used by Sir Gary and
his lady, Jackie White.
Oh, Jackie White.
Late Jackie White.
Late Jackie White.
Sees him as well.
Correct. So the Barbados Cricket Association paying tribute to the esteemed gentleman, and of whom this title bears his name. It's an international tournament. It's renowned, has made its way on the calendar of every playing nation who wants to develop their young players. They would want to have a team during the holiday season for their under-19 teams to make their way to Barbados to participate in this tournament. Here is a delivery being bowled by Sariq Jilts, who has been switched around. He comes back from the southern end of the ground. Like I said, Andy Payne, it seems to be getting a little dark over there in that St. Philip area, or if we look at it geologically, Andy Payne is not really quite St. Philip. It's more or less Christchurch, because we're looking directly over the central bank. And if we were to go to St. Philip, we have to go way to our left So just the location of the Kensington Oval. And just talking it down to the end because it's 113 for the loss of 8 in the process of over number 29. The target of 197 looks of academic interest.
Yeah,
84 from 63. It's
the
not
required
impossible.
The required rate is now going over the 8s, Lyndon. So a big ask, like I said to you a bit earlier.
And here is Samaru. Plays the on drive to the fielder at that mid wicket position. Looks like Joshua Thompson, who has it under his control. And another run attained. 114 for the loss of 8. And
see the ground staff getting their rain clothes on there. So is that the rain dance?
well, it could very well be the final dance. Short delivery cut away and cut straight to the fielder at that backward point position, the end of Kalen calendar for a well played 42 of 57 deliveries. And Andy Payne, I wouldn't want to say it's the final nail in the coffin, but I'll say that we were moments away from the lid being closed on the top level academy, who are 114 for the loss of 9 in pursuit of 197 for victory.
Yes, like you said, you don't want to say the end is near, but it's very much near. There, Jilts coming back for a second spell. Like you said, coming from that, the Malcolm Marshall end and picking up a wicket. He's bowling somewhere in the 70s, and then consistently short, kind of skinny type of bowler. It just gets you a bit quicker than you think. And the extra bounce on that occasion really was the undoing of Calendar. Calendar, well played 42, and then he's got the looks of a good all-rounder. You saw him with his leg spin bowling. You saw him coming with his team in tremendous trouble, and to get up to some 42 or 54 deliveries, he's done an excellent work. A young man who should be proud of himself when you get back to Guyana. I'm sure he's going to take all the learning that took place here over the last 10 days or so of this tournament for him. So he's the man who will be very happy with his progress. The new batter coming in now, Lyndon, is Joshane Craig. It's a new medium pace bowler. He's coming in there as their final batter, really. So it's just one before we can really say goodbye, as the Sir Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence would love to raise this trophy for the first time for this a very excellent put together team. Like I said, coached and managed there by the Barbados Pride manager Colin Bowen. Excellent, well drilled unit.
So, Jilts having taken his first scalp, 1 for 17 in 2.5 overs, and he will bowl his final delivery of his third over, to the new batsman Joshane Craig, who waits for him. He gets a short delivery and steers it down to short. Third man will get the single. The fielder tumbles to his left, can't prevent the single, so Craig is off the mark, and that's the completion of over number 29, where the top level academy out of Guyana, there are 115 for the loss of 9 in pursuit of 197 for victory. Andy Payne.
Yeah, good comeback over there by Sir Jilts, the opening bowler. Just continues to bowl that bustling medium pace, 71 miles per hour, but picking up the vital wicket of Calendar, who couldn't get on top of that short pitch delivery. All he could do is held out there to backward point. He's picked up his first wicket. So a good reintroduction into the attack. As they're just one wicket now away from victory. And then he spoke about those claws. He spoke about the ground staff getting pretty close to the scoreboard. Big electronic scoreboard there on the southern end, the eastern end of the field. Sorry, but yeah, it's going to be Curtin to continue. He would like to pick up his first wicket. 3 overs, none for 5.
And he's in to bowl to Craig. Passes the umpire. Delivery tossed up. Craig is driving to mid-off for a single. They go for the single. The return goes to the bowlers, to the keeper's end. One well attained, 116 for the loss of 9. I can assure you, Andy Payne, that rain that once threatened will not reach here before this game is concluded one way or the other. If we look straight between the Coppin, Cozier, short media centre and the Mickey Hewitt stand, we can see that there's some drizzle out on the sea. However, from the left of the media centre, bold! So the innings come to an end as Samaru goes for the slog sweep and loses his leg stump. The Bills comes off, and congratulations to the Sir Everton Weeks
Centre
of Excellence, as they are the winners of the 36th annual Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament, defeating the academy side, the top level academy side out of Guyana, by a healthy, let's say, 81 runs, Andy Payne.
Yes, and Samaru going on the back foot, beaten for pace here as you have a look at it. A delivery straight on his stump. Not a delivery, really, should be going on the back foot. He should be on the front foot. But like I said, a long time ago, Lyndon, this match was over. Bernie shouting, really breaking the backbone of the batting was that man, Joshua Thomas, with his left-hand spinners. He really put his team into an excellent position for victory. As you see on screen there, Colin Bowen, the manager that we spoke about, he's also the manager of the Barbados Pride and the CG50s and the first class tournament. Excellent work by him. So to have him in the makeup for these young men, it can just argue as well for their upbringing.
Most definitely, and commiserations to top level academy out of Guyana. I'm sure it's been a wonderful experience for the side, and they will definitely look forward to participating next year, and more likely going one better. And, just going to give you a synopsis of what took place here today. And the 17 weeks 11, Center of Excellence won the toss and had no hesitation and opted to bat on the pitch that was used for the 5th ODI between New Zealand and the West Indies. Of course, West Indies won that game to lose the series 3-2. And at the top of the order, Tyrese Woody went for 6, Jaden Joseph went for 26, Ramiro Stout batting through scores of 66, 8, 2, and for an average of 143.48. Bowling, he had 8 overs and he picked up
2 wickets for 21
2
runs.
for 21, 2 wickets for 21. And he scored 66 for 46 deliveries here. And easily would be the man of the match in this instance. And they won by 80 runs. Defeating the top level academy. Like I said, in the 7 weeks, Center of Excellence 11. Francis made 5, level 26. Ramiro Stout 66 from 46 deliveries, 8 fours, 2 sixes. Bourne contributed 1. Jilts made 24. Williams contributed 1. Thompson was not out on 9. Bowling for the top level academy, we had figures of 3 for 25 to Richard Ramdi Hall. 2 for 30 to Kalen Callender, the leg spinner, and a wicket apiece for Ramzan and Shamar. In pursuit of that target of 197 for victory, the top level academy found themselves tottering at 6 for 35, 7 for 53 before eventually folding for 116 off 29 overs and 2 deliveries. And just a brief synopsis: Ramzan made 2, Silas made 5 bowlers, he contributed 8. Ramdi Hall made 5, Sharma made 2, Nanan didn't score. Calendar top score of 42, 57 deliveries, 2 fours, 2 sixes. Level made 3. Prince, for whom I have a lot of time, a good medium pacer, a good pacer, and capable with a bat, scored 22. Samaru, the last man, out for 5, leaving Craig not on 2. And the bowling highlighted by left arm spinner Joshua Thompson. 8 overs, 1 made 4 for 19. 2 wickets for DeMarco Maynard. And then we had another 2 for Ramiro Stout, giving him 2 for 21 and a good game. Well, there was a wicket apiece for Sariq Jilts and Keon Curtin. So victory by 80 runs in the 36th edition of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament here at Kensington. Sir Everton Week's Centre of Excellence getting the better of top level academy and the
Yeah, they definitely got the better. They played excellent cricket on the day, winning the toss. Elected to take first, not Ramirez Stout, the captain. Like I said, he was excellent in his assessment. He said he wanted to get up to 200 in the 40 overs. They got up to 196 in the 39 overs. Remember, 1 over being deducted because of that rain interruption. And 196 6 in 39 overs. That was just about par of what the captain would have predicted his team wanted if they were to make a match of this. They batted excellently. They lost 7 wickets, but they got down to the allotment of overs. In the turn, you spoke about young Shane Prince, who won himself some fans, definitely here in Barbados. You see a young man who was represented Guyana at the under 15 and under 17 levels. He came here in this tournament, and I'm telling you, he's done himself a world of good. He's got a nice action to the wicket. Then he's bowled at good pace. He got up to some 76, 77 miles per hour, and you just saw there's something special about this young man. Good bounce, good carries the keeper. He got some good movement of the new ball, and he's just like a prospect. Hopefully that the Guyanese would take care of him and get him molded in all the right directions.
I think one of the things that stands out for me where he's concerned is his endurance. And he bowled his 8 overs on the trot, and that is something rarely seen even in international cricket, where you have a top bowler bowling 8 overs consecutively. I mean, yes, it was interrupted by the rain break at 17 past 11, but his control when he came back out, his lines and lengths were perfect. His sustainability of pace was very impressive. Has a natural outswinger, which is always a good sign. He bowls the in-swing as well. I probably just need to see a little more aggression in him. I think he's too relaxed on that outswinger, and a little more aggression will go a long way. And then in the middle of the inning, with this team struggling at 53 for 6, he made a nice 22. So I have a lot of time for him, and he really looks the part. Another player that was really outstanding was Ramiro Stout. His 66 was defense mixed with aggression, which was a good hallmark of a good player, being able to handle scoreboard pressure, being able to read down the situation. He knew when to attack, when to be on defensive, when to soak up a little bit of pressure. And what he did well, I thought, was rotation of strike, which was key. Despite the fact that he was the dominant person, he wasn't afraid to trust his partners at the end, and he knew when it was important to get away from the strike, when to get back to strike, when to retain focus and make the emphasis about you. And then with his spin, was good enough to pick up 2 for 21. So also another player with a bright prospect, Ramiro Stout.
Yeah, and a good captain, like Kick tell you, a good leader. Lyndon, he read the game well. He made his bowling changes at the right time. I say he's one who really enjoys the game. You can see him on the field. He's having some fun out there. And a good ploy to have as a young team, you know, a young man just enjoying the game. So that's trait number 1. He's got the attributes looking to be a good cricketer. And again, just to be honing his skills in the right place. And being here playing for the Centre of Excellence team, the Sir Everton Reach Centre of Excellence. He's got all the coaches down here. Definitely, I'm sure they'll be taking note, and one who we hope to carry on and soon look to be in the Barbados on the 90s.
Another area for which we can look and feel pleased about Andy Payne is the keeping of, in particular, young Silas, Kishon Silas. I thought he looked well behind the stump, moved well to the pacers. In terms of the spinners, he seems to be picking the deliveries, picking what they're doing, which is always a good sign to compliment. Once you have a good spinner, you naturally need a good keeper. You don't need there's a difference between a good keeper and a ball stopper. So you got to be able to read, whether he reads off the pitch or through the ear. I like the way that he got himself into position. I think he's very nimble on his feet, which is also another attribute that he has. Has soft hands, has exhibited soft hands, and I think he could only improve with help.
Yeah, and keepers are very intimate to me because obviously being a former keeper as well, you know, you like the looks of how he moves, how he gloves the ball, and all of that. So those are, again, some of the attributes to look for in this young thing. And as you said, this tournament is all about developmental, and then we look for that potential. We obviously pick out some individual players at this level who we think will go on. Not everyone will come through. No, this is not the defining factor either for a player, but it just gives you that that opportunity to just have a look. It's really opening for what is to come from these players.
In addition to Shane Prince, the right-arm off-spinner, right-hand batsman, the Guyanese, the top-level academy can feel very pleased with the leggy in Kalen and Calendar. Good to see a young leg spinner. It's always good to have a leg spinner on the park. I like the fact that he has a googly. He can obviously develop his confidence in terms of how regular he uses it, because it is a stop ball. This is a go-to ball, especially when it comes in terms of looking for a wicket. And then he returned with the bat and top scored with 42, and he definitely looked the part. So much more for the Guyanese to work with. The fact that they have, apart from the medium paces of Prince, They also have young Kalen Clark, the right arm leg spinner, who I thought his lines were good, his length was beautiful, and then he came and showed his work for the bat again, being able to read down the situation. I thought that he went very well on the pitch.
Yeah, good looks, good all round in the making. Like you said, his control with the leg spinners. Generally, you know, the leg spinner is one who can get quite a lot of bad deliveries, long hops and full pitches. You didn't see much of that at all from young Kalen Calendar. He's just got such good control. Spoke to him yesterday, like you said, he said he was a bit reluctant to bowl the googly for the fear how it's come out. But today you've seen him produced it, and he's really bamboozled some of the batters with it. He could have picked him off the pitch, and he just had excellent control. But then you saw him come in the middle order when his team was faltering badly, really. And he just shows the composure of a good player, a good batter in the middle, just working the ball around, having the ability as well as to strike some boundaries. So that's a good sign for the young man. So a good all-rounder in the making, and we hope that we will see or hear about this player some more in the future.
Jaden Joseph, the keeper from Center of Excellence.
Again, what we say about keepers, once the keeper goes on notice, Lyndon, that means he's doing a good job. It's when you start to get all the comments of ball missing the keeper, dropping catches and that sort, then identity comes to the keeper. But as long as the keeper goes on notice in an innings, that's when you know this man is on point. You forget he's there. He's just doing such a good job. There's not enough to say about his bad work.
Let me answer the question. How hard is it for a keeper to wicket keep 40 overs and then come and open the batting?
It's difficult. I mean, it's very difficult. Again, today was a cool day, but generally, you know, up there in that heat, you're reading the game, every delivery, your concentration, it does wane occasionally. So you're pretty much in the game for every delivery as a keeper. And then when you have your turn at the bat, you kind of much got to set up the tone of the inning. So you need to be extremely fit, probably fitter than a lot of people will think, just so that concentration aspect of it. It is a tough job. So most of the times, you don't see a lot of keepers doing it. There's the exception. You will have the Adam Gilchrist, you will have the Quinton de Cots, but there's not a lot of them that you see being trusted in both roles.
Well, having mentioned those two, I could tell you that Jaden Joseph opened the batting, and I could tell that Kishon Silas opened the batting. So these two, early in their career, have put their hands up to be accounted for. And I think that maybe it's more a case of getting themselves equipped to be better players later on in their careers, because I don't believe that they will go on to be opening batsmen having wickets, because the higher the level you go, the harder the cricket becomes. And therefore, it would be more prudent for them to take a back step and occupy the number 6, 7, or 8 position, so as to allow the brains to calm back down, because like you said, when you're wicket keeping, you're down every delivery, both spin and pace. You are running from wherever you are wicket keeping up to the stumps to collect the ball. So you are in the game consistently alongside the umpires, who are tasked with that job of concentrating every delivery. And then so as a keeper, having been concentrating for 40 overs, 240 deliveries, plus extras, then to go in bat. So I think as they go on later in their career, it will help them at this stage, because they want to be up there with the batters. And then as they get older and move on to under 19, under 23s, under 25, 18 cricket, you could ease down the order, give way to the better batters, and then you get to relax. But you're still capable, even while batting at number, let's say, 7, 8, 9. And I think the main keeper that would have put the pressure on batting would have been Jeffrey Dujon
in the West Indies.
In the West Indies.
Yes.
And then we've seen a plethora of keepers that have come along that, not quite batters. They can stop the ball, but they will struggle to get you a consistent 35. So with Dujon being able to get several elegant hundreds and some exciting innings with 50s, he made it prudent for keepers to be wicket-keeper batsmen and not just out-and-out keepers. Now we are anticipating the closing ceremony. Everything was just set for it to begin. However, the rains that we were talking about has reached Kensington. It is very, very faint drizzle, so they've moved the presentation from within our view in front of the Sir Garfield Sobers Pavilion, and I suspect it's going to be held on the inside so that no one gets wet. The Barbados team that were in the huddle with manager Colin Bowen has retreated to an area where you wouldn't get wet.
The covers.
The covers, you call it the covers. They haven't retreated on the covers because the ground staff have certainly done their bit. They've put away their stuff and they're nowhere in sight. So we will just wait to hear word on the presentation. But all in all, Andy Payne, you would have seen a lot of the tournament. How was the 2026 edition?
Yeah, another excellent put together edition. Like you said, I had the opportunity to see some players on show. You've seen the amount of quality that they've had, and obviously some players, like I said, stood out. Some came to mind. They had a century in the tournament. Young Shaylon Woods of the Harrison College side. Kudos to the young man who would have played for Barbados Youth a couple of years ago, representing Barbados on the 19s. And here he is playing for his team. I subject connect. I'm not sure if it's 17s or on the 19s that he would have represented, but I know it was an age group team. Shaylon Wood, just going back to that, but good enough to score a century in this tournament. And then where we are crying out for Barbados to carry on and get centuries. That was excellent on him. And here you saw the all-rounders, Kalen Callender, Ramiro Stout, those type of players. You've seen the young Prince, who's looked good. You know, and you go around the grounds, you see the left-hand spinners, quite a number of those in the Caribbean as well. And just the talent that is on show throughout the Caribbean. I must give it to the outside teams for being here. 2 teams coming out of New York, Tri-State, bringing 2 teams here again for this tournament. Basil Butcher, he's been around with them for a few years now, a number of years, but they continue to come back to our shores and have an excellent time. So hopefully next year we'll have another big and better tournament, and also always very good to climax here at Kensington Oval, the mecca of cricket in the Caribbean.
I think for the younger players who, when they see cricket, international cricket at Kensington Oval, or hear about the international cricket at Kensington Oval, it's always an opportunity for them. You want to get in the finals, because this is the way you don't only want to come to Kensington to watch on the 90 you want to play in the final, experience it, to say, well, I played at Kensington, you know, and it's always the epitome. I remember Andy Payne could go back to my younger days playing in junior cricket. And when I say junior cricket, not the first division I was then, but in the intermediate where the knockout was concerned, and you wanted to ensure that you made the final 4, because what was on show then wasn't just the top prize of the trophy, but the fact that you got the opportunity to play against the elite, which then was the elite side, the first division. So it was intermediate. The top 4 semi-finalists of that final general tournament would meet the first division side. So that used to be the nucleus, and of course, you know, the pinnacle. You play at Kensington. It was not this Kensington, but the old Kensington. So now it's been upgraded to this international standard. I think this has to be the epitome for all players whenever they're playing cricket, for their side to get to Kensington Oval for the grand final, where you want to experience playing at Kensington. I think the result will become secondary, but just the awe of the experience of walking on the field. I remember when I toured England in 1994 with the YMPC side, Andy Payne, and I can't remember the ground that we arrived at for our first game of the tour series. And I remember going on the field. We had warmed up, and we lost the toss, and we were asked. The opposition decided that they were going to bat, so we had the field first, and I had on my bowling boots, and I ran in, and I took my brads and purposely digged it in the ground, and I was in awe that I scruffed the top of the surface, and I never saw a rock. It was unbelievable, and straight away then it started to fit. The pieces of the puzzle started to fit together, because then I realized, now here's the reason why you look wrong. You see, English players diving, nobody in the Caribbean wants to dive. Nobody in the Caribbean dives, because when you come out, unless you have on long sleeve, you can be graded up, bruised up, or cut up. And here's the situation where, and I literally used all the brads to hit into the surface and never saw a rock, you know. So that experience alone brings me to the point where you want to get at Kensington. Like you said, there was a game played where in the BCL where the actual rock is embedded in the earth, so you can't dig it out. It's like digging a hole, you know. No rocks are visible at Kensington, and you can slide for another. It's like just going home, your turn, you just drop on your bed. You're just going to sea, and you just splash into the water, and international competition calls for international outfields, etc. And definitely Kensington is not short, but they're very much up there with the best of the best in the world. And for youngsters or anybody playing cricket, you want to get to Kensington to play in the premier event at the premier location in the Caribbean, not just Barbados, but the Caribbean. So if you're just joining us, champions by 80 runs of the 36 Sir Garfield Sobers in under 19 cricket tournament. Sir Everton Week's Centre of Excellence. They defeated top Level Academy of Guyana by 80 runs scores. In summaries, 196 for 7. The Centre of Excellence win the toss and batting, and the Academy they responded with 116 all out of 28.2 overs in the game, reduced to 39 overs. As I speak to you, the area in front of the Garfield Sobers Pavilion is being set up once again to host the closing ceremony of the 36 Sir Garfield Sobers International Under 19 Cricket Tournament, which for all and sundry by reports, those who would have watched, those who would have went to the various venues, was a tremendous success. And Andy Payne, I can take this opportunity while we wait for that to begin to say a big thank you to the following clubs: Dash Valley, Greens, Rices, Harrison College, Wanderers. Also had games played at the Wayne Daniel Pavilion, Lears, Empire, Foundation, Wire Hall, Windward. And I think those were the venues that were used, along with Queen's College, Everton, Wire Hall. North Stars down in the north also had some games. Isolation Cavaliers, St. Catherine's Bayfield was also the home for a game or two. Content St. George Secondary School was also utilized, and I want to certainly on behalf of the organizers thank those respective clubs for making their grounds available and the ground staff for the wonderful preparation. The Lord's School was also utilized in the Exercise Foundation School, and definitely they would have played their part in the tournament being the success that it has been. And definitely we want to say kudos and a big thank you to those institutions or clubs that allowed for the 36th edition of the Sir Garfield Sobers Under 19 Cricket Tournament to be the success that has been Andy Payne.
Yeah, definitely. The National Sports Council comes directly to mind in collaboration with the BTMI. They've made it possible for this event to take place again, Lyndon. And you spoke about those grounds where the National Sports Council, they man these grounds, really. So that's where you've seen quite a few matches. And a lot was said about the grounds in particular. Most of the players that we were spoken to, they enjoyed the hospitality. Obviously, the club setting after games, some of them would stick around to gain knowledge as to the history of some of the grounds, etc., and some of the clubs. So kudos again to the National Sports Council, obviously, and the BTMI for their assistance in making this the 36th Sir Garfield Sobers International Under 19 Cricket Tournament possible.
Yes, so wonderful, very, very wonderful job by all those who took time to be part of this tournament. We also want to let's not forget the coaches, the transportation aspect of it, the organizing committee, the role they played, the scores for the wonderful job they have done in taking time to make sure that everything is in sync and that the scores are readily available. We also cannot forget, like I said, the organizing committee, the umpires, game to game, match officials, those who prepare the lunches, and of course those establishments that would have accommodated the players, especially those teams that would have traveled from abroad to Barbados to participate in this tournament. We certainly want to thank you for your hospitality, as Barbadians continue to be the #1 brand where hospitality is concerned in the Caribbean, and of course, by extension, the world. Look downstairs. Presentation party is pretty much almost just about ready to sort themselves out, and momentarily we will get the presentation for the closing ceremony of the 36th Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament. You can see the president of the Barbados Cricket Association, Calvin Hope, the CEO, Paul Skinner, in attendance.
Looks like Sir Charlie Griffith.
Sir Charlie Griffith is also seated.
I'm sure you'll get an introduction soon from the Master of Ceremonies. Everything seems to be getting well set there, Lyndon. Some of the teams are very much here. Outside of the finalists, you've seen some of the other teams here for the presentation. Just the liaison officers, each team was probably assigned with a liaison. So kudos to them as well there, Lyndon, for making sure that their respective teams had all the comfort that they would have wanted for this tournament and merited as well there, as you spoke about some of the thank yous that you would have been sent out a bit earlier. Seeing on the screen, Sir Garfield Sobers, a legend, a hero, forever remembered, definitely. Born in 1936, passed away here Friday week for the age of 89, just days prior to his
90th birthday.
Sir Garfield said Auburn Sobers, right, excellency. Gone, but definitely will never be forgotten.
Most definitely, and I think that's the most important. Will never be forgotten or cannot be forgotten. And this tournament, no doubt, will continue in his honor. It's been a wonderfully successful tournament that's produced many of the world leading players.
Lyndon, we mentioned all those entities, but we can't forget the cricket legends of Barbados. They've done their part as well. As you've seen, quite a number of the legends being around for this tournament. They would have been present at many grounds to just lend their presence being felt. Some of the many grounds that I've gone around, obviously you've seen those legends present. As you can hear in the effects, might hear that song that you rightfully spoke about, the Sir Emil Straker, singing about the great man, and words truly to the effect of his greatness.
I know, as he says, he's the greatest cricketer the world has ever seen. But he also says, when a man good, he good. In typical Bajan fashion.
Yeah, quote, unquote Bajan, that dialect.
So we can throw you down to the...
Yeah, definitely. We wait to go to the presentation ceremony. I think we've now seen the Master of Ceremonies present. Our good friend Wayne Holder. He'd definitely be entrusted to do that job, Lyndon. But we just await our producer to say that we're going to go there. Just wait that moment when we can go to the presentation ceremony. But what a picture, Lyndon. This venue, Kensington Oval, the Mecca in the Caribbean for cricket.
And with quite a few players who will possibly make up the future of Barbados and West Indies cricket, and by extension, cricket around the world. Hopefully one or two of these players will break into the senior sides in another 4 or 5 years. I think that span is within reason. And hopefully we can look back, Andy Payne, you and myself, and say, you know what, I saw this chap at Kensington in the Sir Garfield Sobers, the 36th edition in 2026. And I remember he made an XYZ contribution, and here he is obviously his game would have developed for him to reach the international standings or status to represent his national side. So, moments away from the Master of Ceremony weighing holder for the closing ceremony of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 cricket tournament played here at the Kensington Oval, where I can tell you the Sir Everton Weeks School of Excellence, Centre of Excellence, were victorious by 80 runs.
So very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and on the behalf of our
So we're going to throw it down to a Master of Ceremonies, Wayne Holder.
Of the Sir Garfield Sobers
International Under-19 Cricket Tournament. Let's thank you for joining us for the presentation ceremony that will culminate yet another successful season of cricket in this wonderful and prestigious competition. I'd like to first of all start by introducing the special guest in the presentation party, and I will do it according to almost going to say age, but not necessarily. Let's start with a legend, though. Sir Charles Griffith, the commissioner of the tournament, Ms. Cheryl Carter, the chief operations officer at the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., Mr. Paul Skinner, who is the chief executive officer at the Barbados Cricket Association, president of the Barbados Cricket Association, Mr. Calvin Hope, and then in the back line, Mr. Winston Carter, director of the tournament, long-standing director of the tournament. And then we have Mr. Stephen Roberts, Ms. Susan Bell, and Mr. Ricky Clark, all of the organizing committee. Before we go any further, though, I think we should begin with some reverence. And I'm asking Mr. Proverbs to come forward and offer us a short prayer. Offer on our behalf.
Our Heavenly Father, thank you for the life of our most excellent Sir Garfield Sobers, the patron of this tournament. We pray for his family in this time of need, and we thank you for having been a Barbadian and a West Indian. We pray that we thank you for allowing a successful tournament this year, even though it was on short notice, and we pray that you have extended the traveling mercies to all that have passed this way and through and spent with the tournament. We ask your hand tournament this ending ceremony, and we pray that as these players and delegate and management depart, that you travel with them as they go. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Proverbs. Is Mr. Tyre Balbolia with us? Okay, that being so, I'm going to start though by first of all asking the president of the Barbados Cricket Association, Mr. Calvin Hope, to come forward and offer us a few brief remarks on the behalf of the association. Calvin Hope, Cricket West Indies Director and President of the DCA.
Thank you, Mr. Holder. Good evening, everyone. First of all, let me acknowledge Sir Charles Griffith, legendary Barbados and West Indies cricketer, and a life vice president of the Barbados Cricket Association, serving long time now. And Miss Cheryl Carter, the Barbados Tourism. And all board members of the Barbados Cricket Association, and the CEO and the staff, and especially you ladies and gentlemen and players and all teams who came to Barbados for this tournament. Thank you very much for doing so. I want to especially congratulate the organizers, the coaches who were among you, the liaison officers, scorers, umpires, and all groundsmen especially, who made these games possible. Congratulations to the Sir Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence team for winning the championship. And my commiserations to Top Level Academy from Guyana. Well, even though those who participated didn't win this year, I am encouraging you to come back next year and try to win, all your visitors. Well, enjoyable for you. It happened during this time, you know what has happened. Oh, great man, Sir Garfield. And I stand before you as functionaries in our tourism in 1987 who designed this tournament. It is somewhat different these days. I hope that in the future it can return to higher heights and that we can have more teams participate and it become bigger and better. All of you players would have opportunities. Cricket is so different these days than it was years ago. There's franchise cricket all over the world, and now cricket is an Olympic sport, and you will have opportunities to participate from your country, perhaps in the Olympics. You never know. Many of the West Indian players will have opportunities to play for cricket West Indies, for the West Indies, or for their country. I encourage you to work hard at your game.
For the competition. Ms. Carter?
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Barbados Tourism Marketing, it is my honor to share a few remarks with you at the closing ceremony of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Schools Under-19 Cricket Tournament. First, let me say how grateful we are that you chose to be here with us over the last 12 days. This tournament brought together 10 teams from across the Caribbean USA, along with your coaches, families, and supporters. Over 200 visitors in total. And we're sure you had an amazing time in Barbados with the 13 teams representing Barbados for this event.
into the most outstanding New York Latch Water. Again, say thank you, Mr. And I'm going to ask you, Mr. Carter, to make the next presentations. Just you have to unload the bad runs in from, I'm sure the information learned something about 228 runs from the center of excellence from and before I like to present with this to come forward to receive. First of all, Mr. P. Mr. Codrington. And Mr. Collingwood. And then there are those people that you don't ever see, but who are critically vital to the cricket game. I'm talking about the scorers, those ones who do the tabulations. I'm going to ask Mrs. Jackie Crick. and Ms. Sanchia Barrow, known in cricket circles as Sanchi. Ms. Carter, you notice that the scorers are all ladies. The losing semi-finalists from yesterday, that's next level. Getting a little tighter in my levels. So you can receive Ms. Carter. So they're here. So I just say from the from zone B, the winners is Harrison College. Any representative, liaison officer, anyone from Harrison College? Ms. Carter will do the honors. Thank you, Hopi. Mr. Springer, once again. Kamal Springer of the Barbados Marketing Inc., a key man in the organization of this tournament. He will present it to the Zone C winners, the Sir Everton Weeks Center of Excellence. Now we get to the top level, getting the mix between the next level and the top level. We go to the top level, the winners of Zone D, top level academy of Guyana. Think about it right this time.
Mario got it.
Thanks, Mr. Springer. So Charles,
right next to the camera.
You will be asked to present the medals to the two finalists today. We're starting with the runners-up, the top level academy, Sir Charles Griffith. And I'll just in single file, please come forward and receive your medals, gentlemen.
You want them come so, or?
As a matter of fact, Captain can come forward first.
I need somebody to hold this wireless for me, please. Yeah, thanks.
So Mikhail Sharma, the captain, I'll invite you, Mikhail, to introduce your players, identify your players for the audience as they come forward.
Joshua Bullers, Kishan Silas, Chulok Nanak, John Gardner, Joshua Thomas,
Fedora,
Nicholas Lovell, Galen Calendar, Richard Ramiel, Shahid Ramzan, Sandy Craig,
this is all under. Push it and see.
Shane Prince.
Right. All right, press it until this ain't the Lord at 4 though. first game. Right, okay. Sing the null. And he was on too.
Also, for you to collect, so we'll present you the runners trophy for this year's tournament. We'll ask you to hang on, and of course the runners got the silver medals. Gold goes to the winners being the Sir Everton Week's Center of Excellence, led by Captain Ramirez. Please come forward in similar fashion. Just follow him. Come here, Ramirez. Maybe your royalty. Yes, you call the name. I don't know.
Ronaldo born? Joshua Thompson? O'Shea Francis? Giovanni Lovell? Stefan Hunt? Deshaun Williams? Keon Curtin? Latrell Fraser? Jaden Joseph? Tyrese Hayward? DeMarco Maynard? Jahil Maynard? Coach Kevin Beckles? Manager Colin Boyne?
Glenn Bradshaw, liaison officer. The captain insists that you must get a medal. I don't know why. Yes, and one more. The liaison officer for the top Level Academy, Mr. Collis Moore. Thank you, Collis. And now for the presentation of the big prize, the winner's trophy for 2026 of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Youth Cricket Tournament, going to the Sir Everton Week's Center of Excellence, presented to Captain Ramirez Stout. Sir Charles, very grateful to you. Thank you so much. Before we close off, there's just one simple matter, one single matter, the matter of the vote of thanks, that to be given by the hard-working director of the tournament, Mr. Winston Carter.
Good evening, one and all. First, I want to give God thanks. We must, because this event could not have happened as successfully as it has without his help. The fact that we were able to play all the games, only one game being abandoned. We give God thanks for that and for helping us to ensure that we hosted a tournament of some success. We want to give thanks to the National Sports Council, our major sponsor, the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., Arts and Sports Promotion Fund, the Barbados Cricket Association, Kensington Oval Management Inc., the Barbados Community Foundation, Central Bank of Barbados, Belle Imagery, Barbados Bottling Company Limited, the Barbados Police Service, Intl Catering, American University of Barbados, University of the West Indies Cape Hill Campus, Cricket Legends, the local organizing committee, the groundsmen, I said the groundsmen, the umpires, the scorers, the liaison officers, and those who work tirelessly to ensure that we have a wonderful tournament. I want to thank our MC for doing such a wonderful job, and all of you who came out today to ensure that we had a tournament last. Thank you.
Once again, my congratulations to you and your organizing committee. And then, at the end, there's always, in good old Asian parlance, the washdown. I'm going to invite everyone to join us on the 7th floor of the 3Ws stand to join us for some refreshment. And I think the photographers are asking that the two teams for the final individually. They want the champion team, a part of the champion team in front of the pavilion. Mr. Marshall, get your forces together. And you will also take a photo of the top level academy, I believe. So that, as far as the presentation ceremony is concerned, is a wrap. We thank you once again for taking time to join us. We look forward to the tournament next year, and it will get even bigger, even better. And safe travels, everyone. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
We got to carry this. We're going to move this. Are you gonna move this camera? Come with me, Marco.
You can't talk to me.
See, get time with you. You get thank you. Hold on. Hold it or point it that direction by them. Everybody Everybody.
Come back to the final words from the Sir Garfield Sobers 36th edition of the International Under-19 Cricket Tournament played here at the Kensington Oval. Indeed, it was a tremendous game featuring the new champions, the 2026 champions, Sir Everton Centre of Excellence, defeating the
Top Level Academy out of Guyana.
In a game where, when we look at the scores, Andy Payne 196 for 7 off 39 overs a game, interrupted by rains at 11:17, of which total looked very gettable on a good pitch, resulted in the Top Level Academy only a mustering 116 all out of 28.2 overs to lose by 80 runs. Your final thoughts, Andy?
Yeah, excellent game here by the Sir Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence. Lifting the trophy, really, Lyndon. They've put together a good game, like you said, ever since we got here this morning, winning the toss, electing to bat, posting a formidable total, pretty much 196 in 39 overs. The captain called it. He said he was awarded 200 in the 40 overs. If he had batted that a lot of time, I think that would have given his bowlers something to work with. And when you saw them come in the field, young Joshua Thompson and the captain Stout himself having an excellent game, man in the match performances. He scored some 66, Lyndon, with his term with the bat, and then you saw him coming back in the bowling department and picking up 2 wickets to earn him the man of the match performance. So a good performance all in all by the boys here of Barbados. Excellent from their part. A good all-round game. Saw them taking some good catches. Just one drop catch. They probably weren't as good in the ground feeling a department, which I'm sure Coach Kevin Crop-Beckles, he would look into in the future. But all in all, a good game by them. Not to left out the Top Level Academy out of Guyana, coming here from Guyana the last 7 days or so, and playing some excellent cricket, really, to get to the final. Losing their first game in the preliminary round and being able to find themselves in this final, kudos must go to them and their coaching staff. Had a chat with the manager yesterday, Lon Sasharan, just told us about this team put together, like you said, from Berbice, Demerara, Georgetown, and a cadre of players from around Guyana. And they've been here for 3 years now. He said they would have finished about 10th position last year. And here it is to make their way to the final. What an improvement for them. So as this tournament continues to grow from strength to strength, great to see the trophies back home in Barbados.
Yes, and fabulous that they could have put together the team 3 years now. And 3 years later, they move up the ladder from 10th to 2nd, having come second and lost the final. And it just goes to show that a camaraderie of players pulled together with continued performance and hard work and dedication will always provide the necessary and desired results, as the future of West Indies cricket is in good hands with this all West Indian final. So once again, we want to thank each and every one of you for viewing the 2026 36th edition of the Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament, played right here in Barbados. It began the 13th of July and finished today with a victory for the Sir Everton Week Centre of Excellence over the
the Top Level Academy out of Guyana.
Out of Guyana. And indeed, it was a fantastic final. In the end of the lopsided, the end scores in summary. Sent the Sir Everton Week Centre of Excellence 196 for 7 off 39 overs. In response, the Top Level Academy, they mustered 116 all out of 28.2 overs. And certainly, it has been our privilege and pleasure to have brought these games to you, and especially the final. I want to thank those of you who made the trip over. Wish the teams good travels in their way back to the respective countries. Definitely want to thank the organizing committee for going beyond the call of duties at a time when we mourn the death of the great man, the icon, the legend of Barbados and Western Creek, our national hero, the Right Excellence, Sir Garfield Sobers. And the next big event right back here at Kensington Oval will be a service in honor of the passing of Sir Garfield Sobers, which will be held here at Kensington Oval 10 a.m. next week, Wednesday, right here. And what a fitting way that we will say goodbye to the greatest cricketer the world has ever seen. On the behalf of the entire team, spearheaded by Belle's Imagery, and of course, our special guest, Amil Lakan, and of commentator, the foursome, a good foursome of Tahir Bulbulia, Hendy Wallace, Andy Payne, and yours truly, Lyndon Yard. It certainly has been our privilege and our pleasure in having you as our patrons as we close out the 2026 36th annual Sir Garfield Sobers International Under-19 Cricket Tournament with a victory to the Sir Everton Week's Center of Excellence, who defeated top Level Academy out of Ghana. In the end, at the end of the day, cricket was victorious, and we look forward to the 37th edition of this wonderful tournament. On the behalf of the entire team, it certainly has been our patronage, and we hope that you will join us next year when the tournament promises to be bigger and better. Good night from Kensington.